In the grand cathedral, the time for the ritual has come. The bent priest, clutching the ceremonial staff, calls forward those to whom divine callings are to be granted. Among them is Levin. He swallows his saliva and his heart pounds wildly when his name is announced. Taking a step forward, he closes his eyes and silently begs the goddess in a fervent prayer for a path that will change his life. While he prays, his thoughts focus on Arya. A fair-haired girl stands beside him. He wishes not only for a successful appointment for himself, but also for her, hoping they can face the future together. The priest raises his staff high, calls upon the holy stars and the power of the goddess to reveal the youth's fate. A magnificent magical circle flares above him. Suddenly, the air in the cathedral changes, and the priest's face shifts from solemnity to complete disbelief, while the other officials freeze in place. Tearing forward abruptly, an elderly man shouts, demanding the boy's attention, and his voice echoes down the corridor as the crowd around begins to murmur, confused. With a thundering voice, he proclaims the impossible. Levin has been granted the S-rank profession of Holy Beast Tamer, a revelation that leaves Levin and Arya gaping in astonishment, unable to comprehend the scale of this divine gift. He stands beside Arya, their new titles officially recognized. He has the title Holy Beast Tamer, she the Holy Sacred Knight. The burden of these S-rank callings falls upon the quiet village as their futures are forever changed. Their guardian, the local lord, addresses them with a completely solemn expression. He declares that they are now the pride and hope of their home, entrusted with a vital mission to serve the kingdom with their extraordinary abilities. Suddenly, the man's stoic mask cracks and he bursts into uncontrollable, loud sobs. He is completely overwhelmed by a wave of emotions. He cannot believe that their small community has produced two legendary S-rank heroes at once. He pulls both youths into wild, tearful embraces, speaking both as their ruler and as their father. He admits that he has never known such deep joy as in this moment. While he holds her in his arms, she recalls the day she was first brought into this family, a lonely orphan. Arya feels that whatever she achieves, she must repay with gratitude for the life they have given her. When they prepared this separately, she shared these feelings with Levin and noted that now they could finally repay those who raised them. Behind, Lord continued to rejoice fervently. His theatrical spectacle caused a wave of smiles and sighs among the peasants. Their mother approaches to say goodbye herself and greets both. She admits her anxiety for the young man. She fears that his innate kindness may cause trouble in the capital, but Arya quickly promises she will always be there to support him. When the ringing shouts of the village buzz in their ears, this pair sets off on the road to the royal capital. The neighbor's last jab about her needing to look after her younger brother forever leaves the young knight embarrassed. But despite everything, their resolve is strong. They step over the threshold of their new destiny. He is visible from afar. He rides away in a horse-drawn carriage that cuts through a lonely path across endless fields. Behind the departing travelers, those who remain watch with heavy hearts. The lady still holds on as the carriage fades into the distance, and the gentleman cannot shake his worry about how the two serve the kingdom, while the priest solemnly agrees, sharing their concerns for the young couple's future. Inside the shaky carriage, she lowers her gaze to her hands, her voice trembling under the weight of the new title. Can she truly live up to the expectations of the Holy Sacred Knight? Beside her, a young man silently watches as the village they called home slowly disappears from view, acknowledging that their old life is already behind them. He breaks the heavy silence with a question about whether she noticed the sudden improvements in the village. New fences, long broken windows and doors in the assembly hall, which were miraculously fixed. She looks at him with genuine surprise. She had too many worries to notice the changes. He continues to explain his insight. The kingdom has already begun providing aid to their villages, direct investments in their rare S-rank vocations. The burden of new roles becomes even more tangible as he speaks of how their service is already changing the lives of those they left behind. With a calming smile, he tells her, as long as they fulfill their duties to the kingdom, the people from their village will remain safe and protected. He offers her support with words and encourages facing the challenges ahead together. She looks at him and her eyes soften when his words find a response in her heart. What is still unknown no longer seems so frightening. She repeats his promise to herself, finding strength in the thought of facing the future together with courage. She shines with a radiant smile, and her eyes flash as she enthusiastically agrees to the promise they made to each other for the future. He silently watches her, momentarily stunned by the warmth of her face, until he realizes the weight the path ahead will carry. As their carriage passed through the sprawling hills toward the capital, a crushing thought overwhelmed him. This was the last time he saw her genuine smile. Memory is shattered by the sharp crunch of glass it breaks on the floor, immediately giving a sharp and bloody turn to his fate. He stands trembling, sweat pours down his forehead like rain, and a brazen voice cuts through the air, mocking him as a worthless failure of the holy being's user. From the elevated throne, the king raises a finger adorned with rings and points at the boy as if accusing him, coldly demands, let him explain everything once again. The cause of the monarch's anger is a single, utterly ordinary egg, lying motionless, devoid of all the grandeur expected from the legendary peak. In the luxury of the throne room, the contrast is striking. On one side, a huge, shining egg radiates power, while the king mocks the pitiful creature before him and demands to know who summoned this disappointment. He looked with a cold, focused gaze as the young man was called forward. 11 eeks echoed through the hall, signaling the start of the trial that would determine the boy's work. When the boy knelt to present his summoning, a wave of mocking whispers swept through the crowd. Some mocked the tiny object, teasing whether it was accidentally an egg for a banquet, while others claimed they had never seen a holy beast egg of such pathetic size. Yet despite the harsh insults, he stubbornly insisted. This was indeed the creature he had drawn from the ritual. His disobedience only fueled the growing rage of the monarch. The ruler roared with fury and threw his goblet to the floor, shattering it completely. The sudden cruelty made the young summoner tremble, his hopes scattered among the crystal shards. He did not stop, continued the attack, demanding to know if the boy realized what a colossal share of resources had been wasted on his education. The burden of expenses, both in gold and years of preparation, hung heavily in the air as the king loomed over him, his face twisted with outrage at such a meager result. Looking down at the small, unremarkable egg, the overseer spat the word trash, unable to accept that 2 years of waiting had turned into such a pitiful spectacle. He demanded that everything invested in the boy be returned immediately. His patience was completely exhausted. His cries for return echoed in the cell, branding the teenager as worthless and good for nothing. When insults rained down like hail, the boy froze in place, and in his mind flickered the memory of how he left home 2 years ago. Now, struck by the biting sting of this public shame, his path was meant to reach its climax. Today, at the moment, he would finally call the partner who would determine his future as a holy beast user. He had trained tirelessly for this one goal, imagining a grand destiny that was now slipping through his fingers. He froze in the icy truth of the throne room while the king breathed heavily after his efforts, and his rage did not subside. The boy just stared at the silent, simple egg on the cold floor and whispered to himself that such a result should never have happened. He remains curled up on the cold floor, clutching the small egg as if it were his own heart. The king, twisted with disgust, jerkily points with his ringed finger at the thing and declares it an abomination, then orders the nearby guards to break it immediately. Out of despair, his voice breaks as he presses his forehead to the ground and begs for mercy. He insists, no matter its size, this is a vessel for a sacred beast, a living creature that deserves a chance to exist. His pleas fall on deaf ears. The cruel king's sneer remains. The monarch rejects the idea that from what he calls mere trash, something valuable could emerge. His voice thunders as he gives a new cold order to destroy the land. The warrior entrusted with carrying out the order freezes for a moment. He grips the shaft of his pole arm tighter and looks down at the trembling boy. But the king's patience snaps, and he roars the final, decisive command, strike. When the blade descends, it does not pull back to escape. Instead, it curls its body into a shield to take the blow itself. A dull, disgusting thud rolls over the hull, followed by the measured, sticky tinkle of drops of blood on the stone floor, as it takes upon itself what was meant for the egg. The king looks at the screen with a mixture of annoyance and confusion, trying to understand why someone would give their life for a piece of waste. He snorts disdainfully at the stupidity the boy seems to be showing, and the silence that follows suddenly breaks with a sharp, clear crack. Suddenly from the center of the room bursts a sudden, dazzling joy, making the king shudder with shock. He freezes with wide eyes, and nothing remains of his confidence. Instead, a desperate fear grows, for the light becomes even brighter, as if something beyond his control has been triggered. From the fragments of a modest shell bursts forth a majestic creature. Its mighty wings unfold, and it lets out a piercing, victorious cry. Arya freezes on the spot, gasping for air as she witnesses the birth of a legend that defies everything the king proclaimed. A young woman leads a majestic griffin to the king, her voice ringing with pride as she declares it her sacred creature. The audience freezes in amazement. Legendary creation appears before everyone's eyes within the palace walls. He remains unmoved, not taking his eyes off the creature, while the knight beside him bows in acknowledgement of the spectacle witnessed. The girl impatiently throws her head back and waits for the monarch to approve Haribo of such mighty companions. Next to him, some other young man silently watches. His egg cracks, and following the break, a small pale lizard flies out, not some huge creature. He carefully folds it in his palms, and on his face mixed surprise and uncertainty. It emits a quiet, piercing chirp and blinks its large eyes as it settles in the boy's hands, seeming fragile and unremarkable, a sharp contrast to the mighty griffin shown just a moment ago. The king leans forward, his brow furrowed with distrust as he intently watches the tiny lizard and tries to understand what it is supposed to mean, while the boy can only look down at his new companion, feeling the full weight of royal skepticism. Laughter erupts from the audience. Their mocking voices fill the hall as they point at Holy Beast, insisting it is just an ordinary reptile. Levin and Arya stand aside, watching. The tension of this cruel performance is reflected on their faces. He directs his gaze at the high priest. The monarch demands an answer. Can that miserable creature really be considered a sacred being? Levin watches the conversation intently, his hand resting on his thigh, feeling the weight of the moment looming. The old man can only give a strained, uncertain answer. It must be admitted that the creature seems to be nothing more than an ordinary lizard. The disappointment in the room is palpable. The inflated hopes for the second holy beast vanish. He silently watched as the king's laughter filled the hall, mocking, derisive. The monarch scolded the boy for a small, ordinary lizard that had hatched from an egg. The king grimaced at the waste of gold, and his disappointment turned into cruel, ostentatious amusement over what he believed was the boy's failure. Then he snatched the sword and with the sharp tip pressed it straight into the boy's throat, uttering a cold, final ultimatum. The order was unconditional. The boy was to be stripped of status and immediately expelled from the kingdom. He was no longer tolerated. The monarch leaned closer. His gaze was cold, merciless, as he declared that there was no more room for such a failure in his court. He forbade the young man from ever showing himself again, cutting off all ties with his former life and home. He stared at them with a stern look while the guards roughly grabbed the boy and dragged him away from the throne, and the order to expel him echoed through the hall. His desperate pleas were unheard. They were drowned out by the final royal verdict. They threw him onto the hard ground just outside the palace. The boy struggled, unable to get used to the sudden exile. His thoughts raced wildly, a anxiety for the village he was forced to leave. The weight of his own defeat seemed heavier than the physical force with which he was expelled. While the boy was being driven out, the king shifted his gaze to the successful summoner, and her voice was already filled with admiration. He praised the huge griffin she had managed to bring into the world. He lauded her achievement, emphasizing that he had fulfilled an important promise related to Arya. He watched as she bowed with gratitude, her face shining with the joy of her success and the promise of a bright future in the service of the king. Somewhere in the distance, the boy caught the mention of the name Arya, the last, painful reminder of the life he is losing. She stood straight while the king solemnly announced his recognition of the marriage between her and Arya, union now confirmed by the authority of the crown. This declaration cemented her new status, even as the memory of the exiled boy began to fade from the court's mind. He had already pronounced his harsh verdict, and the girl's joyful gratitude echoed through the hall, a sharp contrast to the stunned silence of the boy who had just lost everything. The celebration continued, but Arya froze on the threshold. Her confusion grew as she looked back at the stage she was leaving behind. She remembered the promise they once made together, a vivid memory of the time when they vowed to face the future side by side, their smiles shining with hope and mutual support. The warmth vanished in an instant. While he froze in the hallway, gnawing at an explanation in his mind, she turned away with a cold finality that cut deeper than any royal decree. Heavy, luxuriously decorated doors of the throne hall slammed shut with a crash, sealing his fate and severing his connection to the life he had known before. In the suffocating darkness that fell, the harsh truth finally pressed him to the ground. He had lost his status, home, and the person he loved most. The rhythmic jolts of the crew became his only companion as he watched the familiar landscapes of his kingdom disappear into the distance, finally realizing the true irreversibility of exile to the borderlands. He looked down at the small, unremarkable lizard sitting nearby, the only trace of 2 years of exhausting training that ended in disgrace, and wondered how one could possibly find a way forward from nothing. He looked up at the tiny creature sitting on his head, its tiny tongue flicking out repeatedly as it made a soft chirping sound. He wondered aloud if it was hungry and couldn't help but be delighted. The little one seemed completely unconcerned about their terrible situation. Its carefree nature sharply contrasted with his heavy heart. Continuing on the path, he glances into the night, walks beside him, and utters a soothing word, insisting that everything will be fine despite the uncertainty of his future. It seems he is more concerned with comforting his companion than wasting time on his own misfortune. The stroller sinks even deeper into the shadows of the dense forest, and the towering trees close around them like silent guards. When the crew finally stops at the forest edge, the knight gets out and hands him a heavy bag of supplies. The soldier speaks quietly, explaining that this humble offering is the only help he is allowed to give for the long journey in the borderlands. Bows low with a heavy heart, and utters the last, sincere wish that the young man be in good health and safe in the harsh lands beyond. Truly left alone, the young exile begins his journey along a narrow forest path. A barely noticeable, genuine smile touches his lips as he looks at the lizard still clinging to his shoulder. His boots crunched in the dry leaves and underbrush. The rhythmic sound of footsteps was the only thing breaking the silence of the ancient forest. For 3 long days, the pair keeps a steady pace and crawls into the heart of the forest, farther and farther from the world they once knew. He continues his journey, led by a small companion Elfie. The lizard runs ahead with purpose, as if it knows exactly where they are heading, drawing him deeper into the wild wilderness. Suddenly, the sky darkens, and a furious rainstorm begins. Heavy drops lash against the dense canopy of the forests. Fleeing from the storm, he finds a small cave and lights a fire. The wood crackles and Snapsh freezes, staring into the flames. Inside it is hot, a sharp contrast to the damp cold outside, while the kettle begins to quietly boil. A small lizard chirps impatiently, its thin shriek ringing in the cramped space. It tells its company to be patient, the dish is not quite ready yet. His eyes widen with amazement as he examines the meat, noticing the clear and tasty juices bubbling on the surface. The quality of the food turns out to be much better than he expected, even for a meal in the wild. With a grateful smile, he prepares to taste. Before the first bite, he utters the traditional thanks. Nearby, Elfie watches just as attentively and impatiently, while steam rises from the hot dish into the air. He notes how lucky they are that Elfie found this cave to escape the rain and remarks that the meat is cooked perfectly. He asks the lizard if she enjoys the food as much as he does. While they eat, he thinks about how picky his companion is, refusing to eat insects or if it is the usual monster meat. He calmly encourages the lizard, let it eat its fill and grow stronger. In the silence of the cave, their closeness deepens. Settling in for the night, steam rises above the warm cup as he prepares to think through the next step. With the equipment given by the soldier, kitchen utensils, food, and a map, he gains confidence that a path can be made through the forest, but he is still worried about what lies ahead. The map unfolds before him. Jagged peaks and winding paths outline the distant expanse stretching toward the unknown. Turning to his small companion, he voiced uncertainty. Where are they heading, having just finally emerged from the dense forests? His finger traces the route to Clinia Kingdom, realizing that continuing on this path means going straight to its borders. When he looks at the rain, a wave of homesickness washes over him. His thoughts are drawn again to Lumer Village and the people he left behind, even though he knows returning is not an option. Memories of the smiling Arya and the weight of failed duty haunt him. He looks at the little lizard, wilting from not being able to share the beauty of his home with his new friend. He looks intently at the parchment, and the heavy realization finally dawns on him. The promise he made to her may now become impossible. He spent the late hours of the night over the regional map, tracing with his finger the winding path that was supposed to lead him to the Clinia Kingdom. Eventually, he let exhaustion take over. Heavy eyelids finally trembled and closed as he sank into the long-awaited sleep. Outside his small cave, a furious rain poured down like a wall and hammered the ground, while the rumble of drops echoed in the stone chamber where he lay resting. Nearby, his little white companion darted across the wet floor, its tiny claws clicking on the stone until it found a dry spot to wait out the storm. When the storm finally broke and the first light of morning pierced through the wet leaves, the fire's remains from the previous night lay dead cold and extinguished. The young traveler woke with a heavy groan, rubbing his numb neck and complaining about the merciless hardness of the cave floor until he remembered he had to clean the forest today. He shook off the last traces of lethargy and decided a quick breakfast was the first priority before setting off down the trail again. But his plans were instantly shattered the moment he looked down. A mysterious girl with wings and a single horn was peacefully sleeping on him, and he was utterly shocked. He shudders from absolute shock, his face twisted in a silent scream of denial as he looked at the figure sleeping beside him. The girl dressed in small white wings and bearing one horn calmly dozing, unaware of the chaos her presence ignited. Panic overwhelmed him. He grabbed his head and his thoughts raced wildly, scattering senseless questions. Where did she come from? Is she a fugitive? And no matter what, his gaze would not leave those mysterious wings. In despair, he shouted his innocence into the empty air, trembling at what this sudden appearance might mean. As she began to stir, her eyelids flutter-red and her eyes opened. Through half-sleep came a single word that struck straight to the heart, "Mama." He could only stare back, his jaw slowly dropping as the absurdity of it all reached a new peak. She panicked, searching for words to explain the unreal scene to Arya, who looked on, mixing confusion with suspicion. Meanwhile, the winged girl rubbed the sleep from her eyes. Her voice was quiet and persistent as she repeated the maternal title again, and Aging completely ignoring his despair. She shone with pure, innocent joy, clasped her hands together, and looked at him with unwavering tenderness. The word "Mama" rang out, Aging clear and ringing, finally cementing her strange attachment to him. He freezes in place, cold sweat appears as he tries to comprehend this incredible loop of his grief. Despite his confusion, everyday reality still intrudes on his thoughts, and he catches himself wondering, what could be for breakfast in this crazy world? His patience finally snapped. He burst out in a desperate scream and demanded to know who she thought she was when she called him Mama, although he didn't even know her until now. But the girl was already occupied with thoughts about her stomach. With a smile, she asked for the same rabbit meat they had eaten the day before, leaving him completely bewildered by her usual, seemingly familiar behavior. Nearby, a small white lizard with a cheerful appearance watches the drama unfold and emits a whole series of clear, melodic whistles. She seems not at all bothered by the confusion. She simply basks contentedly in the morning sun. The little creature seems to have transformed. Levin froze, staring at the winged girl, and his voice trembled as he pronounced the name of his companion Elfi. For a moment, she ignores his confusion and happily starts eating soup straight from the pot. Smiling as if everything has worked out, she declares that there really is no equal to Mama's cooking. He is increasingly overwhelmed by embarrassment from this title. He will beg her to stop calling him that. When he asks why she stubbornly holds on to it, she simply explains, he was the one who called her, so in her eyes he is her mama. The young man tries to reason with her, explaining that Elfie was supposed to be a small white lizard, not a girl. She quickly cuts him off, declaring that she is definitely not some lizard and that she has already explained that. After that, she reveals her true nature. She has both a human and a dragon form. Like a holy beast with two hypostases, she says with relief that he did call her, even though she had to wait so long for his call. He is deeply moved by this revelation. His eyes shine with both relief and surprise. Noticing his reaction, she quietly and sincerely says, "Thank you," addressing him again with that quirky term of endearment. While they sit together in the silence of the cave, a wave of fulfillment washes over him. He understands, once he fulfills his duty, the path back to the kingdom may finally open. He realizes that the very thought of returning to the royal court again brings back memories of the king and his advisors. Staring into the distance, he doubts whether he really wants to be there again. He stared into his bowl, and the past pressed down on him so heavily that it was hard to breathe. The king's mockery and the nicknames trash and scum rang in his ears as he felt sick. The winged girl leaned closer, her voice full of concern, and asked if he was all right. When her anxiety subsides, she sees him pull out a small, reassuring smile and confirms that he is okay before they start packing their miserable belongings. Together, they pack the cooking pot and bowls and prepare to leave, leaving the camp behind. He barely manages to finish packing when she suddenly grabs his hand tightly. Her eyes blaze with excitement, and she insists they must immediately go deeper into the cave. His sudden burst of her energy confuses him, leaving almost no choice, so he follows her as she pulls him forward. The energetic girl dashes forward, and laughter echoes through the stone corridor as she calls to him, "Hold on, don't fall behind." He watches her disappear and realizes, despite her new human appearance, her restless and impulsive nature remains the same as when she was a little lizard. Following her example, they quickly reach the entrance to a dark, bottomlessly black tunnel leading to the very heart of the mountain. There the air grows cold, and the shadows exude an ancient mystery. Stepping inside, they come upon a cave illuminated by clusters of glowing crystals. Their soft, ethereal light falls on the jagged walls. She leads without hesitation, and he stays very close, eyes wide with wonder at the hidden beauty of the underworld. Eventually, their path leads to a colossal gate with stone doors carved to the finest details and overgrown with thick ancient roots that for centuries have completely blocked the entrance in isolation. He freezes, looking at the colossal structure, unable to believe it, and she does not hesitate as she reaches out and touches the seal, preparing to open it. In panic, he tries to warn her against such a reckless step, but it seems important to her to uncover the secrets hidden behind the ancient gate. She stands before the ancient manuscript, and in her gaze is deep reverence as she prepares to fulfill her destiny. The gemstone pulses with a sharp, dazzling light, and the massive stone barrier begins to bore through like a grinding throat, while ancient mechanisms groan under the weight of centuries. Peering into the newly opened darkness, the young man calls to Ithai's voice trembles, mixed with awe and anxiety. He presses her for an answer, recalling her former words, but she can only squeeze out a hesitant, unfinished reply, gaze still fixed dead ahead on the shadow. Suddenly, a giant clawed limb crashes into the cave floor with a roar, blocking the two companions frozen in its path. Emerging from the darkness, a gigantic beast comes into the light it bears itself, and its mighty body is covered with dark scales that shimmer under the dim glow. Stunned by the scale of the creature, the boy cried out in disbelief, looking at the mountain of muscles and scales before them. He freezes and stares into the creature's head while thoughts race wildly. They stand before a dragon, and he wonders if the ancient legend is truly alive. Before them rises the creature, a mountain of scales and ancient power. Levin looks intently at the girl beside him, and his voice trembles as he asks where they are. Elfie falls silent for a moment. Her face reveals nothing as she looks at the beast. She reaches forward, her small hand pressing against the cold, hard scales of the creature. In a gentle, sad whisper, she tells the dragon that a long time has passed, thus announcing her return to the place that was once her home. Turning back to her companion, she asks him to lean down for a moment. He hasn't yet processed the request or asked why when she easily lifts him into her arms. The sudden turn confuses him. He chokes from shock, and his face flushes a deep crimson as he has to ride in her arms like a child. He protests, his dignity crushed by the humiliating position, but she ignores his pleas. She commands, "Hold on tight," and says there is something she really needs him to see. With a sharp leap, she pushes them both into the air. The ground disappears with a dizzying blur. He snaps his eyes shut, and the wind lashes past them as they fly higher and higher. Feeling his fear, she gently nudges him to open his eyes and look. She promises he will not fall. Her voice is steady and soothing despite the roaring air. Only when he finally dares to look, what he sees strikes him to the bone. On the giant back of the dragon, an entire civilization has settled, stone bridges, arched walkways, and lush greenery blooming right on the living mountain. He barely believed his own eyes, stammering a question about the city lying on the dragon's back. She confirms his assumption and names the place Lindworm, a great continental dragon. As she says, it is an ancient home where a divine tribe of dragons lives. She glides closer to the sprawling metropolis. The wind tousles her hair as she gazes at the streets she once knew. Levin says not a word, stunned by the realization. The legends of his world are far more real and magnificent than he ever could have imagined. He recalls ancient legends about the tribe of the divine dragon, those who once ruled the skies with incredible wisdom and magical power, serving as guardians for humanity. Those legends promise a tragic end. After a bloody clash with the legions of the Demon King, the tribe was considered destroyed, and its existence was supposed to vanish from the pages of history. Looking at the girl beside him, he asks if she really belongs to that legendary lineage, and she responds with a gentle, knowing smile. The weight of this revelation makes him break out in a nervous sweat as he imagines the king's shock as a likely insane reaction. What if he ever found out the truth about her identity? She senses his uncertainty and clarifies. Although their numbers have greatly diminished, the tribe of the divine dragon was not completely destroyed. A few survivors remain. While he listens, she tells of a time when their home was a bright refuge full of colorful life and blooming flowers, though now in her mind it is silent, overgrown ruins. Her face grows cold as she explains. The magic that held their world vanished, so the city and all her kin are doomed to a long, deep sleep. He looks at her with new empathy, gently acknowledging the deep feeling of loneliness of being one of the few still awake in a world that has fallen silent. He gazes intently at the massive, drowsy figure of the dragon, thinking about how many eras it has lain in this silence, guarding the return of its people. Turning back to the girl beside him, he admits, though only ruins remain, he feels the beauty this place once held and the tension fades from her face. She is taken aback when he meets her with a warm, sincere smile and directly says he is grateful to her for letting him see the place she calls her home. When she looks away, memories from the past wash over her mother's desperate struggle to protect her, and the cold reality the king banished her from the kingdom. Her thoughts again drift to more recent, kinder moments, to the moment they first met and the pure joy that lit up his face, and to the warmth of the meals he prepared just for her. A quiet smile touches her lips as she realizes how lucky she is to have found a companion who so strongly reminds her of motherly kindness, and for a moment he freezes, enchanted. While he stands there in awe, she recalls how her losses weighed down unbearably, how she believed that her destiny, her family, and all those she loved were gone forever. Feeling her inner torment, he reaches out and firmly takes her hand. His voice is steady as he gives a firm vow to stand by her side. With tearful determination, he declares that he will raise her to be a worthy person. Suddenly, a paternal instinct bursts forth in him. When he begins to consider the practical matters of their new life, like finding a job and a home, he points to the ruins where they are now sheltering, and she is amazed. She lifts her gaze to the colossal figure of Lindworm the dragon that carries the continent on its back and proposes a bold plan, to build a new home for her and her mother right there. Only flashing a smile, she says she wants a luxurious, spacious house, and because of the scale of her dream, he remains completely speechless. He immediately protests and points out that the ruins are unfit for living. But she does not give up, confident that as long as her mother is with them, everything will be fine. With a flash of fierce determination, she explains her plan. They will make an official contract with Lindworm himself and begin a grand project paving the way and rebuilding the city from scratch. Jumping from shock, the sheer audacity of this proposal knocked the ground from under his feet. He can only repeat the words pioneer and contract again and again in disbelief, until the reality of their situation sinks into awareness. High above the back of the ancient dragon that carries the world, an unprecedented new chapter of their life is about to begin with a terrible trial to tame and settle on this impossible frontier. He stood before the colossal creature as the legend of the great land dragon began to stir again. The weight of this moment pressed him to the ground, and although the idea of making a contract with such a legendary beast seemed impossible, the path forward finally became clear. Beside him, a young girl offered a bright, unwavering smile and insisted, "Everything will be fine because he is capable of succeeding." He whimpered in response, confused by her sudden and unquestionable confidence. She continued to encourage him, proudly declaring that she was a user of the sacred beast and that gave her every reason to believe in their success. He watched her, her optimism sharply contrasted with his own doubts that had not yet faded. Explaining further, she noted, "This role is not just raw power but a heavenly calling granted by the goddess herself." She reminded him that being chosen for such a task is a rare and important honor that goes far beyond ordinary skill. Her gaze softened as she spoke a firm conviction that there is a reason in his current path, even though dark memories of being called incompetent and trash by those who rejected him were about to surface. She would not allow those cruel shadows from his past to define who he becomes. She urged him to stop getting stuck in the past. She persuaded him to look forward to the future and the potential in it. Eventually, he exhaled and agreed to try, and a new aspiration began to take root as she smiled warmly, inspired by his decision. He refocused on the gigantic, scaled figure of the dragon, and he understood, if Elfie can place such faith in him, he must respond in kind. The time for hesitation had passed. He was being changed by quiet, steady courage. The ancient creature looked at him with one piercing eye. The gaze bore the weight of centuries and unspeakable power. In the silence of this moment, the silent bond between man and dragon was sealed, marking the beginning of a new fate. A gigantic beast looms threateningly. Its presence presses in the air like a weight, Levin swallows. The contract itself, a sacred bond that transforms a wild creature into a partner, weighs on his mind like a heavy stone. Despite 2 years of training, the reality of this moment is frightening. He briefly considers traditional taming methods, maybe offering food to win favor or gently touching to build trust. But the other way, using raw power and fear to force submission, seems completely impossible against such a titan. Raising his gaze to the gigantic creature, he realizes that none of those standard techniques will work here. Arya calls to him, her voice like a beacon of support, but the dragon's immense size makes his heart pound wildly with anxiety. He shifts his gaze to her and sees unwavering pride and support in her eyes. She believes in him even when his own resolve wavers in the shadow of the ancient monster. The dragon froze in place, its massive scaly head lies almost on the ground. An old, wise gaze watches the small man as if waiting for when he will make his move. Closing his eyes for a moment, he honestly admits to himself, as a holy beast user, he still feels inadequate. This sadness eats away inside him, a cold reminder of his supposed lack of talent and the colossal risk of failing this contract. But suddenly a moment of promise flashes in his memory, his gaze strengthens, his face hardens. He recalls the vow to build a huge house and to make Elfie grow strong and happy. This single goal roots strength in him and forces him to break through the fear. Taking a sharp breath, he stubbornly does not retreat and extends his hand. As soon as he begins the contract, a sudden crystal-clear crackling spreads through the room, a sign that a bond is being born that will change everything. He watches as the crystal shell holding the giant creature begins to crack. The air is cut by the sharp, rhythmic sound of breaking glass. Shards of the magical barrier fall down, sparkling as they drop from the awakened figure of the dragon. Covering his eyes from flying debris, the young man braced himself, preparing for a sudden release of energy. Beside him, the large land dragon finally stirred, its massive body shifted as the remains of its prison crumbled to dust. Nearby, the winged girl shudders from the breath, her eyes widen with delight as she sees the return of the ancient creature. The heavy claws of the dragon twitch against the stony, a sign of life in those limbs that had not moved for millennia. One reptilian eye suddenly opens wideth, golden iris narrows. For the first time in a century, it focuses on the world. The gaze is piercing, containing so much intelligence that it far exceeds the level of ordinary beasts. Overwhelmed by emotions, she presses her palms to her chest, gasps for breath, and lifts her gaze to the giant figure. The dragon speaks to her in a deep, resonant voice, calling her princess and acknowledging her presence. It slightly bows its huge head, and the voice echoes through the cave as it greets her back. The ancient creature admits it has been waiting for this very moment for a very long time. Its loyalty has not wavered over the years that have passed. A radiant smile flashes on her face, and her eyes shine with tears of joy. She quietly greets the creature named, turning Lindworm towards herself as if no time had passed. Confused by the sudden turn of events, Levin rubs the back of his head, trying to comprehend the reunion unfolding right before him. His surprise is cut short by a dragon that suddenly looms over him, its huge maw just inches from his face, causing Levin to recoil in pure horror. He freezes in place while a little girl nearby extends her greetings and announces that the contract has already been signed. The revelation knocks the ground out from under him. He cannot believe what he has heard. He twitches from shock as the gigantic dragon lifts the weight. Its enormous head hangs just inches from his face and roars, pronouncing his name. It continues, it pierces the genitals, it explains. Despite the long sleep, it keenly knew everything that was happening around. It officially recognizes him as its master, holy beast. Having clarified the nature of their connection, supposedly, the shortened beasts gain the ability to understand and speak human languages. He cannot grasp the simple reality. Now he is the master of such a legendary creature. Realizing that he was not incinerated on the spot, he bows humbly and asks the dragon for advice. The ancient creature responds with a low, indulgent chuckle that reverberates through the cave and trembles in the air. Meanwhile, the winged girl asks if they can all live together within the dragon's domain. The great creature agrees without any hesitation. Her expression softens the torments. Turning attention to the immediate situation, the dragons advise moving to the surface. He asks if the monster is strong enough so soon after awakening, and it admits its strength during sleep over these centuries has indeed weakened. Despite his weakened state, the dragon assures them flying will be difficult, but he will provide a way out. He begins to channel his energy, preparing to break through the solid rock while he silently watches and freezes with awestruck trembling. The ancient monster gathers dazzling light in its jaws, and the cave shakes wildly from the colossal energy. Levin shouts in alarm as the ground swells, and Arya desperately orders Elfie to hold on tight. The tiny girl freezes in horror with wide-open eyes, feeling the power of Lindworm about to burst forth while the dragon prepares to blaze a path to freedom. With a deafening roar, energy bursts outward. A colossal pillar of pure white light tears through the earth and rushes through everything all the way to the heavens. It pierces the dense crown and the clouds above it, carving a wide, shimmering path through the very atmosphere. Having emerged from dust and debris, the young master and the winged girl found themselves right amidst the luxurious greenery of the surface, silently staring upward into the vast space they had almost forgot. Filled with pure joy, she suddenly embraces him, and her voice rings out with a festive cry for mother. He just blinks in surprise, still trying to comprehend the sharp transition from dark depths to the dazzling daylight. Soon others join them, and all together they catch a moment of deep relief. He chokes with laughter, marveling at the simplest thing, that they are still breathing. She quietly agrees, and in her gaze flickers a bright sky. High above the ground, a lonely bird slowly soars in the sky, a silent witness to the miraculous escape of the entire group. Looking at the colossal form of the dragon, the group contemplates the incredible deed, and Lindworm admits, the success exceeded all expectations. He explains that the contract with Levin accelerated the magic to an incredible scale, so the power became significantly greater. Levin remains bewildered, trying to understand how his own presence could have influenced the might of the ancient beast so strongly. He looks closely and notices, his new master truly has a huge source of magical power. Having gained such might, the ancient monster understands the long-awaited restoration of his clan is finally within reach. A giant creature glides through the clouds effortlessly, and a young boy looks up and smiles gratefully, sincerely expressing thanks. In response, it emits a friendly muffled rumble, solemnly inviting them to its continent as they reach the horizon, ready to begin the next stage of their journey. On the dragon's back unfolds an endless expanse, the realm of floating islands and shattered stone ruins. Levin and Elfie finally step onto this sacred place, and she recognizes it as her ancient home. In a radiant smile, she meets him again, gently and sincerely calling him Mama. He freezes in place, confused by the unexpected title and the depth of her feelings. This greeting warms a fond memory of Arya, once she met him home, bringing baskets of fresh harvest. The echo of this similarity makes him blush. A wave of shy nostalgia washes over him completely. Turning to the present, he quietly confirms, "I am home." He looks at her and, holding her gaze firmly, asks if she still values their promise the same way, and he is ready to start their new life together. Looking at him, she joyfully jumps up, imagining how he will build a huge new house. He strikes a heroic pose and confidently tells her to leave the hard work to him. While she dreams of their future home, he begins to assess the daunting work ahead in the cemetery of broken masonry. He clears the debris, combs through the ruins in search of anything that could become a foundation. He explains why to collect these materials and teaches her how to turn the ruins into a sanctuary. Then he says the next priority is strong wood for the main pillars. Notices a giant fallen trunk, moves to take it for construction. She looks at him with wide, curious eyes. Thighs is how the first steps of their dream are born, right among the debris. He sat next to the winged girl, his shoulders sagged from exhaustion. He apologized and explained that building a proper house from scratch was a long task, so he suggested finding a cave and camping there for a while. But she looked at him with genuine incomprehension, insisting that it wouldn't even take a single day. He followed behind as she dashed across the rocky terrain on the dragon's back, waving to him not to fall behind. She promised to show how their people built dwellings and left him wondering how a child could understand such complex architecture at all. Eventually, they reached the foot of a colossal, ancient tree. Its mighty roots clung to and deeply embedded in the dragon's skin. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, softly laying a mist over the hidden sanctuary. When they were making their way through knee-high grass and the trash, he looked in amazement at the vastness of everything created by the divine dragon lineage. She carefully rummaged through the thickets until she finally found what she was looking for and explained. This divine tree is the very heart of the system that controlled the weather and temperature along the entire worm line. She waved towards the clearing with a triumphant smile, her eyes burning with delight as she said they had obtained the key to the new house. Before them stood a cracked stone pedestal, its surface entwined with creeping vines. Above it silently hovered a perfectly sharpened diamond-shaped crystal emitting a faint, rhythmic glow. He did not take his eyes off the artifact, not believing and having no idea what such a trifle could do. She confidently stated that they would use it to build a house, and since he was her mom, he would be able to control it. Despite his skepticism, he reached out his hand. His fingers touched the cold, dimly glowing surface of the gem. As soon as his skin touched it, the crystal flashed with a blinding flare and a complex pattern of shimmering symbols and maps scattered into the air. A loud mechanical voice sounded in the clearing. It greeted him as a master and immediately displayed the current administrative status of Lindworm City, and he froze, unable to utter a word. He froze in awe as a holographic figure emerged from the crystal, identifying itself as Lindworm City Management Bureau. The entity demands an order, unfolding a menu of construction options up to small houses and fields. After him, the winged girl explains, the city's systems can detect physical objects in the real world using magical energy. She notes that their new contract will allow them to create even more in the future, and he begins to think that first they need to build a storage. The young man's heart beats wildly with excitement from the sheer power of the Divine Dragon tribe's technology alone. He longs to begin, and his companion watches with sly pride, enjoying his amazement. Choosing a course of action, he presses the small apartment option on the flickering display. The girl exclaims joyfully, her wide-open eyes burn with anticipation as the system processes the request. But his confusion only grows when his hand passes through the interface light and nothing works. He begins to doubt whether such a legendary feat is even possible to summon a home from nothing. Suddenly, a tiny spark of light flashes before him in response to his request for a small house. He watches in fascination as magical energy begins to gather together. In an instant, a huge translucent blueprint of the house appears on the floor. The magical plan materializes directly from the air. Its colossal size makes both freeze without a word as the foundation takes shape. When the structure begins to harden and hangs in the air, he panics. He does not know how to complete the process. He calls his companion for a hint, and she can only silently, stunned, watch as their new home is born into the world. He looks stunned at the energetic girl as she demands a bigger house in a more picturesque location. He abruptly exclaims in response, trying to explain that their current situation is much more complicated than just choosing a place to rest. In a few minutes, when the initial chaos subsides, he turns to the holographic guide. The ghostly figure orders him to first complete the location selection before executing the construction command, and he rubs his chin, pondering where to establish their new home. While he is thinking, the winged girl rushes to the nearest lake and, unable to contain her excitement, calls him. She points to the water as if to say, "Here is the perfect view." He agrees. Having a water source nearby is really practical, but he is still worried that there is a lot of trash around that needs to be cleaned up. Finally, he decides to move to the area near the World Tree, believing that proximity is a significant advantage. He tells her, if necessary, they can always relocate later. The proposal briefly stuns the leaves. With thoughts gathered into one, he extends his hand and confidently, with a firm command, gives the order to start construction. In response to his words, the flickering sketch begins to harden. From a ghostly outline, it transforms into a sturdy log cabin that hangs in the air for a moment. The structure suddenly settles, a dull, deafening thud into the ground, and a shockwave ripples through the soil. The impact force pushes them both backward. Dust and debris swirl around the newly constructed building. He freezes and stares at the finished house with wide-open eyes, barely managing to realize that the magic system really worked. Nearby, the girl is already rushing to the hut, thrilled by the thought of the home they will be able to share. He feels the warmth of grateful embraces as the young girl shines. Her wings tremble with joy as she thanks from the bottom of her heart. When the rage subsides, a wave of exhaustion finally washes over him and he sinks to the ground to rest. He cannot help but marvel at how incredibly advanced the technology of the Divine Dragon people was, making all this possible. Watching her swiftly fly to their new home, full of inexhaustible energy, he feels relief. He thinks that with this shelter, he and his comrade might finally be able to carve out a normal life for themselves. His quiet moment does not last long as soon as she returns to him with wide, expectant eyes and says that her stomach is already completely empty. He sighs and explains that the meat they had in the morning was the last. Everything has already been turned into soup. The news is met immediately with fierce protest. She demands more meat. The realization that there is no more meat hits her like a physical slap and pins her to the spot in a state of pure, comedic despair. In despair, she begged him to get more, and this made him think, maybe the control system can simply produce food, but the holographic interface instantly cut off these thoughts. It responded that it could not do that. The system clarifies once again, the magical reserves of the city are already exhausted, so most functions are limited to basic structures, houses, and fields. Realizing that the system cannot provide food for them now, he acknowledges the harsh truth of their situation. He does everything to calm the crying girl, assuring her he understands their trouble. Her hungry cries echo through the empty corridors of the new home, a sharp contrast to the silence they had just begun to feel. When she calms down, they survey the area, but the search for food proves fruitless. He notices that there is neither livestock nor fish nearby, and she recalls a time when she could grow food herself. No stores are visible, so the options for a meal are disappearing right before their eyes. Then she proposes a bold solution and returns to the surface. She says that her innate gift of flight will get them there in a moment as long as a heart beats, and this might have remained outside his thoughts until hunger forced it. The mere thought of finding meat ignites in her a manic energy, and she suddenly grabs him. Even before he can voice his objection or ask to wait, she declares that they are leaving immediately, eyes wide open, with the single focus of a predator searching for food. With a sharp burst of power, they are abruptly thrown upward. The city remains behind, blurred into continuous motion. He can only cling to her. A terrible taste of inevitable disaster covers him as they rush to the surface at a chilling speed. After their sudden ascent in the vast halls of the Elven Kingdom, a completely different tension hangs in the air. The king sits on the throne and demands from his advisors a strategy that will finally wipe the enemy, the Cronia Kingdom, off the face of the earth and guarantee his armies an unquestionable victory. To step forward and answer the call is Holy Knight Arya Remus. She stands before her lord with heavy determination, ready to offer a solution to the ancient conflict that poisons their borders. She proposes a ruthless tactic to poison the very river that feeds her enemies. Her face is cold and composed as she explains that spreading the toxin through the water supply is the fastest and most effective way to total victory. Hearing her proposal, the monarch slowly, thoughtfully smiles. A cold, calculated grimace spreads across his face. He emits a quiet sound full of intrigue. He is clearly impressed by the cold logic of the plan to poison the enemy's water supply. The bustling streets of Selen village in the Kingdom of Clinia come alive every morning with a colorful display. Among the crowd, a young traveler and his companion stop near the butcher's shop, and the girl's eyes light up with pure joy as soon as she sees the hanging meat. She cannot contain her excitement and shouts for her mother to give her Mito, the point that he feels ashamed because the gentle seller offers her a taste. He is pierced by cold sweat. They stand on the edge, hanging in danger. They are right under Lindworm in the ground, where its loud explosions can attract unwanted attention. The weight of political tension falls on him. Clinia and Elwyn are fierce enemies, and their presence here is a dangerous gamble if they are exposed. While he tries to calculate their next move and keep her quiet, a familiar voice suddenly cuts into his thoughts and he jerks in surprise. The Holy Knight herself warmly greets them with a slyly innocent smile and asks if they need any help in their search. The saleswoman loudly greets the travelers as soon as they approach her well-stocked market shop. Levin explains that they need to stock up on provisions, and the woman's eyes light up when she sees a chance for a big sale. She freezes on the spot at the scale of the request. She reaches closer while he asks for supplies for a whole month or at least for a week. The order volume unquestionably exceeds her expectations for two young travelers. Because of their light clothing, she jokingly teases, are they going on a mountain trek or just traveling light? She notices how closely they hold each other and aloud wonders if they are brothers. After that, the boy is momentarily completely lost and cannot find words. Since there is more in their story than they show, she laughs loudly and decides not to pry. Instead, she offers a generous discount, pats Levin on the back, and encourages him to take advantage of her hospitality. In a moment, a generous pile of fresh vegetables and provisions is already ready for dispatch. He feels a wave of relief as he and his partner pick up the heavy bags, confident that this catch will keep them going at least in the near future. When he tries to pay the full price, the woman grabs a handful of coins and pushes them back, insisting on the promised discount. Her laughter jingles in the air, and she brushes off his objections, clearly enjoying this quarrel. For her kindness, she asked for only one thing, that they return to her shop in the future. He could only offer a grateful smile, embarrassed by that unexpected warmth living in the heart of the village. He stands next to others while the performances continue. The cheerful merchant Mercedes explains that she is a traveling trader and has now stopped in Salon village. Next to her is a young woman named Karen, who comes from Clunia, politely greeting. Following their example, he introduces himself as Levin and introduces his companion, Elfie. The young girl shines, her gaze sparkles as she greets the new acquaintances. When the courtesies ended and the matter was done, they said goodbye to the merchants. Just as the shopkeeper solemnly expressed warm thanks and invited them to visit again, the couple set off on the way back, and above them stretched the boundless sky covered with clouds. After the crossing, which clearly exhausted everyone, they finally reached the safety of their hut. Elfie burst through the door with a joyful scream that they were home, while he lagged behind, bent over in half, and gasped hoarsely, choking from the exhaustion brought on by Triss. He still can't recover. He asks if she could fly a little slower next time. However, she doesn't stop at all. High's fatigue doesn't scare her. Her stomach growls as she persistently demands food, so he can only gather himself and push through his own exhaustion. Having come to terms with his duties, he sets about lighting the fire, thanking the fallen trees nearby. They provided plenty of tinder. In his mind, he makes a note. As soon as the flame touches the bottom of the kitchen cauldron, he will immediately start gathering a larger stock of firewood. Then he shifts his gaze to the fresh supplies, especially the chicken, vegetables, and fruits that Karen helped them choose. A faint smile touches his lips as he assesses the quality of what he has at his disposal. Looking down at the prepared dough on the wooden board, he felt a plan forming in his mind. He decided it was time to cook a specific dish, one that would definitely satisfy their hunger after the long journey. He begins by carefully cutting open a fresh chicken, making sure the skin remains intact for the best texture. While he works, he notices the impressive thickness and firmness of the meat. He understands, despite the price, today he must arrange a truly luxurious meal, and his companion nearby is eagerly awaiting it. After washing and preparing the meat, he pours a thin layer of oil into the pan and generously seasons the chicken with a mixture of fragrant herbs and pepper. The first hints of an appetizing aroma immediately spread in the kitchen. Nearby, the smell reaches the sleeping girl. She stirred, then suddenly sat up. The unbearable aroma of fried meat finally awakened her senses. She briskly heads to the fire by the fireplace and joyfully calls to him while he tends the sizzling pan. While the chicken fries to a perfect golden brown crust, he gently tells her to be patient until it steams. Meanwhile, he whips up a rich sauce from butter, flour, lemon, and milk to finish the dish. With Emil nearly ready, he asked her to help set the plates and hinted that they could enjoy their feast at home, in the warmth, not in the wind and the elements. Finally, he slices the perfectly cooked chicken into juicy pieces, and she watches every movement of the knife with wide open, hungry eyes. He presents the final masterpiece, a hot plate of chicken sauté in lemon cream sauce, garnished with fresh herbs and citrus slices. This is a festive dish for their new beginning in this home. Seeing his companion dive inside, he quietly warns, "Careful, the food is still boiling." She hardly listens. Her cheeks flush with delight as she savors the rich flavors, and a satisfied hum of pleasure bursts forth. He bites himself and, noting that a lot of time has passed since he last prepared this very recipe, continues to eat. Nearby, a young girl beams, calls him Papa, and insists that the dish is simply incredible. At these words, a barely noticeable warm smile appears on his face. The abundance of food amazes him. Elfie is wildly happy because for the first time in weeks he will have 2 whole portions of chicken, a luxury they haven't tasted in weeks. But the simple joy of meat on the table fills the small room with a feeling of coziness and normalcy. When Karen brings fresh salad to complete the table, he remembers how finally the whole family gathered together. But the homely scene instantly cuts the distance. A distant reminder of the solemn recognition of the marriage emerges, and his thoughts fly again to Arya. He is restless about how she manages without him. Feeling his sharp detachment, the girl stops eating for a moment and asks if he is all right or maybe just exhausted. He quickly returns to the present, throws a reassuring smile, and says he just remembered their old home in Lumiere Village. She tilts her head and inquisitively asks about Mama's hometown and makes him admit the same anxiety that still sits inside him. Many years have passed since Arya was able to return home, but he comforts himself with the thought that she is probably confidently handling her duties in the Night Order now. The conversation abruptly turns in another direction when she fixes him with a steady, inquisitive gaze. Like a child with ruthless straightforwardness, she asks if Arya is really his lover, and he freezes for a moment, as if he swallowed his tongue, confused by the sheer frankness of the question. He quickly clarifies the situation. He says that he and Arya are just childhood friends who grew up together like family. Elfie quietly hums, absorbing these words, and her face remains unreadable as she contemplates the very essence of their relationship. Refocusing on the food, he shudders. Her plate is completely empty, not a single scrap of food remains. In disbelief, he asks if she really finished even the vegetables. She only confidently shrugs in response, as if such a feat should have been entirely expected. He admits his surprise. He thought her diet consisted only of meat. But she replies with a playful smile and stubbornly says she will gladly eat everything her mother cooks. This tender promise leaves him with a feeling that she is too obedient and that, it seems, might work against her. While her tenderness touches him, suddenly practical anxiety washes over him in a wave as he thinks about what kind of food the divine dragon needs. He begins to gnaw at himself from the inside, wondering if over time she might need several hundred kilograms of meat daily to sustain herself, and the thought makes him break out in nervous sweat. His worries are immediately confirmed as soon as she extends the empty plate with a bright, expectant look and demands to know when the next portion of meat will be ready. Her appetite empties everything so quickly that he is thrown into confusion. His thoughts race wildly to keep up with her demands. Later, as they walk the familiar streets of Siren Village, he realizes their current expenses will not hold, and perhaps they will have to find a way to become self-sufficient. Next to him, she freezes in place, her eyes widen sharply as she notices something strange in their surroundings. They approach the local butcher shop, but the curtains are drawn and tightly closed, which is disappointing. He allowed guesses if it is just a planned day off, but the lack of movement for this time seems inappropriate. Looking back, he notices almost every nearby shop is also closed. The usual noisy market quiets down eerily and desertedly. This atmosphere gives him goosebumps, but his anxiety is momentarily interrupted by seeing Saitama or Sadisa nearby. He breathes a sigh of relief as soon as he finds the shopkeeper and her assistant, asks if both are safe, and sincerely thanks them for keeping their establishment open while an eerie silence hangs over the town. But his relief is short-lived. The merchant explains that the fields of Porochny are desolate, and at the mention of Elvin's forces, he grits his teeth in irritation. The young assistant unfolds the tragedy, how Elwyn's soldiers suddenly launched an invasion and mercilessly poisoned the very water that sustained the Kunia's region. Stunned by the revelation, he tries to process the news. Supposedly, the impregnable fortress Colonia has actually fallen, a feat he can hardly comprehend or believe. He presses for details, asks how to overcome such a formidable fortress, and the merchant trembles as he whispers about a figure named Silver Devil. She reveals that her information comes directly from an old childhood friend who served as a knight in Clunia, and this gives the chilling rumors a completely different, icy weight. This commander is a young girl with a silver shield, recognizable from afar, known as the Holy Knight. They say she managed in one night, filled with a devastating strike, to completely destroy the defense of Colonia. Comprehension hits him like a physical slap. Thoughts wildly race as he repeatedly utters the name of the one who caused such ruin, Holy Knight. He is haunted by the memory of Aria's moment when she asked if she could truly fulfill the duties of the Holy Knight. Now the young winged girl looks at him with concern and quietly calls out, but he is too lost in his own thoughts to respond immediately. The realization that his childhood friend might be behind the recent atrocities almost tears his chest apart. Stunned, he asks for more details in desperation to prove that his growing suspicion is wrong. Liven inquires about the person of the Holy Knight, but the locals can hardly say anything. He wonders if the rumors about a figure resembling a demon might concern Arya, but he cannot reconcile that image with the person he knows. Hearing his question, Mercedes explains, the castle is guarded by a formidable young knight named Erish, risks everything for the kingdom. Sharia assures Elfie that there is no cause for concern as the kingdom is well protected. She and her companion share a light, playful moment while the young man absorbs this information. His inner doubts are hidden beneath a quiet, impenetrable mask. When they get down to business, Mercedes pushes him to decide on the day's purchases, and this makes the young girl let out an excited scream. The group travels through a picturesque valley, and a distant castle towers as a silent guardian against the backdrop of mountains. She overcame everything and joyfully pressed the supplies to herself, falling into a sweet dream about the feast still ahead. She continues listing her culinary desires, asking for teriyaki, potato soup, and apples while he carries the heavy burden of their supplies. Despite the domestic calm, his thoughts are again drawn to the strategic weight of the Holy Knight, the S-Class, capable of shifting the very fate of the battle merely by their presence and orders. He repeatedly runs through the geopolitical picture in his mind, thinking about the kingdoms of Elwyn and Clonia, where bearers of S-rank summons dedicate themselves to their nations. Lingering on the difficult question, If he had stayed in service, would he now be on the front line alongside Arya? This thought briefly raises a memory of her, a soft smile on her face, and how she spoke about the promise they both made to always be together. The burden of the past presses him to the ground. His gaze lowers as the reality of his present situation crashes into those distant memories. His hand clenches into a fist at his side, physical embodiment of the inner conflict gnawing at him as he contemplates what he is really doing with his life now. Turning away from dark thoughts, he addresses his companion, calling her while she stands next to their newly purchased belongings. With new determination in his eyes, he tells her, despite being in exile, there is a specific place he must definitely reach. He admits, although he may not have the right to intervene or even to care about the welfare of these lands, he simply cannot sit idly by, and decisively nods towards the distant spires of Marley Castle. She looks back at him with understanding, recalling how Arya once said that childhood friends are as close as family, so his concern for her safety seems completely natural. She urges him to hurry, and in her eyes are sparks of determination as she prepares for the road ahead. Levin gives a soft smile and a word of thanks, deeply moved by her unwavering support and readiness to help. Continuing the enthusiastic planning, she promises a grand meat banquet feast as soon as their mission is accomplished. He is momentarily thrown off by her sudden burst of joy, but quickly composes himself and assures that he is ready to follow her example with. The promise of a celebration hangs in the air, and she orders him to climb onto her back for the journey. He hesitates, a wave of shame washes over him at the very suggestion, but she does not get distracted from the task. Her wings begin to unfold, and he quietly shuffles at the movement. Suddenly, the girl disappears, replaced by a majestic white dragon that takes off into the sky, and Levin clings to its back. The transformation is seamless, and soon they are flying high above the clouds. He froze with wide-open eyes, the wind whistling through his hair as the truth about his companion dawned on him. The scale and power of the dragon beneath him are overwhelming. Cutting through the air, he marvels at the furious speed of this form and admits, this way they will arrive much faster. Catching his silence, the dragon throws back its head and asks if everything is all right, but he remains lost in thought. He struggles to find his voice. His face flushes a deep crimson as he realizes how unexpectedly comfortable this flight has become. The warmth and softness of the dragon's scales strangely soothe him. He settles into the rhythm of the flight. Despite the wild acceleration, he miraculously relaxes. The ride is smooth and gentle, far better than any carriage, so he can focus on the path ahead. He soared through the clouds, his voice barely audible over the noisy wind as he grumbled that he had not learned about this dragon form earlier. Elfie, ignoring the altitude, only reminded him. She had spoken of it from the very beginning. Far below, against the darkening sky, the pointed towers of Marley Castle loomed, and below, exhausted, Arya and her companions stood at the edge of their strength, their breathing ragged gasps as they faced a threat that was unseen. Realizing that the situation was hopeless, she made a difficult call, ordered a retreat, leading the way back through heavy gates, while the cold rain had already begun to beat on the dense canopy of the surrounding forest. Right above the storm, the dragon sharply veered aside, and her voice rang solemnly with excitement as she pointed to a distant castle, while the roar of the wind made her words almost inaudible to the rider. Then she folded her wings like a dove, a white trail cut through the gray mist and rain, flying down to the swirling green sea of trees. As they approached the treetops, he noticed a figure lying motionless on the forest floor, and a sharp cry of alarm broke out. Despite Elfie's warning about dangerous monsters hiding in the forest, he knew they could not just abandon a person to their fate. The great beast swiftly descended, flashing through ancient trunks and branches to reach Sodner. He leapt off her back as soon as they landed, rushed in the darkness to the fallen girl in a voluminous dress. He crouched beside her and, overwhelmed with urgency, checked for signs of life, but only a barely audible, painful, mature, expelled moment escaped from her lips. He kneels beside the injured girl, tightens his voice, and with relief realizes she's still conscious. He asks her not to move, but her body betrays her. It shakes with violent convulsions, as if a deep, prolonged trauma is still ongoing. Carefully yet persistently, he asks what could have happened to her at all, and the thought spins in his head. Was she a victim of a sudden, brutal attack? While he looks at her, she whispers a plea achingly and painfully. Her voice is barely audible as she admits she can no longer fight. The weight of her words seems to call a dark memory of a massacre she witnessed. The bloody scene of despair crushes even the young winged girl nearby. She freezes in silent horror. She continues to speak in fragments. Her gaze is fixed on the shattered fragments of a blade nearby, and she mourns her defeat that she could not protect the castle and the holy knight she was sworn to serve. Suddenly it dawns on him as he looks at her more closely. The thought appears that this fragile, broken girl might be one of the elite defenders of the castle. Before he can ask anything else, her strength finally fails and she falls forward onto the cold ground, losing consciousness. He turns to the companion and with new determination declares that they must immediately take the girl to Lindworm for treatment, even as his winged comrade doubts. Are they betraying their original path to the castle? As they prepare to carry her, her last fading words hang in the air, a chilling revelation. The one they seek is no longer within the castle walls. Above the kingdom of Elwyn, high in the sky, an almost majestic creature soars over sprawling forests and distant mountains, a silent witness to the drama unfolding below. In the silence of the royal archives, Prince Zex corners the trembling leader, Gideon, into a dead end, the blade already in hand, and a sharp question bursting from his lips. He explains his appearance here is no accident. He came precisely to investigate the records that Gideon is desperately trying to hide. He demands an answer. The prince gestures toward the charred remains of the book and asks what secrets were so dangerous that they had to be burned to silence them. The old pages tell of the day when someone from the dragon lineage sent to the beast master a prophecy about the infant sacred dragon. It also describes a creature resembling a small white lizard, a detail that carries far more weight than its modest appearance. When he connects these ancient words with the boy he once knew, the prince is suddenly enlightened. Levin Eeks managed to accomplish the impossible. The burden of this discovery weighs on him. He prepares to report to the king about the colossal losses the kingdom has suffered, in his thoughts where exactly Levin might be at this very moment. At the very top of the back of the great land dragon, Lindworm, the young tamer prepares for a new life. Far from the world he once knew, he sets a modest goal, to cultivate a small field to feed himself in this secluded sanctuary. Before starting work, he confides in his companions. They talk about the dark-haired knight who collapsed unconscious. She is still sleeping deeply, not having moved once since they mounted the dragon's back. Though he has many questions for her, he agrees her main priority now is to rest. Turning his thoughts back to work, he announces the start of the project for growing and restoring Lindworm reclamation. His enthusiasm is immediately picked up by everyone. The companions immediately get to work on the land, loosening the soil and preparing the plot for planting. With a heavy hoe in his hands, he begins the exhausting work breaking the ground. Sweat gathers in drops on his forehead as he realizes, even a small plot requires colossal effort, but he does not betray his determination to achieve self-sufficiency for his small group. The field is a miserable strip of brown color against the backdrop of the boundless, scaly expanse of dragon skin. This is a modest beginning, a tiny island of crops amid a sea of ancient stone and moss covering its gigantic body. While he works, his thoughts slide into the past. He recalls how he once commanded numerous divine and magical beasts. He remembers contracts he held before exile and wonders whether to call upon those old allies for help with this exhausting manual labor, even though they were meant for completely different, much greater tasks. He immediately rejects this idea, feeling it would be disrespectful to call powerful entities just to make them ordinary farmers. Noticing his fatigue, the blonde companion finally suggests taking a break. She says she brought some sweets to treat them as a reward for hard work. They sit together on the uneven, rocky ground and take a pause while it lasts. He looks at the clear sky and wonders if it ever rains in such a strange place. Only then does he realize, the divine tree itself controls the environment, maintaining temperature and weather in perfect balance for their survival. Now he focuses on a simple task to light a fire, noting that the environment is in spring mode. But the small sparks suddenly turn into a huge pillar of flame, roaring and merciless, so he completely loses control. The sudden burst of heat and light makes him shudder in shock, and the girl next to him cries out in horror as the flame grows even stronger and seems to begin living its own life. The hellish flame goes mad and she steps forward, shielding him, forcing him to stay behind. In the heart of the fire, a dark, threatening figure begins to take shape. To their complete astonishment, the figure that emerges turns out not to be a monster but a majestic, crippled beast who greets him with joyful trust, calls him master, and makes him understand. This is his old comrade, Louis. The tension in the air dissipates as the giant creature calmly sits down, and the young girl blinks in confusion at the sharp change, from a palpable threat to a friendly reunion. Bowing respectfully, the monster officially introduces himself Louis, the Crimson Lion, and sincerely apologizes for the drama and suddenness of his arrival. This unexpected guest is actually the first fire beast with whom he made a contract during his apprenticeship, and now such an involuntary meeting on his dragon's back, even more incredible. Despite the joy of reunion, he cannot help but wonder how this could have happened at all. He asks where Louis came from if there was no summoning magic it was not cast to call him. He froze in shocked incomprehension while the great beast explains his appearance with a simple, sincere shrug, saying he just did everything to reach his master. The answer is so absurdly straightforward that it makes the young man doubt even the very logic of their world. The lion continues, admitting, the mechanics of his manifestation are still a mystery even to him. He was simply overwhelmed by desperate anxiety for his master's safety. It seems this frantic desire to help provoked the blinding light that threw him through the veil. When asked if he knows about the recent exile, the beast responds with a brisk affirmative nod. His loyalty has not wavered despite the change in status. Then he launches into a heated tirade against the king, confessing deep disgust at his selfishness and greed. The beast shows that through their shared bond, he felt his master's pain and sorrow, and the thought of continuing to serve such a cruel ruler becomes unbearable. Inspired by the devotion of the little girl, he humbles himself and asks for a chance to be just as useful to their cause. His unwavering loyalty impresses the listeners so much that the impression lasts a long time. With a look full of determination, Crimson Leo solemnly swears to give his life in service to his master, promising to do whatever is necessary to support this pair in the trials ahead. They both shine with joy. The warmth of reunion finally washes away the shadows that still remained after their past trials. As the sun sets over the cottage, the master sincerely thanks his old friend and calls him into their new life in Lindworm. The gentle moment of peace is interrupted by a familiar voice, calling them inside to the long-awaited feast. She exhales sharply with delight, looking at the incredible spread of food before them, her eyes wide open, filled with wonder. Nearby, a young girl gazes just as enchanted at the appetizing dishes, and their companion quietly chuckles, hinting that this is not all. With pride, he raises the main dish, a large hot pizza with vegetables and cheese baked in a stone oven. The aroma spreads in the air, and he solemnly presents it with flair, eager to share the result of their hard work. A little earlier, the majestic beast offered his help. His fiery nature made him the perfect candidate to withstand the fierce heat needed for the furnace. Although he reduced his enormous form to fit in the space, his strength remained formidable, which both pleased the master and slightly overwhelmed him with its devotion. In the stone hearth, the flame dances with jeweler's precision, maintaining a perfectly even temperature. The controlled flame from the beast's maw infuses the flatbread with a rich, smoky flavor. Each piece comes out perfectly cooked. He can barely contain his delight, insisting that his new companion is truly the best. The lion-like creature shines with pride, happy to have become useful to its master, while the young girl watches this touching conversation with a barely noticeable smile. They quickly gather around the great beast, showering him with praise and affection for his culinary contribution. He purrs dissentingly while they admire how soft and fluffy his mane is. The fierce warrior is now a gentle giant in the warmth of their company. When dusk falls on the silence in the hut, she turns to her companion with an interested expression and asks him to tell how he and the majestic lion first met. He settles in and warns, this is a long story that began back in his days of training as a holy user. While the story is just beginning, a young girl and her fluffy protector are already drifting into peaceful sleep, curled up together on the floor. Nearby, the remains of their meal have been cleared away, leaving only the silence of the house at night and the promise of new adventures ahead. The great beast finally calmed down after the feast, so its master only had to deal with the consequences. He smiled warmly, wiping the plate, and the satisfaction from the successful dinner still warmed his thoughts. While he was washing the dishes in the sink, he thought about how lively that lunch had been. It was a real relief to see how quickly Elfie found a common language with the whole group and made the house truly full. He stepped into the kitchen again and let out a tired sigh, feeling how the fatigue of the day finally caught up with him. His gaze slid toward the bed where the mysterious girl lay. He wondered if she would ever wake up. His concern for her condition grew with every hour of her silence. The silence in the room sharply contrasted with the memory of the outburst of rage. King Julian was choking with despair and growling with frustration, unable to accept that the girl before him was branded with the cursed craft of the Dark Knight. He finally gathered his thoughts and officially met Eris at the border guard, noting the tragic beauty of the seasoned warrior, emphasizing how she was still very young yet bore such a heavy, life-shortening burden. This cursed path gave her incredible combat power, allowing her to grow a huge scythe. But the power had a terrible price. Each use drained her very life force, exchanging the future for the present mind. While the king pondered her fate, a messenger ran in frantically and reported, "The silver demon is attacking the city gates." Julian wasted no time and ordered the young girl to turn around and face the threat head-on. He gave his final order, promising, as soon as she repels the silver demon at Marley Castle, she will finally become his concubine. Eris, burdened by the weight of the scythe and the curse she bore, turned to face the impossible task. She inhaled the air gas as the battle turned into a disaster, left with a broken body and shattered soul, until she managed to tear out the order to retreat with a trembling throat. Her vision began to blur as darkness closed in around her. Each breath became a struggle and echoed in the suffocating silence of the forest. She lay motionless on the cold ground. Her mighty weapon was cast aside. A grim realization descended upon her. The price of the Dark Knight's power was her own life, and she wondered how many years she had just burned. At that moment, the answer no longer mattered. Disappearing into the shadows, she felt an empty need to simply vanish and let the world go on without her. The darkness was suddenly pierced by two wide golden eyes. A huge maned beast loomed over her, filled with surprised curiosity. The great creature turned and ran swiftly back to the nearest dwelling, recognizing the spark of life and bursting into a wild roar as the guest finally came to. The door creaked and opened in a moment as he entered the room with Arya, and at that very second the girl caught the smell of fresh food, still confused, tightly clutching the blankets. She raised her gaze to the strangers with wide, frightened eyes and demanded to know who they were. She stares into the bowl of porridge. Confusion overwhelms her. She realizes this is not the afterlife. Levin offers her food, urging, "Eat," but she hesitates, worried because she does not trust a dish prepared by a stranger in this foreign place. As the warm dish fills the room with aroma, her stomach betrays her with a rumble so loud that Levin and Arya continue to watch her with gentle care. He reminds her she needs to eat slowly because the porridge is still quite hot. Resigned to the situation, she takes a small bite and thinks that it hardly matters what exactly she is eating, given the shortened life. Levin watches her closely, recalling that he read somewhere this dish is especially good for recovery. The tender, warm taste hits her unexpectedly hard. Her eyes immediately fill with tears as she admits that it is truly incredibly delicious. The kindness of this gesture seems to break through her protective armor. This moment of calm triggers a distant memory of a time when she was much younger and far more vulnerable. In her memories, her mother sat by her bed and lifted a bowl of what she called magic soup so that she would recover faster. Then she dreamed of only one thing: to live quietly and peacefully in the warmth of her family. Return to the harsh reality of today. The burden of her choice and the sentence of fate break her completely, and her sobs echo in the quiet room. Levin can do nothing and silently watches, feeling the depth of the sorrow she carries within herself. She finally reveals the dark truth. As a Dark Knight, she sacrificed her own life force for the power to fight, and her time is almost up. Her voice thick with despair demands to know why they should even bother trying to save the one already destined to become the great. Levin catches Eris as she collapses, her body convulsing from violent coughing fits, blood appearing and staining her lips. She gasps hoarsely for air, eyes wide open, filled with confusion, pain, and the question of why this is happening to her. At that moment, he anxiously watches Arya examine the unconscious girl. Arya's face is tense and stern. She says the child has spent a dangerously large amount of her life force, putting her now in a critical, life-threatening condition. He looks away and his thoughts rush back to the ruins of Marley Castle. And only now does he realize the fierce battle that Eris endured was probably fought against Arya herself, the Holy Knight. The girl's breathing remains shallow and convulsive. Her face is covered in sweat as she sinks into a feverish sleep. He recalls the stories of the formidable knight named Eris, a young woman who risked everything to protect her nation, despite each such attempt leaving a heavy mark on her body. Next to him, Elfie trembles with indignation. Her voice breaks as she condemns the cruelty of those who forced Eris to use her power, knowing the cost. She turns to him and begs him to find a way to save her. He looks down at the suffering girl, and the burden of her calling seems more like a curse than a gift. Reaching out, he quietly takes her palm in his silent promise to find a way to ease her burden. He looks at her from top to bottom, relief and still unrelieved anxiety in his gaze. His heart is still heavy from the trial they have just endured. His breath catches as she suddenly reaches out and grabs his hand, her eyes wide open with a strange, empty childishness, and she calls him mother and freezes in admiration, marveling at the size of his palm. He whimpers from deep stupor at this strange name, while the rest of the group watches the scene unfold with shock and confusion at her sudden change of character. They are soon overwhelmed by a real hysterical fit. She begins wildly kicking her legs, stubbornly demands rice porridge from before, and refuses to cooperate with anyone. He brings her a fresh bowl of warm lunch to the bed and she finally calms down, although he has to repeatedly push her hand away so she doesn't burn herself while being fed. When she leans closer and holds her mouth open in impatient expectation, he feels a wave of nervous tension, realizing how much worse it has become and how everything has turned strange. With a heavy heart, he listens as others suggest. She has undergone a complete infantile regression, and with every tearful, stubborn demand she makes, this version seems more and more likely. He gently guides her to the food for the sake of health, and eventually wins her consent with a promise of praise. She responds with a playful, skeptical look. He watches closely as she looks away, and her voice trembles long-buried resentment in it. She complains that her father never praised her, even though she fought so hard. The admission throws him off balance. He did not expect her thoughts to turn to her father at this moment of regression. Under the pressure that has overwhelmed her, she recalls the strict demands, at least to be useful to the nation. She curls up tiny and fragile against the pillows. The burden of those expectations still weighs in her young mind. Raising her eyes to him with eyes full of tears, she asks a painful question. How much longer will she have to hold on and continue? A forced smile cracks, hiding deep fatigue while she aloud contemplates what to do next. The dam finally breaks and she sobs, clutching her face in her hands, pleadingly insisting that she feels she is about to die. The incredible force of her despair fills the silence of the room and her fragile body trembles with every breath. In the silence of the infirmary, he stays by her side, a silent witness to what she has endured. Between them there seems to be an abyss while she wraps herself in blankets, seeking comfort that words alone cannot provide. With a trembling hand, she reaches out and calls for her mother, begging her not to go anywhere. Her eyes are clouded with sorrow and a trembling longing, and her gaze is lost in a memory of a time when the battlefield had not yet taken her spirit. Outside the walls of their sanctuary, the conflict between Cronia and Elwyn still smolders, unresolved and merciless. If they caught her now, she would once again be just a convenient tool for the military. He asserts his decision, his gaze sharpens as he watches her sleep. And right then and there he decides there is no reason for her to keep fighting until only a fragment of her life remains. He weighed the burden of the curse from the epic flipping, realizing that the S-rank Dark Knight class is a load that only a few can bear without divine protection. Breaking such a hex formula seemed impossible, but this thought propelled him into a sudden decisive movement, which made the small creature at his feet shudder. He suddenly made a firm decision, and it was immediately visible. The blonde woman watched him closely. Her voice sounded like a quiet whisper as she tried to understand the change in his behavior. He remained silent for a moment longer, lost in his own conviction. Nearby, a young girl with one horn dropped a spark of hope, realizing that her own unique nature could become the key to saving their comrade from rejection. While he prepared to depart, his companion, mounting a majestic winged beast, asked why undertake such a deadly dangerous task. He admitted that his action might be seen as selfishness, yet stubbornly declared, if there is even the tiniest chance to help, he must do it. In a moment, the great beast rose into the sky and carried them over the endless rolling landscape. They began the search. They eventually descended to a dark, looming patch of forest where thick mist clung to the ground. He signaled the beast to land, feeling that they had reached their destination. As soon as they touched the ground, the winged girl warned them of a tangible threat. The entire area was suffocated by a toxic haze. She believed it was a lingering trace of the ancient chemical war of the Elven army, and it was because of this that he forced himself to cover his face from the burning air. This abandoned place coincided with gloomy rumors whispered in the neighboring village about a one-horned creature that settled in the depths of the poisonous lake. He stands with his comrades at the edge of the clearing. The poisoned forest looms with a heavy silence as they finally see their target. Before them is a legendary beast, majestic but gloomy. Its overly long, spiral horns reveal that it is the bighorn of the poison lake. Elfie confirms its identity and says that strength might be the key to breaking the curse, although the beast is known as the unclean holy beast. Eager to help, the girl with wings prepares to strike, believing they must defeat the creature to take its power. He quickly intervenes, grabbing her hand and explaining that violence is not the answer, which confuses her even more. He moved forward alone, calmly, steadily, step by step, leaving his friends behind. He spoke quietly, called himself the tamer of sacred beasts, and made it clear he came not as an enemy but as one who understands her nature. He gives a gentle smile, assuring the creature that nothing threatens it from him. Despite the defensive stance of the bighorn lamb and the low, rumbling growl escaping from its throat, he does not back down. His presence radiates calm. When he approaches, he notices the poisonous state of the surrounding waters. He makes it clear the monster is not the cause of this plague, and he explains that he understands the creature does not attack people out of malice but is bound to this place for a much nobler reason. Suddenly he is struck by the thought. The bighorn itself is not dirty, it deliberately absorbs forest impurities into its own body. Like a living filter, the beast cleanses the land and protects the people living nearby at the cost of its own health. Under the impression of this selfless act, he bows his head in gratitude, thanking the exhausted guard for his years of service, then sincerely requests, explaining that he needs his unique strength to save someone dear to him, hoping the beast will recognize a kindred spirit. He bows low to the majestic beast with dark fur, and his voice is steady as he solemnly requests a contract, pleading earnestly to grant him his power for the sake of another. In response to his sincere plea, a radiant, ethereal light flares from the bighorn, washing away the shadows of his vice while the contract is forged. Sometime later, the scene shifts to a quiet, secluded log cabin hidden in the silence of a small clearing, far from the direct dangers of the forest. In the modest dwelling, the young woman suddenly jerks upright in bed, and her face flushes a deep crimson as she recalls her recent behavior, and a silent, shy scream escapes her. Her sudden outburst draws the attention of the great lion sitting nearby. He says with relief that he is sincerely glad her mind has finally cleared, although she seems more concerned about the incredible softness of his fur. Confused by the majestic fluffiness of the creature, she presses him into a tight embrace and whispers how sweet he is, while her companion watches the touching scene with a gentle, understanding smile. She buries her face in the warm fur of the lion. She mumbles that this piece already seems like a distant memory, even whispering aloud in her thoughts whether she has ended up in heaven. But the beast quickly manages to convince her she is still alive. Seeing her strength returning, the lion gently suggests they go outside for some fresh air, and the fair-haired woman approaches the bed to check on how her friend is recovering. As soon as the young woman steps into the open air, her gaze is immediately captured an incredible view. She freezes and looks at the boundless sea of clouds, then the green field somewhere in the distance, unable to understand where she has ended up, as if she has stepped into a dream or even into the very sky. Beside her, Louis explains the impossible truth. They are now standing on the back of the giant earth dragon, Lindworm. She is shocked. Her consciousness races wildly as she tries to comprehend who her master really is, having once made a contract with such a legendary creature. The line plainly says, the story will be long. He continues, explaining, just like her, their master was once exiled from his country, losing his place in the world until he found a way here. She listens silently, and the thought of their shared fate settles in her heart as she remembers the boy who saved her. She tightly clasps her hands near her chest, the burden of the past weighs on her. In a trembling, quiet voice, she admits she did not choose this path. She simply ran away because she had nowhere else to go. Seeing her despair, the beast offers another perspective. He says there is no shame in running away when you must. She raises her eyes to him wide open as she considers the thought that her flight was not a failure, but a beginning. The great darkness gently reminds her, if she wants to stay here, then this place, this very corner, will become her new home, her true place where she belongs. He speaks so confidently that her heart, full of anxiety, gradually calms down. Eris is silent, and her face softens in expression. She remembers the life she left behind and the one she might find here. The wind glides across her cheek, bringing the scent of a future she never dared to imagine. Her thoughts drift again to simpler timesome memory of a warm, ordinary home where the family shared food and peace reigned. This was the life she had always longed for, a quiet existence filled with simple family love, far from the burden of her noble origin. She looked at the vast expanses of lindworm and the wind tugged at her long hair. The thought of starting anew in such a quiet place, living not as a knight but as an ordinary girl, filled her with a quiet warmth. Her dreaminess was broken by a voice calling her name. She looked down. A shadow of doubt flashed across her face as she assessed her current fragile state. Levin and Elfie hurried to her. Anxiety was frozen on their faces. He asked if she could really get out of bed and inquired about her condition. He was puzzled by the sudden attention and the memory of how he had carried her. She begged them to forget how she had looked before. But Levin, despite this, steered the conversation in another direction, said he had an important matter to discuss. He looked her straight in the eyes and his face showed sincere concentration. She straightened up, giving him her full attention. In a calm voice he voiced a bold version. It was thought that he would find a way to lift the curse of the dark night that haunted her. He asked if she was ready to take the risk and try to break free from this burden. The young woman stared at him in response, and in her eyes burned shock along with hope that was just beginning to rise. A life without the cursey life where she could truly be in her place suddenly became very close. Levin tells Eris his plan. He wants to break the curse of the dark night that torments her by borrowing the power of a sacred being. She listens silently, and in her gaze hope and uncertainty mingle, and she asks how such a thing can even be done. Their conversation is broken by a dull, heavy, rhythmic thud. A terrifying creature crawls out of the shadows. A bighorn ram with dark, tousled fur and overly long, spiral horns. The girl shudders in shock, her eyes wide open at the sight of this majestic beast. She takes a step forward to ease her own fears, presents Bighorn as his hired and obedient companion, and assures that, despite the formidable appearance, it is a sacred creature. She is still cautious, asks what kind of contract it is and what it means for her salvation. A giant creature bends so low that its huge, intelligent eyes are level with her face, and a soft, feminine voice echoes in her head with a polite greeting. The unexpected kindness in the beast's tone makes her heart trembling and at the same time gives a strange, quiet reassurance. He returns to the bighorn, which he addresses as Edel, and asks for an assessment of the girl's condition. The beast confirms his suspicions, explaining that her life force is deliberately drained by the very nature of the Dark Knight's role. From this revelation, the girl freezes in shock. The boy ponders this and realizes her life force is not simply fading into nothingness, it is being actively drawn away. He tries to catch the nuance, guessing whether there really is a difference between the two fates while glancing alternately at his companion and the beast. The beast explains their species has a unique ability, the power to cleanse curses by reversing the flow of energy. By using it, they can stop depletion and restore what darkness has taken. She gazes at the bighorn with new hope as a promise of salvation is laid before her. The voice assures they will be able to return her stolen life force, giving a spark of light and a long shadow of her curse. She freezes in disbelief, her eyes widen as the weight of revelation settles inside. The possibility of the future, the possibility of truly living, seems like a dream she never even dared to have, especially after being told her life would be short. Nearby, Levin watches intently. His presence is a reliable support as she struggles with the thought that maybe she is not doomed. While she listens, Bighorn Edel unfolds a plan. If she connects her Dark Knight abilities, she can use the moment to reverse the flow of curses. Such a reversal will actually return the life force that was drained from her and turn the very root cause of her suffering into a source of restoration. While he speaks, Levin tries to clarify exactly what steps are needed. His brow furrows with concern about the risks. She suddenly is overwhelmed by a wave of anxiety. With a trembling voice, she utters a terrible thought about what might happen if the ritual fails. Feeling her fear, the winged girl steps forward and gently takes her hands, softly squeezing as if to soothe her. With a confident look, she asks to trust her and hand over the process to her skillful hands. Warmth spreads from her touch, beginning to calm her wildly beating heart. She continues, her facial expression softens into a gentle smile as she explains that she can feel the ebb and flow of life force in others. She assures her. She recognizes her essence clearly, a connection that allows her to safely guide the energy during cleansing. Realizing her words, Levin adds his own reassurance. He promises to intervene immediately as soon as the situation becomes even slightly dangerous. He admits that the help of their winged companion greatly strengthens his confidence in the outcome, yet she remains silent. Her gaze is fixed on the joined hands as she weighs the choice. Then he speaks with a new firm confidence. He asks her to take this chance and promises that they will all stand by her, protecting her. He asks if she is ready to try. His words become a direct challenge to the despair that had held her captive for so long. When he finishes, she lowers her gaze to her handshope still flickers in her eyes, but stubborn doubts immediately tear it apart. The idea of truly starting life with a clean slate is so beautiful that it frightens her. Now she has to decide whether to take this path. She takes a deep breath, tightly clasps her hands over her chest, and declares that she will dare to try the rituals. Seeing her determination, the team gathers in the open field and runs through the strategy one last time. Since the strategy is detailed to the smallest detail, it becomes clear. Louis will launch the attack, forcing her to defend by using her Dark Knight abilities. Then Edel will be able to invert the life-draining curse and restore her vitality. She exclaims in shock for a moment, asking if Louis is really meant to be her opponent, but the logic of the plan remains unshakable. The curse must be provoked in order to be broken. Seeing her hesitation, the others encourage her with words, but she is still a little confused by the weight of the task ahead. 11 understands that more power may be needed for the ritual's success and suggests calling for more help, a plan supported by both Louis and Edel. He reflects on the bond that connects him with his comrades and feels the time has come to call those who have been waiting for this moment. With a focused shout, he activates his magical summoning. A bright emblem flares on the ground and energy tears the air in waves. From the light emerge 3 winged warriors, Valkyrie Sister Sand. Bowing respectfully, they greet their master after a long absence. They descended like a blanket of gracie, so quietly and solemnly that it contradicted their warrior might. Large white wings folded as soon as they touched the ground. Elfie and Arya watched in awe, recognizing the legendary figure as divine messengers called to stand beside them. Stepping forward, the 3 warriors quickly and habitually assessed the situation, and one asked if they really should unleash their full power. Another confirmed again that they were ready to give their heavenly might for Eris. Despite all readiness, the leader's sister could not hold back and sharply expressed a complaint about the suddenness of the summoning, accusing their master of relentless demands. He could only awkwardly apologize in response for such a sudden call to arms. He tried to ease the tension, but from her barely noticeable smiles, the sister made it clear their offense was not genuine. Their playful quarrels hinted at an old bond that went beyond the formal roles of master and servant. He expressed sincere gratitude. He told them how much it meant that they responded so quickly to his call. The warmth in his voice reflected genuine joy at meeting old allies again. The pink-haired warrior finally gave in. She crossed her arms and demanded a hearty stew as payment for her services. Slightly smiling, he gave his word and again turned his attention to the work with his hands, addressing the quiet girl waiting nearby. He gestured toward the gathered might of the Valkyries and the great lion, assuring Iris, together with such formidable allies nearby, she would be able to fully unlock her potential. She watched, her eyes wide open as the scale of the upcoming ritual finally truly dawned on her. A wave of nervous energy washed over her, her hand clenched tighter as she steeled her resolve for what was to come. The weight of this moment pressed from all sides, leaving her only to wonder how this trial would ultimately change her. She steeled her resolve, and her gaze did not waver as she prepared for the unknown. Whatever the outcome of the ritual, she was ready to accept it to the end, her heart bent under the burden of her choice. Behind her back, the winged sisters approached with solemn grandeur. Their presence was a silent testament to the gravity of the moment. They moved as one, their divine forms casting long shadows on the ground as they prepared to lend their strength. Together they raised their adorned spears and, holding them in competition, formed a protective circle around the ancient glowing seal. It pulsed with a steady golden light. The air hummed with the resonance of their combined power, and the ritual was firmly anchored in place. Their efforts made the magic boil, so Louis let out a thunderous roar, and his mane flared with raw energy. Simultaneously, a jagged dark saber began to manifest, wrapped in a twisted, sinister aura that seemed to devour the light around it. His roar still echoed when she grabbed the massive weapon. Her delicate body trembled from the colossal, destructive force surging through the hilt. A treacherous voice, cold and commanding, whispered to her thoughts. She would become his beauty, and the brevity of her measured life did not matter, only the perfection he saw was important. Her thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the memory of a cruel face of a man who once looked at her with cold indifference. He spoke of her death as a happy event, as if dying young and beautiful was a convenience, a way to preserve her image before time could. His mocking words were cut off as she let out a defiant scream and, gathering despair and determination, swung the heavy blade. Her eyes blazed with a fierce spark that challenged the darkness, and the strike unleashed a wild flash stream of energy that tore through the very boundaries of the ritual site. Their allies froze in stunned silence, shielding their eyes from the blinding glow of the explosion as the dust began to settle. Against the backdrop of dispersing smoke, the silhouette of the bicorn remained a silent witness to how everything had just transformed, while Levin and Arya watched, holding their breath. He watched as the blinding glow of the ritual began to fade, revealing the figure transformed by what was dissipating. Nearby stood a silent Ramvitskak, observing the birth of a new power until a torn, bloody shadow of a huge blade took shape in the air. She stood tall, though her figure was clad in dark armor, with majestic wings adorning her back, the very image of a dark knight. Feathers settled in the air like falling snow, and her gaze remained fixed and unyielding, though the success of restoring her life force was still uncertain as she gripped the weapon's hilt, manifested by her determination. Levin coughs as the smoke begins to disperse and his eyes search through the thick haze for others. He calls Eris, his voice breaking from tension and anxiety after the blinding flash of light that just devoured this area. He looks up as a winged silhouette crashes from the sky, and the roar of metal clashing against metal fills the air. With a heavy thud, the figure crashes into the ground and new armor clangs and rattles wildly until it finds its stance. He lunges forward sharply and manages to catch her at the last moment before she falls. Her huge white wings lightly touch him as he braces himself, holding back the sudden weight of her luxurious plated shell, and helps her recover after the descent. He silently watches as she lifts her gaze to him, and her face fills with pure incomprehension. She suddenly realizes she is still alive. He quietly whispers her name, and in his voice relief and wonder at her immense, striking transformation. He shudders as soon as she suddenly starts moving. Metal plates of her suit clank loudly with every gesture. She marvels at her own strength, exclaims that her body feels impossibly light, as if the crushing weight of the curse has vanished and been replaced by a surge of vitality. Arya and Elfie quickly run after them, their faces flashing with shock and admiration. The newcomers fix their gaze on the huge wings and magnificent armor, trying to understand how their friend looks now and how such a change happened. They listen as she confirms her victory with a radiant smile. Darkness has vanished. The feeling of freedom overwhelms her like it hasn't in years. The young girl wildly rejoices in the success of their bet, and the whole company celebrates the amazing recovery and the strength returned to their comrades. She returns again in a familiar form. The ghostly glow of her transformation finally fades. A calm voice confirms her life force is fully restored as soon as she successfully touched the true depth of her power as Dark Knight. He turns to the gathered group, and his voice sounds sincerely motivated as he thanks them for their tireless efforts. The heavenly warriors only nod in response, thoughtfully recalling how during the peak of the conflict their own formidable attacks proved futile. She freezes for a moment, and her eyes glide over his face, a mixture of uncertainty and gratitude in them. A quiet, hesitant word is about to be born on her lips as she tries to address the young man who saved her. He doesn't miss a single strike, manages to thank everyone present, from the mighty beast Edel and Louis to the Valkyries and even little Elfie. Nearby, a fair-haired knight exhales wearily, admitting that for the first time in many years he has used all his strength, and now it is completely exhausted. She quickly changes her mood. She comes closer, playfully and firmly reminding him of the promise he made. In her head there is only the reward: thick, hot, steaming chicken and vegetable stew, and the request he will gladly fulfill. She silently watches the exchange with a look of calm reflection, then finally asks if he is really the tamer of the sacred beast. When he answers without any hesitation, it is clear that she is truly surprised. He holds on to such a specific detail about his identity. She unfolds her distrust and explains that her experience with tamers has usually been with confident men of dirty character, so his gentle connection with companions is a rare case. He nodded understandingly. Even in a place like Elwyn, such unpleasant people, unfortunately, occur quite often. He meets her gaze with a gentle smile and shows sincere hope that they will all find a way to be happy together. He thinks, although they cannot control the races they were born into or the roles imposed on them, the choice of how to live their lives remains entirely theirs. He contemplates the strange turn of events and realizes, if he had not called Elfie, they would never have ended up on the dragon's back. Elfie holds on without joy while Eris Listencher's face softens as she absorbs the reality of what is happening. Suddenly a thought struck him and he exclaimed as if he had remembered something extremely important. Eris looked at him with curiosity, asking what could have caused such a sudden outburst. He explains the broth they used to eat before was for recovery, hence it was so bland, but now she can eat whatever she wants. He asks what her favorite dishes are to make sure she will enjoy future meals. Roz is in charge of the kitchen, so he insists. It is important for him to know the preferences of everyone who lives there. Everest freezes upon hearing such a casual mention that she lives with them. Her cheeks flush as she tries to process the invitation. Catching himself on the street of words, he freezes with shame. He was supposed to say it confidently about her future, but as soon as he realized what he had just hinted at, panic rose inside him. He quickly apologizes, admitting that perhaps he got carried away too soon, speaking as if she had already become a permanent resident. Eris, however, looks deeply moved. Her heart flutters at the thought that there will finally be a place to belong. After a minute of quiet reflection, she gently confesses her preference: hamburgers. He is momentarily paralyzed by such a simple, familiar request, and a faint smile appears on his lips. Then she asks him to simply call her Eris, noting that they are about the same age and now companions. She sincerely thanks him for bringing her here for a new chapter in her life, which begins with a warm handshake and the presence of their friends. She smiles warmly, her cheeks slightly blushing from shyness as she extends her hand. Although she admits she is still inexperienced in this, she modestly and formally asks them for advice and support in the coming days. He takes her hand in a firm, hospitable grip, and with a simple, sincere confirmation, seals their new agreement. While the connection has just been made, the beast in dark clothes spoke thoughtfully, as if considering that settling in such a place sounds quite pleasant, and asks if he will also be allowed to stay. His sudden request confuses the young man. Nearby, the winged warriors exchange understanding glances and jokingly hint that maybe they are in the way, then promise to watch over the group from a close distance. The blonde next to them can only stare wide-eyed at the rapidly expanding home. She immediately pulls back in confusion and demands to be told exactly where everyone plans to sleep and whether they intend to share one roof. He quietly snorts at her outburst and assures her that he intends to provide separate accommodations for their new guests. Despite the initial fright, she soon beams with delight, proudly noting how quickly their small community is growing, nodding and supporting others, feeling that their life is about to become much brighter and even more chaotic. While he looks at the group, a quiet, wistful hope flickers in his expression, and he silently wishes that someday he could bring other Aria to this peaceful place. Under the endless open sky, the motley company stands together in golden fields, a new chapter of their journey beginning under the watchful gaze of distant mountains. She stands in the kingdom of Elwyn, eyes wide with disbelief as the rumor of a renewed assault on Colonia reaches her. The very existence of a second strike seems impossible given the heavy losses they suffered during their previous clash. Nearby, a stern commander in heavy armor analyzes the strategic advantage of the moment and says that Colonia has not moved since the battle at Marley Castle ended. A subordinate tries to interject, calling out to the commander-in-chief, but he does not break away from the opportunity right before him. He shifts his cold gaze to her, and Arya Remus recalls her duty yet feels that she has probably forgotten her place. She objected, saying that the heavy losses after the previous battle make a renewed invasion a bad strategy, but her arguments are dismissed with a chilling lack of sympathy. The commander continues, imagining the battlefield where the power of the Holy Knight inspires the troops to break through wounds and fight endlessly, dismissing the cost of human life, considering minor injuries a small price for victory as long as the soldiers hold on to motivation. When she listens, her heart sinks even deeper as soon as he casually mentions the plan to poison the water supply of Colonia, laughing off any doubts about morality. He mocks her sudden talks about humanity, reminding her that she once proposed such a ruthless tactic as a rational option. She tries to justify her former advice, saying it was purely a rational recommendation made under pressure, and that the final decision was only up to the king. But he sharply interrupts her, demands to say whether she is trying to evade responsibility, and insists that her only role is to unquestioningly carry out the will of the crown. His eyes narrow with cold concentration as he repeatedly emphasizes, "These are direct orders from the king." He makes it clear that the invasion must begin and continue despite the burden it will place on the kingdom and its people, leaving no room for further objections. Exhausted and with her head bowed, hidden in a dim shadow, she finally surrenders, promising to begin preparations for a renewed offensive immediately. She swears not to betray the hopes placed on her, but her eyes reveal a deep, silent sorrow for the path she is forced to take. She stands in the cold, sterile corridor of the military command. Her gaze is fixed on the floor. Duties weigh heavily. Since she joined the Night Order, her life has become a series of similarly grim tasks, far from the noble ideals she once believed in. This burden is the price of her position, power granted by the crown, acting independently of her own desires or morals. She kneels before the king and is reminded, she is merely a vessel for the strength of the Holy Night, a tool to be used for expanding the kingdom. Even when orders call for inhuman acts, the carefully planned poisoning of the rival state's water supply still cannot turn away. The need for victory for Elwyn fell upon her like a shroud, suffocating her conscience. Alone with her own thoughts, she finally breaks down. Her hands tremble as she stifles her sobs. An internal conflict tears her apart. She hates the cruel path she is forced to take and fears that if Levin ever saw the monster she is becoming, the very foundation of her strength would vanish and wither. Her thoughts blur in him. She imagines how he tirelessly works as a beast rider for their home, not even suspecting the darkness in which she lives. Suddenly the silence of her reflections is cut. Someone's voice calls her by name. Turning at the sound, she sees a young woman with short dark hair approaching with a confident smile. The stranger explains that she was looking for Harem, that her appearance was a sudden intrusion into a private moment of despair. The novice leans forward with a creepy, familiar ease, throwing out phrases about rumors of an upcoming campaign against Colonia. She introduces herself as an animal trainer off the same age group as Levin, and this immediately sharpens her gaze. Even though the girl looks completely innocent, on the Holy Night, the stranger suddenly feels a wave of anxiety because of her brazen persistence. The new guest does not look malicious at first glance, but her pressing behavior and sudden arrival make her wonder what her true intentions are. She stands next to Levin as he lays out the next phase of their military strategy. He explains that he will bring up the Wyvernites as reinforcements and says that the griffin he summoned will definitely come in handy for her. Giving the last instruction, to handle things there while he retreats, he prepares to follow his guide. Expressing gratitude, she acknowledges that his support significantly expands their tactical capabilities. While she speaks, he turns to leave, says more preparations are needed, and asks her to wait until he returns. And just as he was about to leave, he stops and shares another portion of what he considers wonderful news. The sudden change in tone throws her off balance. She blinks, not understanding what this revelation could mean. The weight of his words hangs in the air, a firm and unequivocal message that their marriage is officially and formally already decided. The revelation hits her like a physical slap, and thoughts race to process the impossible. Images flash in her mind. They are like steam, seemingly a perfect S-rank match, and she convulsively tries to understand how such a thing can even exist. Seeing her despair, Eris bursts out a sharp, mocking laugh. The Holy Night begins to tremulously babble, insisting that some mistake has occurred. Supposedly, she is not worthy of such a union and has no intention of marrying anyone yet. Ignoring the protests, the dark-haired girl leans in closer with a predatory smile, her eyes flashing with cold delight. She declares once again with eerie certainty, the matter is settled and the decision is final. Then she reveals the true source of this power, explains that the king himself approved the alliance, and shows her ceremonial dagger as proof of the royal order. To the trembling girl, she says that she does not have the right to refuse. This is no longer a choice, it is an order from the throne. She freezes as he leans closer. His voice drops to a low, commanding tone as he declares that she now belongs to him. The weight of the royal decree hangs over them, sharp and undeniable, like a solemn, fiery salute. Suddenly the tension breaks when he gives a playful, almost mocking smile, says he was just joking before, and then officially greets her as his future bride. The sharp change of mood leaves a thick confusion in the air. Throwing a dismissive wave, he strides away measuredly, as if hinting that they will settle the minor details of their agreement later. She remains behind, head bowed, silence thick and anxious, watching him leave. Her fingers whiten on the fist as she clenches her hand into a fist, pressing it against her skirt. The physical tension reflects the inner turmoil caused by being reduced to a mere figure in a political game. Looking at the empty spot where he stood, she quietly breathes his name. Her face is covered by a complex shadow of regret and uncertainty. The scene explodes into chaos. The griffin, eternal sky, lashes forward wildly with primal fury. Soldiers bustle about, their screams drowned in noise, while the creatures tear the ear with deafening, piercing laughter. They desperately call for retreat and the use of anesthetic arrows. Seeing the slaughter, he shrinks in helplessness, unable to understand why his own comrade behaves like a wild animal. He can only guess where exactly this creature is trying to flee, while new arrows increasingly accurately pierce his feathered backs. Sudden, rhythmic slaps cut through the noise and distract him from the fight. A man approaches him with a confident gait. His presence is commanding and disorienting, and he also mocks the energy of the mad beast that rushes relentlessly. He is Urgus, a representative of the high nobility, whose arrival in the crowd causes a wave of recognition and anxiety. The young tamer meets his self-satisfied gaze with an icy look and demands to know the purpose of his arrival amid all this commotion. Leaning in too close like a predator, the commander quietly whispers that he has brought a specific plan to tame the unruly griffin. He says it as if presenting a gift, but his eyes reveal something else, a colder, calculated intent. He continues the psychological attack, warning that the king's patience is running out and that failure here could cost the boy his engagement to Arya. The weight of this threat hangs in the air and presses on the caretaker's resolve. He snaps a demand for the man to be silent, and patience finally breaks. He tears his gaze to the mocking face of the nobleman. Does the commander really have the confidence he shows, or is it just another layer of his deceitful nature? With a cold, composed smile, the man confirms his confidence. Behind him, the once mighty griffin is finally subdued. Heavy chains and the combined efforts of soldiers press it to the ground. He managed to restrain the griffin, but high above everything, a large dragon-like worm circles in the sky, a silent witness to the unfolding events. Meanwhile, on the Liven farm, he stands in the middle of a field bathed in golden oats, eyes wide with disbelief, clutching a sickle in his hands. Incredible, but the harvest ripened with unnatural speed, stretching as far as the eye can see. He asks how this could have happened, pointing out that less than a week has passed since the seeds were sown. Arya and Elfie just smile. They show the tied sheaves of ripe grain and explain that such a bountiful harvest is quite natural when they enhance it with their power. Thanks to their unique abilities, the riddle is quickly solved. Elfie used the water attribute Grace of Rain, and Arya illuminated the light attribute with sunlight. Liven is overwhelmed with gratitude, realizing that it was their combined magic that sharply accelerated growth, to the sincere admiration of both girls. When the group gathers, Louis lowers his head, a rare moment of humility. He says that, as a fiery beastman, he feels sorry. In cultivation, in this subtle art, he is of little use. Levin reassures him, but the pride of the lion beast seems somewhat hurt by the fact that he is not considered useful in this matter. But soon the great Lev and the Valkyrie sisters find their way to join in. They throw themselves into the hard work of transporting the massive hardest ones. Levin watches in awe as they effortlessly pull heavy bundles and feels deep relief. He is confident he can rely on such mighty allies in the exhausting work ahead. When the sun is high in the sky, the whole group stands ready at the edge of the endless field. A collective shout rises up as they prepare to start the final harvest together. Their spirits are high after seeing the fruits of their unconventional labor. In a moment the work is done. Levin proudly lifts the heavy sack of freshly ground flour next to the cheerful elf, who supports with applause. An incredible harvest was gathered, and finally they have the main ingredient to move forward with their plans. He stands before his companions, clutching a heavy sack of freshly ground flour. When Arya asks what his plans are for the harvest, he says he has already decided what to prepare for everyone, and this ignites a wave of eager anticipation in the young elf. Having moved to the kitchen, he explained that the process is amazingly simple. Just quickly mix the ingredients and bake immediately. Then he returned to the great lion, Louis, asking for help to heat the stone oven, and the beast carried out the request without hesitation. While he works, it occurs to him how the Valkyrie sisters used to enjoy these very treats. Their grateful reactions are still remembered. While the dough is already prepared and portioned on the baking sheet, he feels ready to work. His cat companion watches the process with keen interest. While the oven does its job, he shifts his gaze to the second task, preparing the supplement from the jar. Nearby, Arya and Elfie also perk up at the sweet, thick aroma filling the air. A few moments later, he carries the finished batch to the waiting group and announces that the wait is over. The Valkyrie sisters, sitting at the table, are immediately struck by the fragrant, enticing aroma wafting from the tray. Soon golden-brown scones made entirely from whole wheat flour lindworm rise in a heap on the tray. A ringing call for a shared snack spreads around, and this is the sign that their well-deserved break begins. The winged warriors rejoice at the offering. They recognize the familiar quality of his homemade baking. When he serves their table, they note how long it has been since they last enjoyed such a treat, and genuine delight lights up their faces. He carefully sets the table, placing various toppings for the freshly baked scones, explaining that he prepared clotted cream for Sapphire, ham for Ruby, honey for Topaz, and jam for Eris, tailoring the treats to each of their own preferences. When the group just starts eating, one of the Valkyrie sisters impatiently asks where her portion is, while the little white lizard Elfie is already busy with a mouthful of food. He watches them, quietly smiling, and notes their enthusiasm for the meal. So that no one remains hungry, he unveils a huge stack of scones so tall it reaches straight to the sky. The impressive scale of this tower of scones leaves his companions gaping in amazement. They silently gaze at the mountain of baked treats before them. Everyone settles into a comfortable rhythm, eating and chatting, and the air buzzes with contented chewing. The glossy blonde knight teases him, calling him a caring father for such efforts, but he just brushes it off. He knows that if there wasn't enough food, they would definitely complain. Under the open sky, the whole company gathers around a large table, and a huge beast lies nearby while the feast continues. This is a rare, peaceful moment of silence and shared joy on the farm. Eventually, the plates are emptied. Everyone leans back full to the brim. He takes a moment to sincerely thank, acknowledging this rich harvest was only possible thanks to the joint work and coordinated cooperation of all. Picking up his gesture, the winged girl bows her head, a deep gratitude in the very movement. She thanks the group for sharing their strength for Lindworm. Her voice is quiet, but true emotion is felt in it. Next to her, a dark-haired girl looks intently with a thoughtful expression and realizes how much she owes these people. Silently, she decides to find a way to repay the kindness that saved her life. Her gaze, fixed on her companions, fills with new determination. She pondered the genealogy of their newest companion and noted, Elfi is a princess from the race of the divine dragon, a people long believed to have vanished in ancient wars with demons. Next to her, he shared a quiet moment of distrust with the young dragon girl. He admitted that the reality of her summoning still seemed like a dream to him. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by flickering. A holographic figure flashed, which suddenly appeared and greatly frightened him. The spectral administrator showed a series of flickering diagrams. The settlement's population had more than doubled, so the city was officially promoted in rank. As a reward for this milestone, the entity announced the unlocking of a new artifact, a specialized storage device for preserving scorps. A soft ball of magical energy approached, and before them appeared a tall, luxurious cabinet, its surface relief adorned with delicate patterns. The administrator explained that this relic of the ancient city used powerful ice magic to maintain constant cold, preventing the body from decomposing and even freezing solid objects. He immediately grasped the potential of such a tool. Now, with the ability to store huge volumes of fresh ingredients, the farm's culinary possibilities became limitless. He addresses the entire group with infectious enthusiasm, promising to host a feast as soon as they have the means. His companions watch him. Some giggle, while others impatiently wait as he declares that everyone should look forward to his cooking. The next morning, the group arrives at the bustling market of Shirin village. He distributes their tasks. He takes on meat and vegetables and sends the rest to look for spices. Elfie, full of energy, plans to go together with Eris, promising to meet later. This excursion was planned since the night before, after Eris cautiously hinted that she wanted to join the shopping. She sat at the table, spoke quietly, and asked if she could go with them, and her request was met with warm and immediate agreement. Returning to the present moment, Elfie enthusiastically supports this idea and emphasizes, together the curse disappeared, Eris should see more of the world. She even offers to carry him and bring him to safety if something goes wrong. The offer brings a smile to his face as he confirms he has no objections. While they make their way through the crowded village streets, she watches Eris closely, who is wrapped quite tightly to conceal her identity. Sensing the other girl's anxiety, Elfie asks if she feels uneasy about being in such a crowded place. She gives a reassuring smile and tells Eris not to worry because she will be nearby to protect her. Such confident behavior momentarily stuns Eris. Her heart flutters at how reliable and calm her companion looks at this moment. They continue walking through the market, where Elfie's attention quickly drifts at the sight of some high-quality meat. She excitedly calls Eris to come and look, and Eris follows, still getting used to the too loud and dizzying sights and sounds of the village. While they walk, she tightens her hood and her gaze becomes serious as she leans in to ask a question. She wonders aloud if the rumors she has heard lately are true. She cautiously makes her way through the market. The hood is pulled low to hide her features, and her small companion stays very close. The winged girl nearby does not take her eyes off her. Vigilant eyes scour the crowd in search of any sign of trouble. Ahead, their leader cheerfully displays the loot supplies he managed to lure for a pittance. He does not suspect the heavy atmosphere behind until the boy calls and orders him to look at him. Noticing their sad faces, he asks what is troubling them both, and the stocky girl reveals the disturbing rumors she overheard about the kingdom's movements. He falls silent, pondering whether Elwyn will dare a new assault on Colonia now that they believe their opponent is no longer there to defend. Choking on guilt, she bitterly laments that fleeing the city has put everyone at risk and fears that because of her decision, even her friends might be sent to the front line. She gently contradicts self-blame, says she should not bear such a burden, and directly asks what she really wants now that she is free. He asks whether her unwavering sense of duty is just what her father or the king imposed on her, and she realizes her path might not have been her own. She stands before him, looking away, while he gently urges her to reconsider her own desires. He directly asks what she truly wants for herself, not what the kingdom expects from her. She clenches her fists so tightly that the knuckles turn white. It is hard for her. The burden of the question weighs down. The words seem to get stuck in her throat as she prepares to speak the truth she has long held back. With renewed determination, she looks him straight in the eyes and declares her noble status means nothing to her. Her only desire is to stay here and live a quiet, peaceful life alongside him and their companions. Her sudden statement momentarily silences both him and the young girl nearby. They silently look at Hirach's phrase filled with sincerity and strength. Seeing her determination, he decides they will set off for Marley Castle the very next day. At first, she shudders with fear at the thought of returning, but he explains it is she who must tell those who used her that she is no longer their tool. He gives her a calming smile and swears that she will never have to follow their orders again. Together, they will head to Marley Castle and submit her resignation once and for all, severing ties with her past while the towers of Marley Castle loom over them. She cries out in despair, her voice trembling as she calls her mother, while the world around seems to crumble to dust. They stop abruptly when Elfie, in the form of a lizard, shifts her gaze to the distant Marley Castle. She urgently warns that the fortress is under siege and calls Arya and Iris to inform them of the looming danger. Above the sprawling city, combat magic circles flare in the sky, revealing the full whirl of the battle. Liven speaks with a local official, confirming that King Julian truly commands the border guard and is now right in the thick of the clash. Since the fall of the castle would mean an unpunished invasion into the column, he decides protecting the king is their most urgent mission. He orders Elfie to lead them deep through the gates, understanding that action must be taken before it becomes too late. Meanwhile, on the high stone walls, the defenders take their places, bracing themselves in readiness for the next wave of assault as the enemy approaches. He pauses for a moment, wondering if Arya has also reached so far into the city, but as soon as he hears the cry of the nearest ally, his attention snaps back to the closest threat. Somewhere there, King Julian flies in complete madness, pale with fear and desperately fleeing from pursuers. Soldiers quickly converge, shouting that they have finally found their target. Eventually, he hit a dead end, choking with despair and fear when two armed men crossed their blades in front of him, blocking any chance to escape. He desperately tugged at the sword hilts. His hands trembled, but the blade refused to come out of the scabbard. The soldier looming over him barked a harsh order to stay back, and he aimed his own weapon forward with deadly intent. Despite the mockery of his attacker, who contemptuously hissed that the king abandons his own to save his own skin, he still pulled the stubborn steel bolt. The weight of his cowardice seemed frozen in the very weapon that was supposed to save him. Suddenly, through the tension, a voice cut through. He called the attackers cowards. A flash of light slid across the sharp blade, and this immediately showed the course of the fight had sharply changed. With a sharp burst of movement, a dark figure fell onto the scene. Her strike was so fast and so powerful that it cracked the ground beneath the soldiers. The force of the impact sent a shockwave through the corridor, terrifying the assassins who were already aiming to death. They were thrown away like rag dolls. In confusion, it was visible how they tried to understand where this devastating force came from. The air crackled from the remnants of the attack, and the enemies staggered, stunned, and vulnerable. They became a protective wall in front of the shaken monarch. The dark-haired girl remained calm until Levin and Arya rushed to her. Levin's voice was hoarse with anxiety as he checked on her, and she only confirmed she had arrived just in time to prevent the unthinkable. However, the king was by no means grateful. His face flushed crimson as he roared about how close he had come to death. He paced anxiously back and forth, and his fear turned into inappropriate, noisy rage at those who had just saved him. When the flash finally subsided, he shifted his gaze to the girl who had become a breach for him. A heavy, silent burden settled between them. On his face was a mix of shock that had not yet faded and the first realization of the power he had just witnessed. He shudders when the young woman approaches closer. Her voice is even, heavy, full of emotion. She addresses him as her father. He flares up with indignation, demanding to know where she was hiding and how she could return with such a defiant expression on her face. He snorts contemptuously, asking if she has any shred of pride left, the kind expected of a knight of the kingdom. Driven to the limit by his merciless insults, she screams back at the top of her lungs she has nothing left to protect from that pride. This rebellious scream pins him to the spot, paralyzed by rage. His features contort, turning into a grotesque grimace of shock and distrust while the surrounding nobles watch silently. Feeling how the silence hung, she announces her immediate resignation from knighthood and swears that she will never again be a puppet of his will and will not follow orders thoughtlessly. Then her voice falls to a mournful whisper as she admits that all she truly desired was to find her own happiness. Nearby, the commander watches intently as the family falls apart with a look of stern, silent concern. She continues to renounce, declaring that noble titles and the empty pride they carry mean nothing to her. The commander tries to intervene, calling her out loudly in a desperate attempt to maintain order somehow. He fervently insists that every harsh decision and every expectation placed on her was designed to secure her future, and she can only echo this in response with a deep, hollow doubt. He insists that the only path to happiness for Eris is to marry into high nobility and earn merits as a knight. But Levin and Arya disagree. They accuse him of selfishness and ignoring her true feelings, reminding how she nearly lost her life because of these empty achievements he imposed on her. King Julian, seeing the conflict intensify, begins to panic as soon as the truth about Eris's condition comes out. He stammers about rumors regarding her battle that shortens life and insists that he was never informed of the full level of threat. In despair, he tries to wash his hands of it all and insists, after all, he is not to blame for the reckless order given to her. His despair instantly turns into outraged, furious anger. He roars that Eris used her powers without his consent, asserting his authority over her as her fiancée. He demands that she obey, treating her like property, not a person with her own will. Eris stands in oppressive silence. Her gaze hides a shadow as the weight of his words settles. Julian continues to play a pitiful show, insisting that all this time he was searching for her, as if his reputation for care could cover up blatant selfishness. She looks at him with a cold, piercing gaze and brands him truly insurmountable. She is not interested in his ego. Her priority is the lives of innocent people who will have to pay for the war. She makes it clear, no blood will be shed for his pride. With a determined look, she announces, this will be her last act as a knight. She swears to stop the advance of the elven armies and protect Clinia herself, while the king remains agape at her sudden and unquestionable resistance. Standing directly before the throne, she delivers her final ultimatum. She demands immediate release from the ranks of knighthood and official dissolution of their engagement. The king is left gaping. Control over her completely slips from his hands. He explodes in childish rage, shouting that he will not allow her to leave or break their bond. Eris does not move, coldly explaining that he has no leverage. If he does not obey, the Marleyan castle will fall to the invaders and his reign will end anyway, regardless of her condition. He bursts into an attack of despair. His fingers dig into Eris's hands and he growls that some miserable low-born nobleman has no right to dictate terms with a seal. He snorts disgustedly and throws aside the doubt. How is she going to survive without his royal patronage if he is sure she has nowhere else to seek refuge in this world? His fierce grip suddenly breaks when Levin intervenes. He firmly grasps the monarch's wrists and demands he let her go. Eris recoils, her face contorted with pain and shock, and the king freezes, stunned as he looks at the commoner who dared to touch him. The youth does not flinch. He looks the king straight in the eyes coldly, closely, and declares that the one truly lost is the king himself, and that he has no home. He makes it clear that Uri already has a place to Bishet, is welcomed and cared for there, far from the suffocating walls of the palace. Under the weight of that unyielding gaze, the royal bravado begins to crumble. Sweat appears on the forehead, for he suddenly realizes she's power here has no strength at all. Stubbornly ignoring the monarch hissing from sparks, Levin calls Iris to follow him and leaves the king alone to seethe in his powerless rage. When the king stands trembling, suddenly a gigantic shadow looms over him. It swallows the light and chills the air. He slowly throws his head back. His eyes widen with pure, primal horror as he finally comprehends the scale of the threat above him. Above the oppressed, frightened little man looms the most ancient creature itself, the great land dragon. Its colossal presence punishes his arrogance with a silent sentence. It looms over the palace, a terrifying semblance of ancient power, from which King Julian falls into hysterical laughter and screams wildly. The monarch shudders with pure fear, but Levin remains astonishingly calm. Without unnecessary words, he calls the beast the great earth drak, lindworm, and shocks the trembling king even more by declaring that he himself holds the contract with the legendary creature. Sliding off the back of royal chaos, he orders Eris. If her wishes are ignored in this place, then their presence here means nothing. Gan gently suggests simply returning home. The king, somewhat recovering from the shock but still in a cold sweat, lets out a furious scream, points at them, and growls for his guards to stop their departure. In despair, the monarch continues to beg and shout, ordering his men to seize the aliens and not let them escape at any cost. The rumble of armored guards grows louder. Heavy footsteps thunder in the corridors as they converge to surround the two. Against this backdrop of chaos, Levin glances back at the soldiers and with a barely noticeable dry smile notes, the king definitely called a considerable reinforcement to deal with them. The youth quickly scans Eris to make sure she was not harmed after the sudden escalation. She calmly nods, assuring that she is fine. Leading her to a safe distance out of the guard's direct reach, he kneels on one knee and takes out a document that looks official. Lowering his gaze, he begins to read the parchment, preparing for the next phase of his plan. He tears his gaze away from the written oath. A sharp, confident snarl slides across his lips as he catches the eyes of his pursuers. While the king watches, mixing rage with growing anxiety, the young man holds the document high and asks one single, precise question about what the monarch intends to do next. The power balance has completely flipped. No, the fate of the entire meeting depends on the king's answer. The clash of steel echoes dully over the battlefield as the army of Lewin engages in battle with the forces of Cronia in a desperate struggle for dominance. Before her ranks, she raises her blade high and her voice cuts through the air with divine authority. She lifts the brave soldiers of Elven, declaring, "The sword she holds carries the very will of the goddess and will surely lead them to triumphant victory." A flash of determination in her eyes, and she leads the charge, ordering her troops to cast aside fear and hesitation. Their advance flies forward without stopping as they break straight through enemy lines. As the enemy breaks and flees, she looks down at a simple branch in her hand. Her face reveals nothing. Behind her, the commander-in-chief laughs loudly, admiring the retreating soldiers, praising her skill and saying how pleasant it is to witness such a flight, a feat truly worthy of the holy knight. He continues boasting and claims that the supposedly impregnable walls of Cronia will soon crumble. He hints that she must be incredibly proud to hold the power to control the course of the battle, but she silently objects. Her voice lacks the victorious triumph he expects. Ignoring his words, she averts her gaze from the carnage and reflects on the weight of her position, repeating that her actions are merely the fulfillment of duty. Nearby, the wounded creak and groan, a harsh reminder of the price of their supposed glory. The commander-in-chief watches her closely, narrowing his eyes as he considers her simple response. He finds her endurance and dedication to duty impressive, yet a calculating spark still smolders in his gaze. Her gloved hand grips the exquisite guard of her blade tighter, the leather creaking under the tension of her silent resolve. She is a symbol of hope. Her mere presence is enough to raise the troops for battle and steal from them the resolve to defend the nation. This duty drives her forward, the burden she carries as she formalizes her commitments, while the echo of soldiers' cries becomes a constant reminder of the lives resting on her shoulders. Meanwhile, King Julian's temper is breaking. He wildly throws furniture aside and curses the humiliating terms of the agreement he was forced to sign. Lewin watches the outburst with a mix of patience and discomfort, then finally asks if the king is satisfied enough to finally hand over the signed contract. Once the documents securely close the matter, attention shifts to Eris. She reads the official decree dissolving her knight order and, more importantly, canceling her engagement to the petulant king. She looks up as he approaches with a gentle smile and says she is finally free from her burdens. After the words, there is a moment of silence as news settles heavily, then her face hardens, and a new resolve appears in it. She explains that she must head to the castle gate immediately because the defense of Cronia is collapsing under the relentless attack of the Holy Knight. Before she leaves, he watches her walk away, and his thoughts race as he contemplates the colossal power of Arya and the shadow she casts over the entire conflict. While he remained lost in his thoughts, she let out a quiet, deliberate laugh and noted, "Dark Knight no longer poses a threat on the battlefield." After that previous encounter where Holy Knight outsmarted her with his tactical advantage, she was pushed to the limit and her strength was completely exhausted. This imaginary weakness is exactly what she intends to hunt. Her gaze narrows, and a cold, calculated determination to turn the tide of the war flashes in her eyes. She turns her back to the man, her voice steady as she orders Levin to take her father to safety. Levin reaches out to her in despair to make her stop, but her determination is already set. Her father Urgus looks at her, his face etched with anguish, and imploringly insists that he cannot allow her to sacrifice more of her lifespan in battle. His plea is cut off by a dark, horned figure appearing behind her, causing him to recoil in horror. The commander stammers from shock, hardly believing what he sees, but Levin calmly calls the creature Edelim a holy beast. At this news, Urgus is speechless. His eyes wide open, he stares at the legendary creature now serving his daughter. He freezes in stunned silence while she explains. She has a unique ability to absorb the unclean, so the curse of the Dark Knight will be lifted as long as she is near. She assures them that now her life is no longer the price for her power, and at these words, her breath chills and hearts fill with hope. Her words strike right in the very heart, and guilt overwhelms him. The commander bows his head low, and his voice trembles as he begs for her forgiveness for all the suffering he himself caused her. He admits that the guilt is entirely on his side and reveals his remorse openly in the fresh air. He looks at her through the pane as she glances back one last time. Her face is unreadable as she declares she will never again be a pawn in anyone's hands. Uttered as the last words of freedom, she turns to the beast waiting and leaves her father standing behind her escape. Moving towards Edel, she throws out, "The future of their broken relationship now entirely depends on her father." Urgust can only silently watch as his daughter prepares to set off on horseback. Her words hang between them like a heavy burden. As soon as she leaves, the commander turns to Levin with a tired, bitterly smiling grimace, complaining that he has shown a truly pathetic side of himself. Levin utters a quiet word of support, acknowledging the complexity of the relationship between father and daughter, who has finally forged her own path. He turns away from the king's desperate cries and leads his people away from the collapsed fortifications. Behind him, the corpulent monarch wildly flails his arms, vainly trying to stop the retreat, shouting for them not to abandon him, but the commander's decision is unchanging. When the leadership falls apart, Marley Castle Gate of Colonia turns into a complete ruin. The shelling from Elwyn army does not slow down, there is no sign of a stop, and the reports from the front line are frightening. Archers and shield bearers are almost completely destroyed. Above the walls, on the very battlements, the remaining mages strain all their strength to hold the flickering magical barrier. Their leaders roar orders to unleash all their might and stand to the death, delaying the advance at any cost to buy a few more precious moments. But still the tension becomes unbearable. One mage falls to his knees, his strength exhausted. Despite harsh orders from his comrade to get up, he rasps that his mana is completely depleted from continuous casting, and his body finally betrays him. When the magical protection begins to falter, under a thunderous explosion, one section of the huge stone wall finally gives way. A lone soldier freezes in icy horror as the very foundations of the fortress crumble into a pile of dust and debris. The fall of the wall means the complete collapse of the magical barrier. It vanishes into nothingness. Seizing the moment, the Elwyn invasion unleashed fierce roars for a full-scale attack. Commanders shouted at soldiers to storm the breach and tear down the flag of Cologne. They watch as a sea of enemies flows like a wave through the broken gates. The surviving mages are gripped by a paralyzing sense of hopelessness. They understand with icy certainty, no matter how many they fell, more and more keep coming. The city's defense has reached a tragic end. Far above the slaughter and the screams of the dying, Eris leaps through the skies riding the majestic bicorn, Edel. They leave the fall of the kingdom behind, and their sharp silhouettes cut through the clouds as they begin their journey into a new, uncertain future. She was flying headlong through the air on the back of a rough beast, her dark hair trailing behind like a flag of defiance. Below, one of the mages stood frozen in shocked silence. His eyes were wide open as he saw the impossible rescue from the falling city. They retreated from the colony's ruined walls, and her face turned to stone, giving birth to a new, icy resolve. The mages on the ground could not believe their own eyes. They whispered her name aloud, not realizing that the Dark Knight had finally broken her chains and now had become a force beyond their control, doomed to carve a path of upheaval in her shadow. Urgus stands before the gates of Colonia, his gaze fixed on the vulnerable city. When the barrier is finally broken, he orders his troops to seize the chance and break the city to its very foundations. He sharply thrusts his finger forward and his voice thunders the command, "Attack." In response, the dark-haired girl does not retreat, narrows her gaze, and silently vows that they will not take a single step further. She releases a devastating barrage of dark energy that tears through the air. The impact force is undeniable. The frontline soldiers fly into the sky like rag dolls amid crackling discharges of power. When the dust finally settles, the once unshakable line of attackers lies broken and scattered on the ground. The girl does not move. Her faithful bicorn stands straight behind her back while the echo of the explosion fades. The sudden display of power stuns the spectators. They freeze in shock. Levin, frozen and choked with amazement, whispers the name of the legendary Dark Knight, while the commander nearby only stammers confusedly, not understanding where this unexpected obstacle came from. She looks down from her elevation, and her face reveals nothing as she meets the gaze of the pale-faced knight. Arya can hardly believe her eyes. Did this girl even get here and stand in their way? The commander's shock quickly turns to rage. He roars that the obstacle comes from the Dark Knight of the colony, and this was never part of his calculations. Seeing a dead end, the blonde knight steps forward with firm resolve and declares she will handle it herself. She prepares to face her former acquaintance. Her features harden, her face fills with grim determination. The time for questions has passed, only the duty of the Holy Knight remains. She stands unshakably, and her gaze fixes on the Dark Knight, addresses him as Silver Devil. Eris, in turn, maintains a polite, almost mocking manner, thanking the Holy Knight for their previous encounter. She listens, not believing her own ears, as the Dark Knight reveals, the long-awaited retirement is almost within reach. Despite the surprise, the warrior assures her that she is in perfect shape and dismisses any fears about health or readiness for battle. She watches as her rival, with a sharp gleam in her eyes, announces, since this is the end, she is going to raise one last huge slaughter. Before she can recover, the Dark Knight lunges at her. A giant clawed weapon cuts through the air as he closes the distance in a continuous blur of motion. She raises her defensine. The blow is deafening, as the dark blade cuts and tears through the defense, grinding it down to a screech and throwing sparks into the air. Fixing her gaze on the darkness and fears of the Dark Knight, she sees and is pierced by a sharp cold. This time, everything is different with her opponent, completely different. She feels the full merciless weight of the attack, much stronger than their previous encounter. She does not repel it. Instead, it seems to her as if an invincible force is swallowing her, even though she pours every ounce of her strength into the fight. Clenching his teeth and moving with a desperate need to protect those behind him, the Dark Knight echoes this word with a chilling, hollow curiosity. Her dark power flares even brighter. She gets lost in the whirlpool of memories. The roar of clashing steel and the weight of her duty echo in her head. A voice from the past asks what she is really protecting as she looks at her younger self and her companions in a moment of brief calm. Watching her from afar, Levin suddenly feels a cold, eerie revelation. He is sure it is Himhai's old friend, but he cannot reconcile the gentle girl he knew with the terrible title of the silver-haired demon that now haunts her. He still watches, and his heart aches with pain when he sees visible torment on her face. He does not want to believe that she would ever choose this path of conflict or desire the chaos unfolding around him, certain that this cannot be what she truly wants. Despite inner torment, the clash between the two women only intensifies. Arya begs her rival to withdraw the troops, but in the bloody slaughter, the dark-haired girl does not relent. Her voice trembles as she admits she simply cannot fulfill this request. Having no other way out, the Dark Knight prepares to strike. Her mighty, jagged sword crackles with dark energy. She warns, if Arya does not retreat voluntarily, she will be forced to move by force, and feathers from the wings will fall in the air like snow. The air hums with power as the strange, lightning-filled weapon is raised in hand. Arya only freezes. Stunned silence shatters from the force of the magical discharge, and the blade's descent is reflected in her wide-open, frightened eyes. The dispute lasts a moment and ends definitively. The blonde knight lies on the ground powerless, while the victor stands over her with wings spread, demonstrating undeniable superiority. The victor declares the clash over. Then she again demands the opposing forces to retreat. Looking at her fallen opponent, she swears, as soon as Arya admits defeat, this senseless slaughter will finally come to an end. She stood over the fallen enemy, the dark energy of her blade crackling cold, final. Despite the fierce pressure, the silver-haired woman on the ground did not give up, whispering that the fight was not over yet. The fallen knight gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his forehead like rain as she clung to her determination. From afar across the battlefield came a desperate cry with her name, but her gaze remained fixed on the impossible to rise again. She froze in despair when he suddenly broke through the clouds, riding a magnificent winged creature and leading a flock of flying monsters. Loudly announcing his arrival, he apologized for the delay and confidently declared that his bride was right in the very whirl of the heavens. They met eyes for a moment. The shock of his sudden appearance stopped the tension of the duel for a second. He pointed abruptly at the dark-haired girl, and she recognized the creature beneath him, the very griffin that Lord August had summoned. The beast let out a piercing scream, and its feathers ruffled it, unleashed a display of wild, untamed power. It was undoubtedly the same creature from the ritual, but now its presence carried something that completely changed the situation and made it far more dangerous than before. Its author leaned closer, his breath caught when he noticed the unnatural blood-red glow burning in the creature's eyes. Realizing the gravity, he urgently called his little companion Elfi to strengthen him. He feared the beast was no longer itself. A cold horror overwhelmed him as he looked into the frenzied gaze of the griffin, and suddenly it dawned on him. The creature was no longer controlled by anyone. He whispered a stern warning to himself, realizing that every soul on this battlefield was now in mortal danger. The beast only needed to start behaving completely erratically. The young enchantress, full of fire, commands her majestic bird to soar above the battlefield. A deafening cry that makes the air tremble, and the creature prepares to unleash all its fury on the defenders of Colonia. Under the majestic beast, the infantrymen recognize the familiar silhouette of the griffin of their commander. Seeing the chaos he sows, they rally, urging each other, seize the moment and break through the castle walls while the enemy is distracted. Somewhere high above all the chaos, the commander himself stands on the broad back of the creature, urging the beast with cold, cruel zeal, demanding even greater destruction from his faithful servant. And in Gryffindor there is a dark reflection, and in a moment a terrible loss of control is visible. He strikes, tears the space, and his furious shockwave rips the air. The soldiers on the ground are thrown into panic, and horror overwhelms them as they realize the beast no longer distinguishes friend from foe. The relentless, merciless slaughter continues. The battlefield is complete ruins, and the monster's strength tears rank after rank apart. From afar, the Holy Knight Watchesh is overwhelmed with total disbelief, and her heart falls as she sees the senseless massacre their own comrades suffer from that beast. She sharply confronts the commander. Her voice trembles with outrage as she demands to know why he allows such betrayal. He only mocks, coldly cutting her off, saying the beast is currently unable to restrain itself and such losses are a necessary sacrifice. He continues to reject her pleas, insisting that the ultimate goal to crush the enemy justifies the cost of their own lives, then looks at her and reminds her that as their numbers dwindle, it is time for her to finally fulfill her role on the front line. She free swords press on her like a lead weight settling in the body. The commander's voice echoes in her head, a cruel reminder. In his eyes, soldiers are just expendable tools used and discarded while her strength remains at his disposal. She watches in horror as the majestic griffin releases a piercing scream. Its mighty form thrashes wildly and fights fiercely. The young conscript clings desperately to the beast, her face a mask of shock as the creature's power spins out of control. In this chaos, she can only stare, frozen with distrust in her eyes, her hands trembling, while the eternal sky rapidly falls to the earth. The realization that their main trump card has turned into a curse lies heavily on her heart like a stone. For now, the battlefield explodes with new waves of chaos. The defenders of Colonia scramble to recover, spells clash with steel, and the cries of the wounded intertwine with the roars of dying griffins as the course of the battle unpredictably shifts each time. Against the backdrop of the massacre, the dark-haired knight surged forward. Her blade flashed brightly as she lunged to intercept the raging beast. She called to the others to recover and gather their magic, while she held the line against the mad, torn fury of the griffin. With a stubborn, fiercely determined look, she declares that the spirit of Colonia cannot be broken. She swears they will resist as many times as necessary, relying on the unbreakable strength that inspires everyone around. In response to her battle cry, the soldiers find a second wind. They raise their weapons and shout their loyalty. They swear to be the shield that protects the home and follow her. Exemplesh once again plunges into the thick of the fight. From afar, the young boy feels relief. He believes the city's defense is in reliable hands. He quietly whispers a word of hope and does not take his eyes off the brave knight who has taken command of the situation. Near the bicorn, he watches everything intently and mystically, sensing that something is terribly wrong here. He sees that the flow of life force in the griffin is twisted, so the madness of this creature is not natural but a result of an alien, external distortion that twists and breaks it. He feels the air change as Levin watches the griffin engulfed by madness. The boy understands. The beast has lost all reason. Its eyes burn with an ominous red and it strikes indiscriminately at both its own and others. It becomes clear to him, some imposed force, most likely a drug, is the cause of this unnatural rage. Due to this critical situation, the young man grabs his little companion Elfi and insists that they must stop this massacre immediately. The little lizard chirps in response, ready to help. Nearby, the young sorceress freezes in amazement. Her admiration grows as she realizes that the griffin was once the partner of the commander himself. She recalls how, moments before this commotion, the commander handed her mysterious medicine, boasting that it was the key to their victory. Despite her hesitation and concern for the beast's welfare, he assured her the substance was safe, as it had already been tested on other creatures to keep the griffin under their control. Under his pressure, she gathered and hardened her resolve, promising to lead the beast effectively. She believed, as long as they achieved victory, any means would be justified, unaware of the true cost of the commander's ambition. For now, across the entire battlefield, Era surveys the place where soldiers lie broken and defeated. She grits her teeth in frustration, angry at the delay and the growing losses caused by the uncontrollable creature. As chaos unfolds, her gaze falls on the commander, who harshly vents his rage on Arya. He roars, demanding, "Let her gather with the people and raise the troops," reminding her that her duty is to serve the king and maintain order despite the carnage around. She remains silent, bowing her head and tightly clasps her hands on her knees. The weight of the commander's demands and the sight of suffering tear at her conscience. While she, as if bound, hangs in this clash, the griffin lets out a piercing scream. Massive wings beat the air and it continues its frenzied attack. Levin sharply leaps forward and shouts the creature's name, Eternal Sky, without stopping, trying to reach what remains of its spirit. Eris yells at him to stop before the beast drags him into its mad fury. She watches in horror as the griffins tear apart the peak's summit. That wild scream rips the air, and Levin desperately tries to divert its attention from the inevitable disasters. Suddenly, a thunderous roar floods the entire chaos. A harsh strike shakes the ground beneath their feet. Because of this sudden aid, a small white lizard, Elfi, dashes forward with unexpected fury. Her tiny body blazes as she strikes the huge creature with incredible force. In a moment, the dazzling light begins to fade, and Arya freezes, stunned, because the griffin's material form trembles, flickers, and dissolves into the air like mist. As the light disperses, the little lizard is gone, replaced by a winged girl who exhales a long, relieved sigh. And Arya can only freeze and watch with wide, bewildered eyes, observing the incredible transformation. In response to the stunned silence, the mysterious girl happily twirls in place and solemnly declares that the intervention is a complete success. She looks infinitely pleased with herself. Her joyful behavior sharply contrasts with how moments ago all eyes were fixed around. When the first shock passes, Arya quietly expresses gratitude to the girl, now known as Elfi, and her voice trembles, containing both relief and still not fully dispelled confusion. Despite the victory, she remains deeply troubled. Thoughts race, pondering what has just happened. Doubt gnaws at her whether Elfi truly changed only for her, and the very weight of this thought leaves both gratitude and boundless uncertainty about the future in her heart. She is still on her knees, and the burden of the just experienced battle does not let her go as she looks up, not believing her own eyes. Before her is a familiar figure of a boy she knows so well, her childhood friend from whom fate separated her. His appearance is a sudden anchor in this mess after chaos, and her voice barely trembles as she utters his name, checking if he is really here. Eleven stands before Arya, holding her voice steady and acknowledging how long it has been since their last meeting. She suddenly frees, her face flushes with shock and a wave of overwhelming emotions due to his sudden appearance. When their hands touch in a hesitant contact, she tries to find her voice while thoughts rush, fueling uncertainty, where to even begin and how to explain the path she has taken. The silence between them presses with the weight of words that were never spoken. The emotional dam finally breaks and she collapses, choking in a fit of hysterical, loud sobbing, no longer able to hold back the pressure of reunion. He looks at her with exhausted irritation, hand on his hip, while she continues to choke on confused, tearful panics in the midst of chaos she herself has brought upon. He takes control of the situation and sternly orders her to sit and look at him. He begins listing the alarming reports he has heard: poison in battle, forced mobilization of wounded soldiers, and her own reckless defeats. She can only barely utter weak, stammering denials as the full weight of her actions crashes down on her. She is silent and her gaze slides down to the floor. The shame of her decisions finally begins to reach her, and her former confidence completely disappears. Clenching the fabric of her dress, she gazes into the harsh reality of her life within the Night Order. Her greatest fear was that he, of all people, would find out about the dark and dubious tasks she was forced into as soon as she joined their ranks. Instead of further reproaches, he sharply pulls her to himself in a firm, strong embrace and quietly whispers an apology. Holding her, a grim realization flashes across his face. Finally understands the enormous burden she carried alone. He comprehends the heavy load Arya bore and realizes she was simply drawn into the conflict against her will. He concludes that he has no right to judge her for the choice she was forced into while serving this order. Suddenly, the silence breaks as Commander Urgus rushes to them like a whirlwind. His voice thunders in order for the young man to retreat from the Holy Night. Urgus looms over him, recognizing in him a former official of the court of the Elven Kingdom of his rank level. The commander's tone becomes accusatory. He demands to know what was done to his majestic beast, the eternal sky. He looks up at the commander. For a moment, recognition flashes across his face. The face seems familiar, stirring a memory of something he once decided to leave behind. The commander snorts contemptuously right in his face, mocking him as an unworthy conscript, a failure who was exiled from his homeland for incompetence. This revelation hits Arya like a physical blow. Her eyes open wide in shock, and the word exiled echoes in her mind, shattering her perception of the man before her. She turns to him, her voice trembling as she implores him to deny the commander's claim. But he only averts his gaze, acknowledging the truth of his exile while trying to explain the tangled misunderstandings that led to it. Against the tense backdrop, the young, self-possessed girl watches the exchange, growing more and more confused by the second. She calls for the woman and thinks of her mother, demanding to know who this man really is. And he struggles desperately to find words to explain this chaotic situation. He begins to explain that the story is long and complicated, but the young sorceress cuts him off mid-sentence and shouts at the commander to stay away from Arya, whom she boldly declares as her fiancé. Fueled by this outburst, she intensifies her tirade. Pointing a finger, she orders the commander to quickly get back to his lair instead of ignoring her. Behind her shoulders, a winged girl shakes her head. It is clear she has lost patience with this spectacle. At the girl's exclamation, Arya's face suddenly hardens and she commands them to stop. Her voice, heavy with authority, cuts through the noise. Suddenly, a wild wave of energy explodes. Someone shouts for them not to interfere. The force throws a figure into the sky. It flies and flips in the air. In a moment, the young sorceress stands her ground and insists that her mother is right in the middle of an important conversation. Arya watches, increasingly overwhelmed by confusion as she tries to comprehend the strange relationships unfolding before her. As the group watches, the conversation shifts to a mysterious girl. She confirms that she is a partner from the legendary divine race of dragons, a being capable of taking human form. Feeling the weight of revelation, she looks at Levin with new respect, suddenly understanding the depth of his nature, and wonders if it is finally time to put an end to this struggle. Her gaze is still fixed on him as he acknowledges the suspicion. The griffin is running wild because it was drugged. He warns that the entire arena is at risk and asks Arya to withdraw the troops so he can stop the creature himself. He had just made his request, but Arya's face trembled with deep conflict. Tears flickered in her eyes, which she had not yet shed while struggling with the weight of her duty. She explained that she simply could not do it. This battle is a direct order from the king himself, and she swore never to disobey his royal will, no matter what she personally felt. Suddenly, the conversation was cut off. The griffin, recovering with terrible speed, dived in a steep slide right at them, and Levin roared at Arya, while the young girl immediately took cover behind him. The beast was moving too fast, and a cold realization overwhelmed him. He would not have time to intercept the strike. Meanwhile, Elfie prepared for the inevitable collision. With a rumble and crack, the giant creature landed right in front of him. Its wings raised a dense cloud of dust and debris. Both Arya and the mysterious girl watched silently, holding their breath. A mixture of terror and confusion froze on their faces from the sudden halt of the beast's aggression. Instead of attacking, Levin extended his hand and gently embraced the head of the great bird, quietly whispering that he had finally found her again. The griffin let out a quiet, aching cry, its eyes filled with tears and reflected the boy's tears. He recognized her as his mother, and his rage melted away. The sharp change in the majestic creature's mood threw Levin off balance. He was silent, eyes wide with disbelief, trying to comprehend what was happening. Suddenly it surged forward with a joyful cry and called him Mom, wrapping its huge wings around the frightened boy. Arya and Elfie could only watch, stunned and silent. Their faces froze in shock, a strange tenderness from that terrifying beast which moments ago had frightened them. He struggles, desperately breaking free from the caressing feathers, and frantically insists that he is not anyone's mother, but the creature does not let go. It chirps in response stubbornly, with devotion, as if saying it has been searching for its mother for a very long time and now will not stop. Pressing against his cheek, the beast purrs with pleasure and finally declares that he has indeed found his true master. Levin's resistance begins to melt, giving way to exhausted submission, as he realizes how deeply this creature feels a connection to him. This revelation brings back memories of the ritual of summoning the holy beast, a solemn event where, they say, the fates of trainers and their companions are forever bound. The burden of that day hangs in the air. The true nature of the bond is once again questioned. The story of both eggs appears. One of them was already known as Elfwy, and the other was always considered to belong to Commander August. But the griffin clarifies, its egg simply landed in front of the commander by accident, a pure coincidence of fate that led to years of misunderstandings. A terrible insight overwhelms Levin as he puts all the pieces together. Both eggs, in fact, he himself summoned them, the one the beast calls Mama. He freezes, staring into the distance, and pales with shock, realizing that he is the source of the power that caused so much chaos. Because Urgus was never the true master, he had no choice but to use cruel drugs to drive the griffin into mindless, blind rage. Levin stands still. The pieces form a single picture as he comprehends the full extent of the commander's deception and the creature's torment. He looks at the majestic creature, bound by heavy chains, and reflects on the suffering it endured from the very day he was expelled. The weight of its suffering falls on him like a heavy stone. The monster was seen only as a tool of the state. Subdued by drugs, its will broken, and it could not escape those it hated while searching for its true master. Looking into its tired eyes, he sees a reflection of his own former torments, a shared pain between master and beast, both seeking each other in the darkness. Reaching out his hand, he offers peace, a silent promise of a different future. He pulls the magnificent feathered creature into a firm embrace, whispering apologies for the long delay and the oppressive loneliness the creature had to endure alone. Assuring the beast that its days of suffering are over, he vows to protect it from now on. While comrades watch the touching reunion with relief, the creature responds with a soft, ringing, trilling cry. Now he understands this injustice extends far beyond this one creature, and the beast seems to acknowledge it with a sharp, conscious gaze. His thoughts hit the throne. The king and his commanders cynically write off lives as expendable material, devouring the souls of subjects to fuel their own selfish wars with their obedience. He stands with his back to her, his gaze fixed on the horizon, while he questions the foundation of their duty. He aloud wonders if a nation that considers its defenders and sacred beasts as disposable tools is worthy of service. Behind him, Arya falters, lowering her head as she tries to gather her own voice, her identity, as a holy night clashes with the harsh reality he has just revealed. Turning back to her, he extends his hand, a silent pleading pause for her to choose another path. Against the backdrop of the mysterious girl and the large bird-like creature waiting behind, he asks Arya to leave her old life behind and join them. This is an invitation to find a new purpose free from the poison of corruption of the kingdom they once served. Levin looks at Arya with a stern gaze and suggests that the two of them leave the kingdom and find a place to settle. She responds coldly, her eyes wide with shock as his words sink heavily into her mind. She lowers her gaze and the calm disappears from her face. Worry overwhelms her as she explains that she cannot simply abandon her post. If they both left, she fears for the fate of Lumiere village. The kingdom would refuse support or, worse, resort to revenge. He quietly apologizes and blames his own exile, saying that because of him they ended up in this situation. But as soon as she hears this, a sharp fire ignites within her and she bursts out with a desperate prohibition. She does not accept his self-blame. She leans forward, her voice firm with conviction, insisting that he has done nothing wrong. She will beg him to try to clarify the misunderstanding with the authorities, hoping there is still a chance to return to his former life. He stands confidently, his gaze steady, telling her, returning is simply not an option. The finality in his voice momentarily throws her off balance. Anxiety grows on her face. When she asks for a reason, his gaze breaks to the horizon. Resting, covered in calm, lies the gigantic form of the dragon Lindworm. He says he has made a contract with another sacred creature and is now building a new home right on its enormous back. She can hardly believe what she hears. She gasps as she begins to grasp the scale of his new life. He admits, although he calls it home, it is now more like a mountain of ruins. He continues, explaining that he and Elfie are working together to slowly restore the site. She still cannot believe what she has heard. Her mind spins as she tries to comprehend the truth that he lives right above a legendary creature. She freezes in stunned silence as the meaning of his words finally reaches her. He speaks plainly. Although the dragon's back is now his home, he has not renounced their former life in Lumber Village. He is just looking toward another horizon. He looks up at the huge creature hovering above them. He shares an even grander plan. He wants to transport the entire village of Lumber on the back of a worm-like red moving along the lines. The scale of this dream takes her breath away, and in her eyes reflects what he describes the impossible, said with such confidence. He tells of a sanctuary he found and describes the dragon's back as land of soft soil and pure water beyond the reach of any kingdom. He insists they can forge their own future without the empty protection of a crown. Although she is torn by her duties as commander, his determination does not waver as he offers a final solution to bring this conflict to a definitive end. The statement hangs in the air, simple, yet a huge oath, to put an end to the cycle of violence. Far from the quiet heights of the dragon, war gnaws at the very depths in the colonial gold mines. Overseers bark orders, driving workers to dig with desperate, frantic speed, while the echo of pickaxes striking stone rolls through the canyon. King Julian paces back and forth nearby, twisted by greed and irritation, demanding more. He insists the current income is by no means sufficient. His outburst of rage breaks off as he notices the unexpected arrival of a young trainer and his company. The king's shock instantly turns to outrage. He growls, demanding they leave, asserting his absolute power over this land. He calmly, as if analyzing, watches the royal outburst, noting the man's obvious despair. In his voice, a sharp knife, he asks if the monarch is about to flee again, sensing the foundations of his confidence crumbling. The pieces of the puzzle fall into place, and the understanding heiress conveyed about the true nature of the invasion surfaces in memory. The war was never about ideals, it was a greedy seizure of the wealth of mines. And if Colonio falls, the entire region will be swallowed by the insatiable greed of Elwyn's forces. He continues the verbal assault, mocking the king who desperately tries to squeeze funds from his mind for escape, while the monarch, drenched in sweat, can only stammer and deny. He watches as the king directs his fury at the workers, shouting for them to shut up and keep digging, insisting their thoughts mean nothing to the crown. He is met by an increasingly loud murmur from the miners. They begin to ask why their commander is here and not at the border, and why they are still digging when the kingdom is under threat. He is cut off by attention. He lashes out in anger, snapping at the teenager before him, reproaching his audacity, demanding to know what happened to Eris, to whom he entrusted everything. When tension rises, the cold truth of what is happening becomes exposed. Whether colonial wins or is defeated, the cycle of invasions will continue as long as gold remains the prize. Then he delivers the final blow calmly, states that the fastest way to end the conflict is simply to destroy the gold mine itself. He is met with the king's mocking laughter. The king ridicules the boy for the thought that he has such power, until a sign obligation appears, a reminder to the monarch of the authority he himself once granted. He is left in stunned stupor as soon as the legal trap is triggered, and the young man orders the site to be urgently evacuated, officially declaring the mine closed. He notices relief. It washes over the workers like a wave when they realize the grip of King Julian is finally broken. They celebrate their new freedom, and joy lights up their faces like it hasn't in years, grateful to be freed from the oppressive demands of the crown. Seeing their enthusiasm, he offers them a new beginning. He tells them about a job near his home that needs skilled hands. And the prospect of honest work away from the shadow of the crown ignites a wave of excitement in the one who eagerly spoke about the chance for a fresh start and a better life. Shifting his attention to the matter, he asks Elfie if she can manifest a barrier around the mine to contain the inevitable explosion and minimize its impact. She promises she will manage, while Arya watches over him. Concern mixes on her face with the slowly growing respect for the responsibility he bears. When she questions the value of destroying such a huge fortune, he simply replies, "Her happiness is worth much more than any gold mine." The sincerity of his words confuses Hirsch cannot even utter a word. Her cheeks flush as she tries to comprehend his selfless attitude, spoken so casually as if it were about deep feelings. The plan is agreed upon, so the squad rises into the sky. Majestic griffins beat their wings against the air, gaining altitude. He nods it's time to move to their final positions. Now the operation enters its most critical phase. Somewhere high above the clouds, he firmly sits on the top of a great bird and gazes at the horizon while they fly towards the place. The wind lashes them diagonally, a silent witness to the turning point of the war and the bold step that will change everything. Suddenly, a flash of light cuts through the distant sky, illuminating it like a beacon through the thick air. He immediately recognizes it as the signal they were waiting for, time to start the final phase of mine destruction. He summons the ancient power of the great earth dragon Lindworm to fulfill its role in destruction. The giant creature acknowledges the command with a deep, loud affirmation and is already ready to unleash its destructive might on the gold mine. A massive dragon opens its jaws. Between its teeth forms a sphere of blinding energy. Below, unsuspecting Elwyn soldiers look up, and their confusion moment by moment turns into primal terror as the sky darkens with the shadow of the beast. A devastating stream of pure heat is released. A pillar of light roars through the air. In the valley echoes a desperate cry, a plea to stop the destruction, but the power of the ancient beast is irresistible. The diamond-shaped body sinks into the earth with force like a falling star, cutting through stone and soil with frightening ease. The soil itself seems to wheeze under the weight of celestial fire. In the finale, a blinding flash, the golden mine, the source of so much torment, vanishes from existence. The explosion is silent and complete. After it, only a charred crater remains where once stood a mountain. When the smoke begins to clear, the observation units scramble and try to report the impossible to the rest of the army. Over the radio, they send fragmented messages. Supposedly, a mysterious giant dragon appeared from the clouds and with a focused heat beam evaporated the entire gold mine. They whisper among themselves in the shadow of the ruins. Their combat power is shattered by the spectacle of undeniable force. Soldiers exchange fearful glances, asking if this is the hidden weapon Colonia or some divine retribution, and conclude they have no way to withstand such a monster. Seeing the destruction and loss of their goal, Elwyn's forces began to retreat in panic. The ranks scattered and they fled the battlefield in disorder. Nearby, the mages defending the city watched this retreat with a mixture of relief and astonishment. Then did they finally connect the sudden, unnatural cloud with the appearance of the great beast. She watches the retreating army and her heart tightens with pain, her gaze fixed on the horizon where the dragon vanished into the sky. A quiet, worried whisper escaping through her sighs as she calls his name and thinks how far he went to protect them all. She stands amid the aftermath, and nearby looms a gigantic dragon. Levin watches with pleasure as the troops retreat and notes everything succeeded. Then he turns to her and calls out, full of urgency and relief, making it clear that the immediate threat has passed. When the battle ended, he joyfully said that she and Eris were finally freed from the cycle of conflict. With hope in his smile, he asks her the answer he had waited for so long. She looks away for a moment, her face unreadable, then quietly gives a simple confirmation. While she speaks, her thoughts soar into the distant countless times she imagined life beside him and wonders how wonderful it would be just to walk away from the exhausting. A fleeting dream brings her a barely noticeable smile as she sincerely thanks him for everything he has done. And just as she begins to explain the harsh truth, determination strengthens. She cannot leave with him. Her duty as a holy knight has bound her to the road she will not easily abandon, no matter what personal desires she may have. In response to his confusion, she reveals a darker secret. She speaks of a specific dagger that ties her to her present life and apologizes for her silence. Against the backdrop of the memory, a chilling laugh echoes, and he remains puzzled by how mysteriously her confession sounds. Suddenly, behind the young moon appears a gigantic figure with long, luxurious hair and a bold smile. The stranger coldly remarks that the festive night is indeed a very busy lady, and his appearance signals a new, dangerous turn in their journey. Levin sharply turns around, eyes wide with anxiety. Suddenly, a foreign presence appears in the air. He demands to know who dared to intrude, his voice cutting through the silence, a sharp protective instinct for those standing behind him. The villain quietly, mockingly chuckles, a low, muffled sound trembling with superiority. He surveys the group with predatory delight, noting that they have brought along a far too interesting company, and his unexpected arrival seems even more justified because of this. He squints without averting his gaze from the winged girl and reduces her legendary origin to the level of an ordinary nuisance. For him, the appearance of a divine dragon is just an interesting detail, a story to be told once he finishes his current business. Turning his back to the youth, the stranger pushes him away and declares that he does not care about his presence. Everything in him is focused on one thing, and he moves toward his true goal with chilling determination. He reaches out his hand and his fingers close firmly, inevitably gripping her. She struggles, air stuck in her throat, and Levin desperately shouts her name as a futile warning. The man bows with feigned royal manner, and his voice flows with restrained yet deadly polite threat. He calls her by her full name. Arya Ramusen declares that he has come to escort her back. She looks at him stunned, her voice trembling as she recognizes the man, Lord Drake. He only twists a smile, as if surprised by her lack of joy at meeting a comrade from the Langren ducal house. And Levin looks on confused, while this name raises a barely perceptible, troubling memory. He stands here with weight of his own reputation as head of the Langren ducal house precedes him. Levin recognizes the name, a famous knight, yet he does not back down. Taking a step forward, the youth declares that no matter what status Drake holds, he will not allow Oriya to be taken and demands the newcomer must leave immediately. He tries to intervene, but the man lets out a sharp laugh and dismisses the demand as a ridiculous request. As soon as the young man steps forward, the stranger smoothly draws a small, exquisite dagger from his cloak. His movements are practiced, calm. He watches as her body begins to twitch from deep, ingrained fear, and her breath falters near the edge of the blade. The young man notices a change in her behavior, and his confusion grows as he demands to know how this man could possibly have such knowledge. She fixed her gaze on the dagger, loyalty, a ceremonial weapon tied to the very essence of Holy Knight Soth. The blade coldly gleamed with a silvery light, showing a bond not so easily broken. He twists the dagger in his hand, noting its rarity and mocking the fact that it is not lethal, a taunt at the goddess's temperament. Noticing that the boy has no idea what this dagger means, the knight becomes increasingly amused and calls the artifact a price that must be paid. He leans closer and his smile widens as he explains, the price of power is a cruel mechanism. If the Holy Knight betrays the one to whom they swore this blade, they will lose what they hold most dear. He silently watches as realization hits the boy like a physical blow. As long as that dagger remains in his hands, Arya is bound to him, no escape, no hiding. She sees his despair. The stranger mockingly strokes the girl's head and tells her not to worry, in a tone dripping with the poison of feigned concern. He suddenly lunges forward, chasing the man with a roar of rage, and makes a terrifying promise to take care of the girl in his place. The knight of the season effortlessly manages to dive aside his mocking, only emphasizes the chasm between their powers. He dismisses the encounter as over, glances at his own tight schedule, and sets off. As soon as he disappears into the distance, he takes the captive Arya with him, while Levin remains shouting her name in a futile, tearfully terrifying place. A single black ribbon slowly spreads through the air, the only thing left from the struggle. Below, Levin sits hunched over, weighed down by the burden of defeat. He clings to the bitter truth that he was powerless to protect her. He grits his teeth and curses burst from his lips as he silently, in agony, stares at the ground. Despite complete hopelessness, somewhere beneath the grief still trembles a spark of determination. It will not let this be the end. With his silent, iron vow, he swears to find her at any cost. Meanwhile, far away in the kingdom of Elwyn, a fragment scatters from the clatter of broken glass. A demand for answers echoes through the royal halls. King Julian Bello freezes in disbelief, his face twisted with rage when he heard about the destruction of the gold mines and the humiliating defeat of the army. Nearby, Drake watches with a cold, mocking smile, urging young Levin to explain his defeat to the sovereign. The young sorceress tries to recount the horror of the sudden appearance of the dragon and the devastating flame that burst from its jaws, but the king cuts her off. His roaring voice, "Such a story is impossible," he refuses to admit that any creature is capable of such total annihilation. She freezes under his watchful, accusatory gaze, her eyes widening with fear. The king leans closer, and his voice drips with impatience as he demands to learn the fate of the magnificent griffin. Trembling, she reveals the truth. The eternal sky was stolen by the very man standing before them. The king's suspicion turns to confusion as he shifts his gaze between the defeated boy and the silent, threatening figure of Drake, trying to understand why they returned in such a state. The king looks down from his throne and demands the name of the boy in question. Drake stands beside the young griffin summoner and explains, "This is Levin, a failure who, during the sacred ritual, managed to summon only a lizard egg." He dismisses the boy as a worthless tamaran. The king shudders, recalling that pitiful creature. She quickly interrupts and confirms that this very boy snatched the griffin from the royal grass. His jaw tightens in silent rage as realization finally dawns. He grits his teeth, haunted by the memory of the magnificent beast that refused to obey his royal command, such an insult he cannot forgive. He suddenly explodes in fury, shouting that such a claim is a lie. He refuses to believe that a commoner who failed the summoning could possess any power. As the king's roar echoes through the hall, Drake merely smirks boldly and then claps his hands, signaling to end this theatrical spectacle. The dark-haired man leans forward with a condescending smile, hinting to the monarch that his initial judgment of the boy might have been a fatal mistake. He continues his explanation, clarifying that the creature Levin possessed was never just a lizard. He notices the king's eyes widen sharply in pure shock as the ancient Phrastivine dragon tribe is spoken. Next, he reveals the stunning truth. The small white companion that Levin carried was actually a colossal dragon that destroyed the gold mini, a living rarity from legends. When the king stammers in a trembling voice, unable to comprehend how Drake could know this, Drake calmly invites him to hear the whole story. Prince Zek steps forward, a sharp, unwavering gaze, and his presence presses on the hall. He introduces Gideon, the short-statured chief standing behind, trembling with anxiety, and declares that he knows the whole truth about this matter. Then he shifts his gaze to the stunned King Julian. His eyes widen in disbelief as his son suddenly intervenes. Zex demands that the kings tell the reality revealed by the archives about the full burden of mistakes they made together. The time has come for the kingdom to accept the consequences of its hidden history. The king's face twists with distrust as he demands an explanation for the shocking news. Crouching before the royal throne, Gideon hiccups out excuses, apologizing, choking, his voice trembling with fear, while meanwhile Prince Zex remains composed, his gaze fixed on the ancient folio in his hands as if its weathered pages conceal the truth. He gestures at the open book and explains that these records were preserved precisely for the time when the divine dragon returns to the world. The knight beside him listens attentively and suddenly realizes the weight of the prophecy they have just uncovered. Closes his eyes for a moment to recall the legend. The prince says, "The fate of a truly exceptional user of the sacred beast is to be accompanied by two separate partners. The first is the traditional sacred beast, a mighty guardian, but who the second is remains unknown, and this mystery lingers in the air." He continues and reveals, the second partner is none other than a representative of his own royal line of the divine dragon. They say this happens only once in 1,000 years, and his very appearance grants the land unprecedented blessings, and this revelation leaves the king with his mouth open in amazement. With a weak, all-knowing smile, the prince points to an illustration in the book indicating that the small, inconspicuous creature is the larval form of the very divine dragon itself. Despite the legendary status, the drawing depicts an unexpectedly cute and very tiny creature. Reflecting on what was said, Commander Argus notes, even such a majestic creature as the divine dragon must begin life as a small, fragile dragonling. But the king absolutely disagrees. His patience snaps, and he roars in powerless frustration, lashing out with accusations that this is nonsense. He points at this tiny creature with a trembling finger, and his voice thunders with indignation as he refuses to believe that a lizard-like creature could be the legendary animal of prophecy. Silence falls in the room. The father's skepticism clashes with the ancient evidence his son has brought. And it still lies among the fragments of its shell, a simple white lizard whose unremarkable appearance hides its true nature. Despite the king's distrust, the truth remains the truth. The creature hatched from the sacred egg is indeed a descendant of the royal line of the divine dragon. The true nature of this little creature hangs in the air like a burden in response to the shocked silence that fell among those present. The eyes of the royal servants widen in disbelief, while Commander Urgus watches, holding a cold, knowing smile, and the king's face hardens into a mask of growing furious rage. Continuing his speech, the prince declares that Levin is the legitimate ruler of the divine dragon, and most likely also of the griffin. The girl who had just claimed it was her bird beast only shudders in shock as he explains that for a sacred creature their summoner is as vital as a father or mother. She looks down and the world crumbles to dust as the prince points to the undeniable truth. The griffin refused to obey her because she was never his master. When the girl staggers from the realization that the beast she considered hers belongs to another, Commander Urgus moves closer. His voice is a poisonous whisper, reproaching her for the sin of claiming what does not belong to her. Next to him, the young man who just insisted it was only a lizard trembles all over. His voice breaks as he tries to deny the truth. Below, the king grips the golden scepter. The knuckles on his fingers turn white and his patience finally snaps. Suddenly, the king swings his heavy staff sharply and fiercely, striking the dazed Gideon across the face. From the blow, he falls to the floor, blood spurting from the wound, while the monarch roars that the ancient book is a lie. He stands over the fallen official. He lies stunned and bleeding on the cold stone. The king's voice thunders in the hall, branding Gideon a worthless fool for failing to distinguish an ordinary lizard from the legendary divine dragon. Consumed by rage, the monarch continues his assault, accusing the chief trainer's incompetence for the loss of the kingdom's greatest treasure. He raises his scepter again, its shadow looming over the man who groans, broken to the edge. He is overcome by blind, murderous fury, his face contorted as he lunges forward, trying to seize the attack. Prince X desperately grabs his father's hand and pleads, "Stop this madness before more blood is spilled." Momentarily averting his poisonous gaze, the monarch focuses on Commander August and declares, "The blame lies also on his shoulders." Nearby, a young woman who claimed to be a master of the griffin trembles in utter horror. The king's voice booms in the hall, mocking their worthlessness for failing to control the gold mines or tame the sacred beasts as promised. The tirade continues. He shouts insults, branding them all as worthless trash. Zex stands firm, his voice breaks as he begs his father to compose himself and end this public display of cruelty. Taking advantage of the pause and hesitation, the prince changes tactics and reminds his father. It was his own royal decree that expelled Levin based on false reports from Gideon. The prince directly asks if the king truly considers himself innocent in this disaster. As the king processes his son's words, a sudden eerie, unnatural silence washes over him. He sharply agrees, his eyes widening. A new, twisted understanding flashes within them, and Zex does not expect this. With a sharp gesture, the ruler commands, "Let Levenby find him and immediately return him to the capital." After this, he shifts to an eerily joyful tone, dismissing the previous violence as a mere misunderstanding that has now been resolved. He laughs at how Levin supposedly returned cheerfully, while Zex can only watch silently, sweating from shocked absurdity as his father's mood suddenly shifts. His delirious demands left Zex stunned. He looked in surprise, his voice trembling with rage and shock. Zex asked if the king was really serious, reminding him of the ruthlessness and verbal venom he had unleashed on Levin earlier. Asking him to serve the kingdom again after that seemed more than just madness. He was silenced by the king's roar, his face twisted into a mask of tyrannical fury. The monarch ordered, if Levin did not return voluntarily, then force would be used. He commanded Zex to seize the inhabitants of Levin's hometown as hoste gesto, make that trash, which allegedly sabotaged the gold mines and betrayed the state, feel the full weight of their crimes. The tyrant's proposal horrified the prince, and he reminded his father, the Levin house is part of their own domain. With growing despair, he asked if the king really intended to torture and oppress his own loyal subjects just for personal revenge. He was met with a wild, piercing gleam in the gaze as the king leaned closer. The eyes burned dangerously while he uttered the final warning. Anyone who stands in the way of his will, even his own flesh and blood, will face his complete lack of mercy. And with the last sharp command, he growled for his son to leave immediately and carry out the order. His tyrannical presence was far away from that quiet night. The young exile sat by the crackling campfire. Levin stared into the flames, his hands working on a piece of leather as he reflected on the path that had brought him to this brief peace under the starry sky. Beside him stood Arya. She sat down nearby, and the soft flame of the fire highlighted her features. She said that many know her only as the Holy Knight, but her name is simply Arya, a reminder of the person she was before the burden of duty fell upon her. She was interrupted by Eris. She joined the conversation with a hot mug in her hands and said she had heard from Elfie about their shared past. The dark-haired girl admitted she was shocked. It turns out they are true childhood friends, and this connection runs much deeper than just a coincidence. She listened as Levin nodded solemnly, confirming the truth of their story. He explained that Arya lost both parents when she was very young, and it was his family who then came to help, took her in, and raised her as their own. He remembers the day when he and Arya celebrated their 16th birthday, a time of great festivities. The whole village rejoiced as soon as they learned that both of them were given prestigious S-rank vocations. Continuing his thoughts, he realizes the village received aid only after his exiled due to Arya's status as a holy knight, although she was cruelly forced to obey the dagger of loyalty. He lowers his gaze with a heavy heart. He acknowledges her silent struggle and understands that all this time she has been trying to protect their home on her own. While they sit together by the fire, Era speaks first and recalls the moment when their blades met for the second time and how she managed to hear in Era's heart a desperate, silent scream. For a moment, the silhouette of Arya emerges as she talks about the plea for help she felt. She senses how Arya was tearing in agony over being forced to carry out orders she hated. Clenching the cup tightly, the young woman admits she understands pain too well because she herself once went through a similar struggle. Meeting his firm gaze, Eris insists they must all go together to save Arya and bring her home, a promise she is ready to fulfill at any cost. Matching her words, he jerks up. His determination hardens and he announces the plan. He will head to Lumer village as soon as the sun rises. Everyone freezes for a moment, shocked by his sudden decision. He weighed the consequences of his actions, knowing that one of the knights already knew about his role in destroying the gold-bearing mine. And with the king's character, retribution was inevitable. Turning to Eris, he explained the bitter truth. If the king cannot find him, Lumer village will become the main target. The news threw her off balance. Her eyes opened wide with anxiety. Despite the danger, he gave a calming smile and insisted that he had a plan only he could carry out. Remembering Arya, he silently vowed to protect his home at any cost, so Eris remained watching him with a mixture of hope and uncertainty. The wrath of King Julian thunders in the throne room, and he demands that Levenby be returned immediately, even hinting that the peasants should be taken hostage to force their obedience. The prince tries to intervene, but his father brushes off the pleas and declares that further discussion is pointless. He continues to hiss and shout at the prince for what he believes is disrespectful behavior and improper attitude. Zex can only stand still, enduring the king's explosive fury until the audience brings everything to a tense finale. The prince finally returns to leave. The heavy muffled thud of his footsteps cuts off the negative exit from the oppressive atmosphere of the throne room. Leaning against a column in the corridor, he lets out a long, weary sigh, and the weight of this meeting falls upon him. Noticing the guards nearby, he apologizes for the noise and says he is returning to his chambers, asking to be informed if anything urgent happens. When he leaves, the guard looks at him with pity and whispers about the misfortune of being the son of such a king. But they quickly fall silent. They understand that this chatter can become deadly if overheard by the wrong ears. He keeps his composure, stops, and politely greets the knight, gently asking about the man's young son. The knight is noticeably nervous. He says the boy is full of energy and sincerely thanks for the leave the prince granted him. He responds with a warm smile and hints that they should soon have a drink together so he can learn more about the family. The knight enthusiastically agrees, encouraged by the fact that the prince genuinely cares about his subordinates. A brief moment of rest is cut short. Commander August appears next to Zex. He approaches with a frightened expression because he heard the king's scream from afar. Zex just waves him off and laughs calmly, as if on autopilot, assuring the commander that nothing unusual happened, so there is no need to think about it anymore. As he makes his way through the palace corridors, he is warmly greeted by two knights who sincerely thank him for the recent demonstration battle in which he participated, their faces glowing with admiration. He stops without even resorting to their words, asks Eurus and Kyle how their training is going. One of the youths admits that although he tries every day, he still cannot match the prince's natural skill. The prince gently advises him not to rush. With a calm face, he reminds them, true strength is forged only through the constant accumulation of effort, and asks to never neglect dedication to their cause. While he is still walking, a young maid cautiously approaches him. She nervously clasps her hands, and behind her friendly cries of the night resound. She presents him with a basket of pomegranates sent from her own home in Aldo village, and explains that her parents insisted he fully savor the especially rich flavor of this year's harvest. He accepts the gift with warm smiles, promising to enjoy them as soon as he returns to his chambers. Further down the corridor, the entire group of maids gathers together. Their muffled whispers and giggles follow him as he walks, and everyone watches him with their eyes. Their admiration grows louder. They jokingly shout proposals of hand and heart or ask for a détente at the same time, cannot get enough of how handsome he looks today. Finally, he reaches his door and looks back one last time, playfully reproaching them for their senseless words, ordering them to return to their duties, then quietly goes inside and closes the door behind him. He lets out a long, exhausted sigh. The day finally catches up with him as he pulls a sleep mask over his eyes. Enters the sanctuary of his private chambers. He strides across the entire space with heavy steps and, exhausted, falls face down onto the soft bed. Lies motionless, and the silence in the room explodes with a dull, internal echo of thousands of voices, a continuous clamor of demands and expectations that seems to roar from every corner. In the luxurious hall, even the air seems to thicken from the invisible noise, and the elegant furniture stands like silent witnesses to the storm in the thoughts that wildly overwhelm the young prince. Suddenly he jerks upright, gasping for air convulsively. Cold sweat appears on his forehead, and his eyes are wide open, filled with panic and exhaustion. The burden of his duties weighs so heavily that a single, desperate thought bursts out: he can no longer live like this. The load has become unbearable. Burying his face in the pillow, the prince finally admits to himself, this is his absolute limit. The perfect royal mask crumbles in the silence of his own bedroom. He reflects on the cruel irony of his life. Having many times more talent and enjoying much greater public favor than his father, he is still continuously driven to clean up after royal failures, a vicious circle of defeats and anger that leaves a complete emptiness inside. Quiet, burning rage devours him. His face contorts as he curses the man who gave him life. The weight of the kingdom's failures, caused by his father's incompetence, feels like a physical weight pressing down and squeezing the very life out of him. This inner storm lashes his body. Across the bed, he thrashes violently, and a muffled cry of irritation escapes his lips as he tries to contain the growing desperation. A sudden, sharp knock on the door cuts through the chaos in his head like a blade. In a moment, the mask of the perfect prince is back in place. His face smooths into calm authority as he grants entry. Kyle enters the room, greets politely, and asks if the prince has a moment for urgent matters. The knight delivers a stern decree from the king. Zex must immediately depart for Lumer village to carry out a specific mission. The message is filled with a heavy threat. He is obliged to do this at once or face consequences, harsh punishment from the crown. He absorbs the order, notes that Lumer is Levin's home, and calmly tells the knight he will begin preparations for the journey without delay. Finally, a bow and a word of thanks. The messenger leaves, confident that the prince responded professionally. Walking down the corridor, Kyle cannot help but admire the prince's composure. He thinks how impressive it is that Zex maintains such a dignified and cold-blooded demeanor even in the privacy of his own chambers. Heavy wooden doors click shut, locking the prince once again in the absolute silence of his room. As soon as the latch clicks, the majestic facade shatters into 1,000 sharp fragments. He falls, his face twisted in a mask of pure, wild rage, and he screams his hatred for his father into the void. The cycle of suppressed fury begins again. He is already gone and departed on his mission. The king leans back, nodding with satisfaction. Since the prince himself has set off, even someone as stubborn as Levin will have no other choice but to comply. Nearby, a glass of wine is firmly placed on the table. Drake stands over the sullen, broken figure and laments the unnecessary problems she caused. He coldly says that the king must not suffer because of the incompetence of the senseless subordinates. Turns his gaze to the monarch. The dark-haired man feigns sympathy, speaks smoothly and deliberately, acknowledging the heavy burdens the king must bear. Snapping his fingers sharply, he dismisses the defeats of others and mocks the failed attempt to take the gold mine. After that, he waves his hand toward the gathered belongings and declares that he has brought the crown the proper war trophies. He shows a sample of gold or explains that it is only a small echo of wealth, a crumb from the darkness of treasures hundreds of times greater. He admits his methods may have been a bit harsh, but justifies them as necessary to realize the true ambitions of the king. The king freezes, breathless with greed. Consumed by greed, the monarch begins to rub his face, skin-scraping his cheek with his palm until it is wounded. His eyes are wide, possessed. Watching this display of insatiability, the man only smiles and shows empty satisfaction that the gift was so well received. The king, without letting go of the treasure, showers it with praise and declares that his deed is a great honor for the kingdom. The man looks up from the award and promises a reward worthy of such service, whose sudden generosity throws the man off balance. Although he initially feigns submission and insists that honor is already a sufficient reward, the king takes none of it. He demands, let his faithful servant name his price, presses him, let him say what he truly desires without any hesitation. He paused for a moment to consider the king's proposal, and a sharp spark flashed in his eyes as he weighed his reward. Glancing at the fair-haired knight, he coldly and unequivocally voiced his demand. He wanted the holy knight Arya Remus for himself. This insane request swept through the room like a shockwave. The young man burst into a desperate protest, shouting, reminding everyone that she was his fiancée. But the king only nodded in agreement to the dark-haired man and, waving his hand indifferently, dismissed the boy's pleas. Then the man stepped forward. A heavy boot stopped a few inches from the boy's face, and he looked down with complete contempt. He questioned whether the boy even realized how grave his failures were. Towering over the fallen opponent, he continued the verbal assault, calling the boy a sinner who had no place beside the holy knight's radiance. He accused the youth of deceiving the crown and stealing the holy beast from its rightful owner. Under the weight of these accusations, the boy's eyes burned with helpless rage and growing despair. Turning back to the throne, the man asked the king how he wished to deal with the trash left on the floor. The monarch, clearly done with the matter, gave him full authority to do as he pleased and declared he was tired of wasting time on such pathetic failures. With the king's permission, he grabbed the knight by the shoulder and dragged her away, ignoring the boy's frantic cries for one more chance to prove his worth through the summons. He watched as the royal decree was carried out. Urgus and Gideon were stripped of their titles and banished from the kingdom forever. Their desperate cries for mercy echoed through the halls, but the verdict was final, firm, and irrevocable. Far from the intrigues of the capital, the quiet village of Lemire lay snugly in the rural wilderness, unaware of the power shifts or the arrival that was about to change everything. Silence shattered as a giant shadow loomed over the town, and a peasant, seized by fierce fear, dropped his bucket. Vast lands, dragons soaring above the rural lords, clashed over order while panic rose like a wave. Some already feared the end of their home had come. In a moment, the heavy, dull thud of boots on the ground announced the arrival. A dragon and a majestic griffin descended from the clouds. Onlookers recoiled in surprise. They realized a person was riding the legendary creature. Exhausted but with a victorious smile, the young lord stepped forward and greeted his stunned father, announcing his return home. Nearby, a small white lizard watched the reunion, marking the end of a long and perilous journey. A gigantic dragon, like a gigantic serpent, smoothly glides over the landscape, and its shadow looms over the small settlement below as it returns home. It flows just under the shadow of the beast. Levin sits at the table in his parental home, and his father, the village lord, demands explanations about the incredible events that just occurred. He smiles warmly and explains that the great dragon is actually his harnessed sacred beast, and that it now lives right on his enormous back. The lord watches intently, and silence suddenly drowns everything out. Sweat runs down his forehead as he struggles to grasp the incredible scope of his son's revelation. Despite the father's shock, the young man lays out the ceremony of the holy beast's descent and his grand plans to pave the way and rebuild the city on the dragon's spine, while the father begs him to slow down. Suddenly, his sister Fiona rushed forward and pulled him into a tight, tear-filled embrace. She was overwhelmed with relief that her brother had returned home alive and well. As the conversation calms and they enter into discussion, the family talks about how the king might react, and the fragility of Levin's new position. He shudders uncomfortably and shifts in his seat. Finally, she notices a striking absence and asks why Arya is not with him today, causing a shadow of thought to flash across his face. She sits quietly while his sister and mother talk about Arya. Fiona wonders aloud how she is doing there and notes, As an S-rank adventurer, Arya is probably incredibly busy, yet still dreams of meeting. Breaking the silence and peaceful atmosphere, he addresses them with a heavy heart. He says he has important news, revealing a harsh truth: he has been officially expelled from the kingdom. This revelation leaves his family in a state of complete stupor. The father and sister remain only to stare in shock, trying to understand how such a thing could have happened to him. Seeing their despair, he remains gloomy and his gaze does not leave the table. Fiona gently nudges him, her voice full of anxiety as she asks him to explain what exactly led to these events. He begins to recount grim details, revealing the circumstances of his exile and his role in the destruction of the royal gold-bearing mine. The parents listen attentively, every word grows heavier and settles. He further explains how the king will most likely react. The monarch will want his punishment above all else. And he trembles with deep fear that if he is not found, the crown will take revenge on their home Lumiere village. The father absorbed this grim truth, his face darkened as he realized the danger looming over all of them. After considering the risks, the young contractor prepares to propose a radical solution. He casts a glance at the enormous linear worm and declares his intention to relocate the entire Lumiere population onto the dragon's back, seeking safety in the sky. He watched as his family digested the weight of his proposal. Distrust froze on their faces at the very thought of relocating to the back of a huge dragon. The father asked if he was serious, but he did not waver. He admitted it was incredibly difficult, but insisted this was their only way forward to escape the king's reach. To this surprise, the women of the family embraced the idea with a zeal no one expected. Their eyes sparkled as they declared it a wonderful plan. They were fully ready to leave the kingdom that had turned away from them, and their passionate agreement suddenly filled the room with a bold, rebellious energy. Even Arya, usually so composed, sat with quiet fury and watched as her brother's exile looked like an unforgivable betrayal that stripped the crown of its legitimacy. Seeing the resolve in his family's eyes, the village lord finally reached his limit and announced his final decision. He stood straight and his voice thundered with new authority as he made a statement that would change their lives forever. Lumiere village would no longer be subject to the crown. They proclaimed complete independence from the Elwyn kingdom. A sharp shift in coordinated movement knocked the young exile off his feet while his family busied themselves preparing for immediate departure. Some were already urging, "Leave right now." While his sister thought about how to live on the dragon, the mother simply said that any place would be home as long as they were together, and this made him beg for even a moment of peace. He sat at the table, stunned at how quickly they agreed to such a radical shift, and this made the father ask if he had not come for exactly this. Although he admitted that yes, he was troubled by their too easy restructuring, especially since the rest of the village still needed to be gathered and consulted before undertaking such a grand endeavor. His worries quickly dissipated once the villagers gathered. Their faces lit up with excitement, not fear at the thought of living above the dragon. They shouted in support, swore unbreakable loyalty to the Lord, and readiness to assemble at any moment to follow him into the unknown. He looked out the window, amazed at how quickly the news spread, and how few people cared that they had never seen the distant king. Their outrage over his exile outweighed any fear of the unknown, and this cemented a shared decision in the village, to go with him into the sky and leave their old lives behind. He stands among a crowd of joyful peasants. Their faces shine with new hope. They shout their loyalty, saying they trust him and the rural lord much more than the distant, unfathomable king who has done nothing for them. Despite the colossal support, he still cannot shake the feeling of distrust that quickly everything unfolds. Beside him, the rural lord remains calm and notes, "Perhaps we should be grateful that the king has no influence here." Meanwhile, the young man rushes forward to immediately spread the news to the rest of the village. When the initial excitement fades, the company switches to moving logistics. He, along with Arya and his father, freezes with delight. Before them flickers and suddenly flashes a shimmering holographic interface panel, a phenomenon of ancient power they now possess. The scoreboard pulses with light, announcing, "The city's population has surpassed 300 souls." As soon as this milestone is reached, the city is assigned a higher rank, unlocking a whole range of new administrative functions that were previously unavailable. He leans closer, eyes widening as he just notices the migration command among the newly available options. He explains to his father that he studied this very possibility, hoping to find a way to safely transport the entire community. Holding a detailed map of their new home in his hands, he feels a surge of calm determination. This is the path he has chosen. Using the technology of the ancient dragon race, he will finally be able to guarantee the safety of Lumber Village and fulfill the promise he made to Arya. Far from the festive gate, a completely different movement is underway. Prince X leads a column of armored knights through a rocky mountain pass. His face hardens as a subordinate makes a comment about the exhausting distance to the remote village they seek to return to. Ancient protocols of the linear worm allow an incredible trick to transfer entire structures from the surface directly onto the back of the great dragon. This very migration team saves the village from encroaching borders, so their homes rise into the safe sky. Considering the logistics of such a grand event, Levin discusses the plan with Kyle. Buildings can be connected through the system, but people who cannot travel on their own pose a serious problem. He realizes, if they had the power of a great bird beast, transporting the vulnerable would be much easier. Suddenly from the nearby village bursts a chorus of frightened screams. They point upwards, and from fear and trembling their faces grow till something massive and mighty begins to descend swiftly right from the clouds. High above, a familiar silhouette cuts through the air with majestic grace. Recognizing the creature, the young master exclaims with joy and calls out to the one he believes to be his mother, as she swiftly flies to the ground to respond to his unspeakable need. As the great griffin touches the ground, a wave of panic rolls through the crowd. People whisper in fear of wyverns and monsters. He immediately steps forward to calm them, explaining that this majestic creature is his trusted partner and has come specifically to help their cause. He stretches out his hand, touches the soft feathers on her neck with his fingers, and marvels. She arrived on time. He lacks an answer as to how she understood that she needed to appear, but the connection between them is so deep that distance changes nothing. She simply felt that she was expected and flew to him. With a decisive piercing screech, the griffin signals it's time to start the evacuation. She did not come alone. Following her lead flies a flock of winged companions ready to undertake the titanic task and safely transport the villagers to their new home atop the dragon. It stood high, a huge figure cast a shadow as it acknowledged the authority of the young man. Since he was the master of the griffin, the dragon declared that he and their master were as well, promising full cooperation for everything he might need. Beginning to realize the weight of this hierarchy, Levin understood. As the master of the creature at the top of all flying beings, he was able to convey his will to each of them. He expressed gratitude for their loyal support and felt a surge of confidence about what lay ahead. Despite the seriousness of the situation, the majestic bird creature chirped joyfully, calling him Mama again, and promised to help as much as she could. He exhaled, still not used to the humiliating name, even as he thanked his faithful companion. He decided that it was time for change and remembered the name Eternal Sky was given by someone else and it did not quite suit them. After a minute of thought, he proposed a new name that would truly belong to them, Van. Explaining the choice, he said it in a foreign language. The name meant the wind itself. The griffin listened attentively and his eyes flashed as he grasped the meaning of the new nickname. The creature joyfully accepted this name, chirped thanks and declared that from now on she was Van. Their bond strengthened, and in Levin awakened a new desire to begin the village relocation. Under his leadership, the grand migration finally began. Buildings were uprooted from the ground and carried through the air by a swarm of flying beasts. The villagers watched in awe as their homes stretched toward safety on the back of the great dragon, made possible by his unique skills and the coordinated help of his comrades. While the operation proceeded without glitches, his father approached and checked on the progress of the move. He reported that everything was fine, but the scale of this undertaking clearly weighed on him. He watches as the landscape changes. The soil is rich and fertile, the air is filled with freshness under the expansive sky, and the river sparkles like a string of jewels through the new settlement. Next to him, the young master observes as the villagers burst into joyful shouts celebrating their successful transfer to the rear of the great beast, and shouting with happiness and triumph. Looking down from the heights at the vast, untouched valley ahead, row after row, like those worms that covered the earth, the village leader feels a wave of hope, confident that thanks to their joint labor this new home will flourish and become prosperous land. But a shadow of worry runs across his face as soon as he reminds the boy their celebration is premature because the family is still incomplete. Then he shifts his gaze directly to the youth and inquisitively asks what he planned for that missing night, and whether he really intends to leave her fate to chance. The boy falls silent for a moment, thoughts whirl under the weight of responsibility and the power he now holds, and then finally swears that he is already making a plan to bring her back home. Touched by this gesture, the elder extends support, affirming that she is a valuable part of their family. Their poignant conversation suddenly breaks off with a scream. A railing worker shouts frantically, demanding the immediate attention of the young master. The source of the commotion quickly becomes clear. It is the royal messenger, led by the prince himself. He has arrived at the village outskirts and issues a stern demand to show the boy immediately. He sharply reins in his horse on the spot and peers intently until he confirms that it is indeed Levin. The confused one thinks bewilderedly, why has the prince come to such a distant, poor wilderness? The prince wastes no time and immediately declares that he has come regarding the matter of the gold mine. Levin's heart tightens, for he sees that the royal order is moving much faster than he expected. Under his gaze, beads of sweat appear on Levin's forehead as the youth contemplates the full gravity of the situation. The king must be truly determined to close this debt. And while the village relocation is still ongoing, Levin understands, the next words must be chosen with utmost caution. He watches as the prince dismounts, then begins to speak about the incident from the previous day, his voice steady despite inner storms. He suddenly cuts off Levin, his movements sharp and heavy, as if they have gained unexpected weight. He sinks to his knees in a deep bow, and his voice rings out as he delivers a sincere and desperate apology for the wrongs done to them, which overwhelms Levin with complete shock. He continues the fervent request, recognizing Levin as a true holy beast user, and brands the violent actions of his own father in the unjust exile. When the guard tries to object to such a display of submission, he sharply orders them to be silent. A gaze full of sorrow and hope turns upward and it makes an astonishing demand. It asks Levin to return with him to the kingdom. He continues his appeal, outlining the concessions the crown is willing to make. The exile of those who wronged him, the protection of his village, and even the restoration of his rank and wealth. Levin can only freeze, unable to believe his own iced scale of the offer is striking, and it seems to answer every grievance he once held against the kingdom. Stunned by the sudden turn of fate, the young man understands. To agree means a complete change of status from an outcast to a high-ranking official. The offer is tempting. It guarantees him a future and the future of his home, but he feels a strange detachment from the life he once longed for. Despite the temptation of power and security, he bows deeply, his voice steady as he utters the official and final refusal. He explains that his heart is no longer with the kingdom because he has already devoted himself to a new life and a different path. Beside him, Arya silently watches, seeing how his conviction holds as he breaks the last ties with the crown. His tone becomes sharper when he speaks to the king about greed and reckless war that exploited the power of Arya for personal gain. He states, without any hesitation, that he has no desire to serve a ruler who lacks both competence and honor. His contempt for the current regime is obvious. His sharp condemnation ignites the guard's fury. He suddenly snarls forward and grabs him by the collar, roaring with outrage over imagined blasphemy. But the tension shatters completely when they suddenly burst into ringing, boisterous laughter. Their anger disappears, yielding to a strange respect. They admit, although his words were harsh, it takes titanic courage and bravery to say these truths so openly to their very faces. Laughter gives the prince no relief. They only exhale heavily, resigned to the weary defeat, acknowledging the logic of refusal. He reaches out his hand, and his facial features soften as he asks for a moment of privacy so they can talk alone, just the two of them, away from the curious eyes of the courts. Sensing hesitation, he quickly assured his companion that he had no hidden intentions or deceitful schemes, and with a gesture ordered his armored guards to keep their distance as they moved toward the village. In a moment they stand before a modest stone house, and he solemnly acknowledges the situation and with a humbled, respectful nod accepts the terms of their private meeting. Entering the quiet house, he asks if this is where its master grew up, but in response he receives a firm reminder. No matter what conditions he was promised, the answer about his return to the kingdom remains unchanged. At this final verdict, he suddenly falls to his knees in a hopeless low bow and shocks his master with a bloody, visceral plea to destroy the very kingdom for which he was sent to bring the man back. The burden of the crown seems heavier than ever. Zek freezes his gaze into the distance, and his thoughts race wildly. He is tormented by the ruthless decree of the king to burn the village to the ground, an order that utterly breaks his own sense of justice. If he carries out these instructions, he fears losing the last crumbs of humanity, but the pressure of royal duty strangles him like a noose. His thoughts again pull him back 6 years ago, a time when the world seemed much simpler. At 12, he quietly sat for tea, watching the steam rise above the cup while listening to stories about the world beyond the palace walls. It was a rare piece of brief respite from the expectations that had already begun to shape his childhood life. But the silence shattered as soon as his father called him to the throne room. Even as a child, he understood. The king's summons was never about an ordinary social meeting. It was a call to service. He approached, mixing pride with anxiety, and sought to prove his worth to the man who ruled their kingdom with an iron hand. The first true test for the king, the trial by fire, to tame the basilisk terrorizing the borderlands. While the court advisors whispered about the risk for such a young prince, he accepted the mission without hesitation. He knew, in his father's eyes, the prince was worth exactly as much as the threats he could neutralize. He looked the monster in the eyes and stood against it with a determination unbefitting his age. The saber struck true, and he fought for the safety of his people. High above it all on the throne, the king watched the unfolding clash, his face cold and calculating. No paternal warmth flickered in his gaze, only the dry, professional attention of a master evaluating a new tool. By the time he turned 15, his physical training shifted to political. The king ordered him to be the royal representative at the papal inauguration, a task requiring sharp intellect and a silver tongue. Alongside the loyal knight Kaihou, he was to navigate the dangerous waters of high-stakes diplomacy, understanding that any mistake would reflect badly on the crown. He passed through lavish ceremonies and tangled social hierarchies with such ease that even the most seasoned diplomats were surprised. His skill in winning allies and neutralizing rivals made him invaluable to the kingdom's interests. He was already becoming the ideal prince, a complete blend of warrior and statesman, just as his father intended. But as soon as he turned 18, the king's demands sharply shifted toward darkness and aggression. The father was no longer satisfied with defense or diplomacy, ordered him to lead the army and seize neighboring lands by force. The realization hit him like a physical slap. He was no longer being trained to defend the kingdom, was being prepared to be the vanguard of its bloody expansion. He stood before the throne and tried to remind his father of the ancient friendship treaty made by the previous generation. But the king drowned him out with a roar, demanding silence and proclaiming his absolute power as the reigning ruler. The king brushed aside the prince's concerns, coldly hinting that a man of his talent would find this easy to accomplish. Bowing his head in a gesture of humble strength, the young prince accepted the impossible order. Behind him, his loyal knights remained silent. Their presence weighed heavily on the tense throne hall as he whispered his consent. The news about the royal decree spread quickly and stirred outrage among the military ranks. In the dimly lit room, a heavy mug slammed on the table, and voices choked with a wave of disbelief. People could not believe that the monarch demanded such a reckless and suicidal campaign. Surrounded by his closest advisors and soldiers in the local tavern, the prince listened as they vented their accumulated anger, insisting that the reinforcements were only raw recruits with no real combat experience and arguing that marching under such conditions was a guaranteed path to defeat. Despite the reasonable complaints of his people, he remained steadfast, staring into the distance with a gloomy expression on his face. He decided to interpret the king's impossible demands as a sign of incredible, though distorted, expectations, and convinced himself that he could not abandon his duty, no matter the cost. Turning to his dissatisfied troops, he spoke with new clarity and confidence. These words silenced the entire hall. He promised to personally pave the way to victory and swore to protect every life under his command, directly asking if they would stand shoulder to shoulder with him and fight alongside. Grasping his determination, the people rallied behind him, so he, mounting the saddle, led the vanguard out of the city. The sword was ready and his gaze was stone cold, mercilessly focused. He was preparing to face the approaching storm. A small but stubborn detachment crossed the open steppes toward the distant silhouette of the enemy fortress. When the castle rose on the horizon, the king's ambition lay like a heavy burden on the soldiers who followed their prince into the maw of reckless war. He led the army to a triumph that defied all expectations. Now the whole capital is buzzing about it. The messenger's voice rose up, announcing to the heavens that the prince had won victory and brought glory to the kingdom. Standing before the crowd celebrating, the young commander waved his hand. His posture became a beacon of hope for the people. With pride, he reported that the victory was complete, achieved without a single loss, without loss of life. And high above it all in the palace, the king watched through the window, his face frozen in a mask of cold, silent vexation, while the streets buzzed with greetings for his son. The roar of captivated screams intoxicated the monarch with poison, and eventually he snapped alone in his chambers. With a sharp wave of his hand, he hurled everything from the writing desk, and the dull crash of broken glass pressed into the silent, burning anger boiling within him. Unaware of how deep his father's wrath was, the prince walked through the quiet corridors of the castle, his footsteps echoing dully on the stone floor. He wondered if the king was now in his private bedroom study and, no matter how it sounded, a very small, desperate part of him still longed for a single word of approval for his achievements. He decisively pushed open the heavy door and warmly, with respect, announced his return, but inside the air was soaked with malice. The king stood trembling with rage, a creeping, poisonous growl when he cursed his own son's name. His eyes burned with a hatred that no victory could extinguish. The prince's face froze into a mask of restrained disappointment as he turned and walked away. The father's refusal weighed heavily on him. Behind him, royal thoughts spiraled into madness. He seethed with anger because now ordinary people looked only at the prince, as if the kingdom had forgotten who truly held the real power. In the shadow of his room, the king's face twisted into a grotesque snarl as he pondered the dark solution to his problem. He concluded that the killer was the only way to remind the foolish who their true master was, and that the prince's death was necessary to regain the power that was already waning. His determination grew stronger as he stared into the abyss. The road ahead became clear in his twisted mind. He believed, as long as his son lived, his heart would hold more and more frantic unrest and loneliness would grow even deeper, so he had no choice but to strike from the darkness. While he hid in the shadow of the capital, his son stood by the distant window, the weight of Elwyn Kingdom pressed on his shoulders like a stone. The young man was certain, if he did not support the people, no one else would. And that decision was already crumbling, and he sank onto the table, burying his head in his hands until the harsh reality of his situation overwhelmed him completely. His thoughts frantically ran in an endless circle of despair. No matter how hard he worked, the king destroyed all his achievements each time. The townspeople were constantly on the verge of rebellion, and when the monsters were defeated, the king used it as an excuse to cut the night budget. He felt the kingdom rotting from within, and in a moment of pure, unconditional flower pain, a piercing cry of despair burst out. In that cry was so much raw pain. Levin rushed to him and placed a warm hand on his back. Only then did the young man realize. The prince bore a burden heavier than anyone could imagine, loved his country more than himself, and endured in complete isolation. A sudden, insanely wild pounding on the door shattered the heavy silence in the room, followed by urgent shouts addressed to the prince. The door burst open and Kyle and another from the night jumped inside. Anxiety froze on their face after the explosion caused by the prince. They demanded to know if he was okay. Their hands automatically reached for their weapons. He slowly got up, wiping away the traces of his breakdown and regaining his composure, telling Levin that he had to go back to the capital immediately, quietly apologizing for letting everyone see such a pitiful display of weakness. When he was about to set off, he assured his companion that he would find a way to deal with the king's interference. Despite the uncertainty ahead, he insisted it was his duty, leaving Levin to watch him go with a troubling feeling that it would still have repercussions. He stood still and watched the young man. He lowered his gaze and a light blush crept across his cheeks. Clearly, he was gathering courage. His hand was suddenly intercepted just as the young man reached out and grasped firmly. The touch pierced the air between them with a deafening sound. He turned sharply in surprise, his eyes widening as he pronounced the young man's name in a questioning tone. He caught his gaze with renewed strength. The young man addressed him with solemn restraint, calling the prince to ensure he held his full attention. In a steady voice, he extended an unexpected invitation and asked the prince if he would join him for the line work. Levin stands beside Prince X and gestures toward the settlement below. He warmly welcomes the royal guest to the newly established Loomer village, the very one built atop the massive backs of the dragon workers. As the prince descends, the local villagers immediately surround him. Noisy joy bubbles over. They offer him food and shower him with questions about his fishing skills, causing the royal guest to freeze awkwardly under their informal warning. He manages to catch a moment of silence. Levin nudges him to simply relax and enjoy the stay. Despite his high status, the young man still looks as if he cannot get used to the relaxed atmosphere of Dragonback. Suddenly, the young trainer slaps his palm on his realization and declares that he needs to prepare a proper home for the prince. But the royal guest can only blink in confusion, not understanding what kind of house can be assembled so suddenly. With a wave of a magic cube, a large building begins to materialize from the air and the prince is instantly left speechless. He fixes his gaze on the structure that steadily grows, only now realizing he has entered a world where the impossible is everyday. This invitation started a few moments ago when the trainer approached him with a greedy, impatient expression. He promised the prince to show the most incredible views everything that Lindworm could offer. Returning to the present, the young man looks at the prince with genuine concern, noticing that his complexion is very poor. Worried, he asks if the royal has even rested lately. He pauses. The word sounds strange to his ears as he contemplates his heavy duties. A little later, he admits, perhaps a break is exactly what he needs right now. He suddenly plunges into a blurred memory of a quiet afternoon, drinking tea with his mother in the palace gardens, a rare sip of peace from his youth. Suddenly, an apology from the host cuts into this, and he instantly returns to the present, not understanding why the young man feels the need to apologize for simply being hospitable. As soon as the boy manages to form a thought, he abruptly and unexpectedly quickly moves firmly, guiding him to the chair. The young man's insistence in his voice is almost painful to hear. He declares that the royal guest must not even think about considering the road back to the capital. Leaning forward with a look that leaves no room for objections, the young man delivers the verdict without any detours. The prince is now in a state of extreme danger. The weight of these words hangs in the air and knocks the royal person off their feet with their pure, deafening force. The lecture continues without pause until the boy warns. The prince's mental resilience has reached an absolute breaking point. He speaks with fearful certainty, insisting that if this exhaustion is not stopped, the consequences will be nothing less than fatal. Turning his thoughts back to that wild clash, the prince remembers how he was eventually persuaded to leave the kingdom behind and was taken by force on the back of a great dragon to this remote sanctuary. He did not intend to stay, but the boy's extreme desperation and pleas for him to find rest were unbearably hard to ignore. Now he settled in a modest but homely warm space of a rural house. He watches as the host prepares a simple cup of tea. Everything around is quiet and unpretentious, a sharp contrast to the icy discipline of palace protocols. Yet he still stands in place, not understanding how to exist in such an everyday dwelling until he is asked to sit down. As soon as he sat down, a genuine bewilderment spread across his face. He asked a question that the master could not utter a single word in response to. What actually should one do when resting? The realization that the prince had no idea about rest struck the young man like a physical blow, and he asked if no one in the royal court had ever dared to suggest even a little respite. He explains this with an empty, calm intonation. His father considered any minute of idleness a defeat that had to be corrected with even more work, and subordinates simply praised his tireless dedication as a virtue. The revelation of such a joyless existence strikes his companion. It is visible how he trembles with horror at the systemic neglect the prince has suffered. He silently watches as the prince takes a sip of tea and wonders if there really is no one with a clear mind behind the walls of the royal castle. The convict, on the other hand, looks genuinely impressed and notes the unexpected quality of the brew. When night falls over the quiet house, the young man continues to lead his royal guest, urging him to cast away heavy thoughts. He assures the prince, for this night doing absolutely nothing is exactly what is needed. As the prince finishes his meal, his surprise only grows. The simple food turns out to be much tastier than he expected. He wipes his mouth, looks at the empty plate, and freezes in a numb, quiet satisfaction. After the meal, the royal guest collapses onto the soft bed and freezes, admiring the fluffy texture and the clean, soothing scent of the linen. Nearby, the host reminds, just close your eyes after a hearty meal and this is the purest restoration. Under the watchful gaze of the full moon, the prince is struck by a deep realization. He remembers, in all the years of service and hopes, this is the first time someone has given him permission to simply stop. Outside, the world is still frozen. The quiet flow of the river nearby reflects the starry glow, and the surrounding mountains stand in silent watch. Lurking in the warmth of the room, the prince feels a rare silence that washes over him like a wave. He whispers to himself, finally truly quiet. With that last thought, the world dims in a soft, bright haze, and it slowly dissolves into a deep, dreamless sleep. He finds himself in a realm of soft, ethereal light, where the harsh realities of his royal life vanish in a gentle mist. In this dream, a woman with a kind smile and long, flowing hair embraces him. Her presence radiates a warmth he has not felt for years. While he dozes, a single tear escapes through closed eyes, and he quietly calls his mother's name, fragile whisper in the silence of the room. He is still deeply asleep until the morning sun rises high above the quiet village. The body finally surrenders to the fatigue it has carried for so long. Levin enters the room with a smoking cauldron in his hands. His voice is friendly. He greets in the morning, but gently reminds that it is long past noon. Lifted to his feet by the voice, the prince abruptly sits down, his face burning with a mixture of surprise and still lingering emotion, while the remnants of his dream cling to his thoughts. Suddenly, the realization of his own vulnerability hits him like a physical slap. As soon as he remembers how he shouted at his mother, and he flinches and stammers from shame, while Levin gently asks if he managed to rest even a little. He quickly tries to pull himself together, apologizes for the uncharacteristic outburst, and then shifts his attention to the appetizing aroma of the soup. Thanks for the food and for the simple kindness shown to him. He carefully takes the first spoonful of the dish, but as soon as the flavors hit his tongue, a wave of pure culinary delight shocks him. Standing up in place and opening his eyes wide, the prince asks if the host also prepared that soup. The young man modestly confirms it is a recipe he is very proud of. Suddenly he bursts out with an exclamation of pure delight, unable to contain his praise for the generous harmony of tomato, chicken, and vegetables dancing on his tongue. His owner, surprised by such a sharp outburst, frantically tries to calm him down, fearing the neighbors will think something is wrong. Regaining his composure, he sincerely apologizes for losing control, admitting that too much time has passed since he last calmly and genuinely enjoyed and savored food with such heartfelt enthusiasm. He is silent for a while, gazing at the warmth of the room and the kindness that has already been shown to him, and then finally reaches a firm decision. Turning to his companion, the prince solemnly asks the young man to become his guide throughout the entire continent, and the proposal instantly receives a warm, unconditional yes. Thus began his long rest in Lumer village. Once a distant royal, he found himself in the very heart of the daily rhythms of rural life, from the bustling market to the quiet fields. All the time alongside new friends and a table almost bursting with hearty food. He finally feels a simple, light joy that he could not reach within the cold stone walls of the palace. He had already gone to rest for the evening, so the rest of the group gathered around the warm campfire under the endless night sky. The fire crackled, and this quiet rustle created a calm background for their balanced meeting on the outskirts of the village. On the table stood several mugs ready, filled with warm drinks to chase away the evening chill. Levin carefully carried the tray with those hot drinks to his companions, warning that the prince had already returned to his chambers. Arya noted how well the royal was dressed. He said he even promised in the morning to go fishing with the local children, and this showed how much he had already become one of them. They recalled the past week, telling each other how the lord and lady of this house had noticed the prince's remarkable recovery. As soon as he arrived in the village, color returned to his face, and his health generally improved noticeably in a calm atmosphere. Young women attributed the lion's share of this progress to Levin's exceptional cuisine, showering him with praise that made him a little embarrassed. Elfie and Arya insisted that it was his culinary skill that was the main reason the prince came back to life, while Levin modestly tried to downplay this idea. He listened while Arya shifted the conversation to a more serious tone and asked if he had already spoken with the prince about their secret plan. Levin admitted that he had not found the right moment to bring up the topic, although Arya insisted that this step was critically important for the future of the kingdom. The young man weighed the full gravity of the moment. If they succeeded, the personal troubles of both sides and the uncertain fate of the kingdom would disappear. He realized that now everything depended on catching the perfect time and discerning the true feelings in the prince's heart. Elfie urged him to tell the prince everything straight as it is, and he took this advice to heart while they finished plans for the next day. With renewed focus, the group awaited the upcoming reconnaissance near Lake of Lindworm, hoping it would bring them closer to their goals. He stands in front of the little house and entrusts Elfie with an important task for the night. The little companion cheerfully and confidently promises to handle everything. Having accepted his request, she takes care of the prince while he lies in a deep, quiet sleep. His features finally relax as recovering from the ordeal he endured. The morning sun floods the fertile fields of the village with warm light, where bright vegetables grow lushly in rows in the rich soil. Among the greenery, the young prince carefully picks ripe tomatoes, and from strange joy, Emmanuel goes to work. Moments later, comrades join him. They warmly greet him while he finishes his task for the morning. He listens attentively while the group discusses a large cave found near the lake. His curiosity sparks at the mention of such a place, and when he asks to be taken on a tour, they agree, suggesting that physical work will only benefit his excellent training. The prince carries his prey back to the very heart of the settlement, a gentle smile on his face. 10 days have passed since he arrived at this refuge on the dragon's back, and that little piece of his new life seems almost unreal compared to the rigid expectations of the palace. He catches in himself the feeling of how these simple rhythms of the world become precious. The day begins with natural light and ends with loud laughter over a shared meal. The peasants keep a good, respectful distance from him, just enough so that he can simply be, without bearing the burden of his title. But he cannot completely escape the shadows of the past. Memories of his father's explosive temper and the kingdom's strict control flare up and fade in his mind. He clings to the thought that this village has practically ceased to be governed by his father's authority, so he can only guess what his report will ultimately bring in his future. His inner conflict deepens as he watches his friends enjoy a simple breakfast, involuntarily undermining the very foundation of his upbringing. He used to be certain that the sole purpose of a prince was to serve the state, but here, amid the quiet of domestic life, he begins to seek a meaning that belongs only to him. This heavy pensiveness is suddenly broken by a frivolous remark from his friend. He notices a small spot on his cheek. Before he can say anything, a young girl next to them reaches out and smiles playfully. Removing it, and he returns again to the warmth of the present moment. He sat all alone by the edge of the water, lost in thought, until a familiar voice called him, addressing him by his royal title. He turned at the sound. He saw his companion approaching with a polite request for a moment of his time, and a question flashed through his mind. What was so urgent? The man explained that there was someone he wanted the prince to meet, and as soon as he said this, a tiny ephemeral figure with shimmering wings flickered in the air, instantly throwing the prince off balance. This little creature hovered before him, speaking softly while carefully noting. His spirit seemed to have sagged from deep exhaustion. She introduced herself as Filmy, a healing fairy, and gave a warm greeting so warm that he almost lost the power of speech while trying to comprehend that before him truly stood a creature from legend. Revealing her essence, she confessed that she loved to heal the hearts of others, and with a gentle gesture began to pour shining, magical crystal powder into his open palms. She insisted that he slowly inhale the shimmering dust, and his companion reassured him. The sensation was very much like the scent of incense. Though hesitant, the prince decided to trust the advice. When he inhaled the radiant particles, a sharp, crystal-clear clarity suddenly overwhelmed him. His eyes opened wide as the magical essence began working on his exhausted soul. He froze and looked at his hands, unable to believe what he saw. The trembling dust still hung in the air. The burden that had long gripped his chest began to recede. In its place came a warmth he had not felt in years. A slightly playful sparkle in her eyes. The tiny fairy quietly laughed. She looked pleased and asked if the effects had worked as instantly as she had promised. The prince closed his eyes and savored the strange, pleasant sensation. As if he could finally take a full breath, the suffocating haze that had hung over his mind and heart began to part and dissolve into oblivion. Turning to his companion, he asked why they had gone to such lengths for him. The friend just smiled, saying that when he saw life force returning to him, the exhausting search for the fairy was not in vain. And the little spirit nodded. She was simply fulfilling the contract of a holy messenger. While they walk through the ruins, the man explains, caring for the prince's well-being is completely natural. He emphasizes that the young monarch is an indispensable figure for the future kingdom, regardless of his current position. The young prince freezes in place and looks back, his face a mix of confusion and curiosity. He admits this unwavering devotion has always been a mystery to him, one he could never understand. He points to his status as an exiliate man whose home was torn from its place by a whirlwind and carried onto the back of the dragon. Although he believes he did not deserve such efforts, he still openly expressed deep gratitude for the genuine care and rest he was given during these few days. Standing among ancient stones, he directs his gaze at his friend and finds new determination. Calmly he says, "There is something important to talk about," his voice steady and clear for the first time in a long while. He stands among the ruins of broken stone and contemplates the bizarre turn of events. Nearby, a young man nods in agreement solemnly and unquestionably, acknowledging, "Everything is exactly as the prince said." As they walked on, the prince confessed. He no longer felt a drop of attachment or love for the kingdom he once called home. His companion found these words entirely understandable given the betrayal and all the burdens that had fallen upon the royal fate. The shadow of pain crosses his face as he recalls the cold treatment he received from his own fatherland, a place that was supposed to protect him. However, his face changes to one filled with renewed determination. He looks his comrades straight in the eyes and explains that if it is about the birth of the future allied nation, then the situation is completely different. This sudden statement leaves the young man confused. Thoughts race to understand the weight of these words. Noticing the confusion, the prince insists this is the only chance to speak the truth. With a spark in his eyes, he reveals his grand dream, to found here, right on the massive back of the great dragon, a new nation. The scope of this proposal overwhelms his companion. He barely manages to whisper the word nation before an ancient creature looms in the background. Looking down from above at the spacious, quiet center of the village nestled within the dragon's territory, the prince speaks of the vast lands and the people already living there, openly expressing his sincere desire to build a refuge where everyone can live in lasting peace. He sees how the young man drowns in thoughts. Levin understands, for the sake of everyone in Loomer village and for Arya, he must take this path. Breaking the silence, Prince points out the geopolitical reality. While the divine dragon's protection makes a nation possible, Levin's destruction of the gold mine has already made neighboring lands suspicious. He warns that they risk total isolation. The young man solemnly concedes. To respond to this threat, he insists they need to gain a powerful ally, a state that recognizes their sovereignty equally. The burden of this hint hangs in the air, and the prince is momentarily speechless, weighing the consequences. When some youth proposes the kingdom of Elwyn as an ally, the prince cannot believe his ears. He doubts that his father would even listen to such an idea. But he is immediately interrupted by a cold assertion: they do not need King Dorcas. He goes even further, boldly declaring that the prince himself must ascend the throne, demanding that the current king abdicate for the sake of a new era. The youth explains that their paths have now intertwined. The prince seeks to reform his kingdom, and he himself has decided to turn the dragons back into a recognized nation. Someone stands nearby among the ancient ruins. He extends to them a solemn invitation to cooperate, uniting their separate ambitions into one alliance capable of changing the world. The prince's gaze weighs heavily with the thought of betrayal, forcing his father to renounce the throne and take it for himself. Standing among the ruins of what was once a proud land, he admits to his companion, the current state of the kingdom is intolerable, and they both share this feeling without any doubt. He contemplates the grim truth: any move against the king, even for the right reasons, will be called a rebellion, yet he still fears the dark path the nation now walks. Companion, feeling the weight of the moment, he asks whether this radical plan truly arose from the desire to save the people and the country from further strife. The prince falls silent for a moment, his face hardens as he weighs the burden of rule and the cost of every step. A moment of hesitation runs across his features, a brief vulnerability, and then determination returns to his eyes. Suddenly, the heavy atmosphere is broken by a little healer fairy. She jumps between them, her hands clasped playfully yet firmly. She reproaches the two men for their gloomy expressions, reminding them this day was meant for the prince to finally rest. He desperately needed rest. Her companion immediately acknowledges this. He watched as Filmy gently interrupted their heavy conversation and offered to take Prince Zex to a special place. Zex hesitated, pointing out that their conversation was far from over, but the fairy remained in the system. Supporting the fairy's advice, he added that reaching a conclusion on such a difficult matter in a moment was hard. He asked the prince to step outside for a bit to change the pace, hoping it would help him gather his thoughts. Yielding to their persuasion, the prince followed Filmy to a rural wooden hut hidden in the quiet landscape. Eventually, he agreed, admitting that perhaps a break was truly needed. She opened the heavy door and warmly invited him inside, making it clear she had reserved everything here especially for their visit. The prince was surprised. He did not expect such preparations to have been made so discreetly. Entering a cozy, dimly lit space, he found himself in a well-appointed tavern. Filmy proudly introduced the establishment, a temporary bar lined along the worm line, a refuge away from the pressure of the court. He sat at the polished wooden counter, genuinely impressed by the atmosphere. When the fairy asked if he liked alcohol, he confirmed and began to relax in this unexpected setting. Just as a plate of fresh salmon carpaccio was placed before him, it threw him off balance. Filmy quietly admitted, while she was still learning human cuisine, she would leave the rest of the service to the master, a title that completely confused the prince. Such an absolute shock! The master behind the bar was none other than Levin, freshly dressed in the bartender's formal attire. He greeted the prince with a calm smile, and Zex was left wondering when exactly his companion managed to both prepare the dish and so discreetly change roles. He revels in the bite, his eyes widen sharply in shock as the flavors explode on his tongue. Ordinary eating has become a revelation. He slouches forward and leans his elbows on the wooden counter. He explains, the balance of spices is nothing more and nothing less than perfect. Behind the bar, Levin utters a quiet word of thanks while Filmy watches with a satisfied smile, saying that whatever Levin prepares will be delicious. Next, he raises a glass of wine and finds it equally impressive. Levin modestly notes that the vintage is not that expensive. The real secret lies in how perfectly it pairs with the dish, creating a harmony of flavor that transcends the price of the bottle. Looking around at the rustic interior, he notes how the scent of fresh wood adds coziness. Levin explains that he used urban management functions to arrange the space, and when asked if it was all done specifically for the prince, he confirms it with a simple, sincere nod. He thanks sincerely, moved by the efforts made. Levin brushes off the praise and instead asks if he would like another round of drinks and snacks. Filmy eagerly picks up the idea. She is already about to go get more. A few hours later, the atmosphere changes sharply. The alcohol weighs down, taking its toll. He rests his head heavily on the table, groaning in drunken stupor, while Levin stays nearby with a glass of water and anxiously asks if the prince is all right. The calm royal face finally completely cracks. He bursts into loud, sobbing howls and presses against the little fairy, seeking comfort. He exclaims how hard he has worked, and the previously restrained irritation spills out in a continuous chaotic emotional outburst. He continues to vent his tearful tirade, complaining how the father ignores the voices of common people but endlessly bows to the whims of the nobility. Remaining on the edge of angry grumbling about the lack of respect and the inevitability of being cast aside, Levin can only silently watch, grimacing, quietly apologizing for the prince's too biting, all-consuming explosiveness. He continues his drunken wailing, slapping his hand on the table as he laments the exile of such a talented S-ranked chef. Levin silently watches as the prince's irritation reaches its limit. Seeing his despair, Filmy speaks softly. The human heart is like a mirror. If you do not care for those around you, indifference eventually reflects back on yourself. Then she gently reaches out to him and strokes his head, praising how he fought alone up to this day. This unexpected kindness makes the prince lift his gaze, eyes full of tears, and in the fairy's look he sees only a warm, supportive smile. Caught up in a wave of recognition, he suddenly jerks forward, pressing his face against hers and breaking down, begging her name in an outburst of uncontrollable emotional breakdown. From the other end of the room, Levin can only watch this wonder what kind of spectacle he was made to swallow, while the prince proclaims that only Filmy truly understand. But he continues to sob about his father's expectations. Levin suddenly realizes, maybe this breakdown is necessary so that the king finally voices the truths he has kept inside for so long. The long, emotion-filled night finally recedes, giving way to the quiet calm of morning. The sun rises over the peaceful settlement. The prince looks reborn, his eyes shine, clarity appears in them. He declares firmly, without any doubt, the father must abdicate the throne and relinquish his powers. Turning back to his companion, he asks Levin for cooperation in the titanic tasks awaiting the kingdom ahead. He recalls how he was once bound by the chains of tradition and his own doubts, but now finally understands his true purpose. For the sake of the nation and its citizens, he realizes, action is needed. He asks Levin for strength not just as a friend, but as a representative of the future allied state. Levin, deeply moved by the prince's determination, firmly shakes his hand and promises to help with everything he has. The young man immediately offers to share the prepared proposal, asking if the prince is ready to hear his ideas about their next steps. He looks further with a spark of ingenuity, but the prince, acknowledging the proposal, has another much closer concern in mind. Leaning closer, the king whispers a question, one that confuses his friend. Will the bar be open today, despite the weight of their previous conversation? In the familiar establishment, the ghostly fairy greets them with a warm smile and sincerely rejoices that the prince is here again. He waves back brightly, carefreely, and this sharply contrasts with how he was still torn inside while they settled down to discuss plans over a glass. He and his new ally spent several days secluded in quiet corners behind the tavern, carefully perfecting their secret strategy. When every detail of the plan was in place, it was time to act, and they prepared to part ways to fulfill their roles. Before setting off, Eris approached with a look of deep anxiety and asked if he really intended to enter Elwyn Castle unaccompanied. She admitted she was afraid he would find only more suffering there, but he gently reassured her and confirmed his mission to meet King Dorkasichimich face to face. His determination was reinforced by fierce, loyal beast companions. They growled in support and assured that if the king began to resist, they would not hesitate to storm the palace and settle everything by force themselves. Turning back one last time, he reminded Eris that the prince had a powerful ally, and with such strength on their side, he was confident they would win. Nodding farewell, he stepped outside into the morning light. The prince watched from the balcony as his companion silently flew into the sky riding a large griffin. He placed his hopes on the man and mentally urged him on. May he handle the dangerous task ahead. High above the clouds, the young traveler squinted against the cold wind, and suddenly his firm, determined face reflected a new goal as the reality of his mission reached him. Soon on the horizon rose the massive silhouette of Elwing Castle, a heavy reminder of the power held by the king. This return to the very heart of the kingdom will be the greatest test of their shared resolve and the first step toward a new future. Levin stands before the huge castle of his homeland, a place he never thought he would return to. Memories of exile surge with painful clarity. The day he called the small, seemingly useless egg, the crowd's mockery, and King Dorcas's cold refusal had called the creature ordinary trash and then drove Levin away. He lowers his gaze to the small white lizard sitting on his shoulder and notes how long it has had this appearance. It presses against his cheek, calls him Mama, and reassures him that he is not alone. They are all nearby to support him in this difficult moment. He gives a soft, grateful smile and feels the anxiety recede thanks to her constant presence. He moves toward the gigantic gates of the royal palace ready to face his past. As the young man approaches, King Dorcas sits on his exquisite throne in the throne room, and his loud laughter echoes through the corridors. He meets the traveler with open arms, and the young man kneels in reverence. The king does not hide his sincere joy at the arrival and says he has long awaited this moment with impatience. The young man solemnly introduces himself Levin Eeks, and because of this the monarch freezes and contemplates the name before declaring that it is successful and memorable for a long time. Then he sincerely apologizes for the recent destruction at the neighboring gold mine, explaining that he heard the royal summons and rushed over. But the king waves his hand and dismisses it, insisting that such trifles concern no one now. The king laughs loudly and wrinkles gather on his face from his self-satisfied expression as he declares that he will let the past remain in the past. He praises his own generosity, insisting that as a magnanimous ruler he has no need to stir up old grievances. He continues the explanation and shows both Urgus and Gideon were exiled due to their failures. The monarch portrays himself as a victim of their incompetence. Allegedly, they deceived him, caused troubles, and undermined the kingdom's interests. Then he meets the young man with open arms. He recalls the foolishness of those he expelled. Gideon, who failed to recognize the divine beast, and Urgus, who recklessly forced himself to be summoned. The king insists that all misunderstandings have been resolved and calls the youth to once again direct his talents toward the prosperity of the state. Having finished his speech, the young man bows deeply and swears unwavering loyalty to the crown and his beloved fatherland. To prove this, he begins the summoning ritual. Light flares and swirls around him, and a mighty presence begins to manifest. He stands next to a majestic creature emerging from a shimmering glow whose white scales gleam with ancient power. The king exhales sharply, opening his eyes as he realizes he stands before the legendary divine dragon. While he remains silent, the king freezes in awe of the majestic aura of the creature, and wild thoughts of conquest and absolute power whirl in his mind. He is struck with amazement. The dragon can destroy entire armies in an instant, and he imagines himself the undisputed master of the world. He reaches out to the dragon, leading its greed and sense of divine right. He is convinced that the goddess herself chose him to hold this power. The beast sobs with a deafening roar, snaps its jaws at the frightened monarch, and shakes the very foundations of the hall. He collapses in a heap on the floor, trembling robes flying apart, and royal majesty crumbles is fleeing from the dragon's fury. Nearby, a young man and his comrades barely hold back laughter, whispering among themselves about how absurdly the king's face twisted after his pitiful escape. He brushes off the apologies, and calm returns as soon as the dragon finishes the performance. Levin politely bows and explains that the beast is tense, but the monarch has already shifted his gaze elsewhere. He tells the young man that there is something of extraordinary importance that he must definitely learn. Leaning forward, the ruler reveals, Almost no one knows what exactly he calls his true mission, a secret he has carefully kept to himself. This revelation catches the young man off guard. He involuntarily tenses and begins to listen attentively as the king explains. Even the recent clash with Colonia was merely a way to fulfill this hidden goal. He is clearly stunned and doubts whether the goal was not the gold mines, as everyone believed. The king prepares to reveal a deeper truth, one that appeared even before their current borders. Trembling, with his hand over his heart, the ruler proclaims himself the legitimate descendant of the legendary hero, Sigurd, and asserts that his struggle is sacred to reclaim their ancestors' lands. The young warrior was silent. His gaze was fixed on the man before him as he tried to reconcile this new image of the crusader with the greedy king he thought he already knew. The king continues his explanation, pointing out the bitter irony. The holy land of Cress, the birthplace of Sigurd, now lies within the neighboring kingdom of Elven. He brands the forces of Colonia as barbarians who unjustly seized this sacred place, and now the young man must bear the full burden of this tangled political and historical web. He recounts ancient legends dating back 1,000 years. Then an evil lord led demon tribes to destroy the world until 12 heroes, blessed by a goddess, rose to overthrow him. Among them, the most prominent was Sigurd. The young man listened as the king continued his lavish tale but could not resist immediately pointing out contradictions. He noted, the oath lacks specifics about descendants and ancestral homes. Instead, it is full of unclear places. The king only chuckled, agreeing that he himself was initially silently furious when he first learned the truth. He leaned forward, his eyes shining with dangerous ambition, and declared, "By the power of the divine dragon and their sacred bloodline, they will reclaim the lost holy land and engrave their names in history." In this divine mission, he demanded cooperation from Levin. But inside, Levin felt disgust. Before him stood a man blinded by fabricated narrative, ready to waste lives and resources on a senseless conflict while his people suffer. For now, he decided to play along. He bowed low and offered his services to the crown. He assured the king that all his strength was entirely at his majesty's disposal to be used as he saw fit. The king burst into loud laughter, delighted by what seemed to him complete submission. He praised the young man's resolve, unaware that every word was a calculated move in a larger plan played out together with Princess X. He accepted a glass of wine and pondered how smoothly and perfectly everything was going. Their main task to gain the king's trust now seemed very close. He put down the glass, and while preparing for the next phase of his plan, his facial expression became serious. He told the king that there were a few things he needed to clarify before they proceeded further. He nodded indulgently in approval, but the conversation was abruptly interrupted by a commotion at the entrance. Guards entered the throne room, dragging a bound prisoner who struggled, trying to break free from the chains. He held his breath in horror as soon as he recognized the captive forced to kneel. It was Prince Zex, his own son. Maimed and doomed, he begged for help. He falls to the ground as a heavy blow from a guard's baton strikes his back, and a sharp command for silence echoes in the air. Nearby, Levin watches, and a cold, satisfied gleam flashes in his eyes. He silently acknowledges the ally for the perfect execution of their trick. The guards, who are actually Valkyrie sisters in flawless magical disguise, stand ready. Levin notes that they played perfectly, delivering the prince right into this trap on time and flawlessly. King Dorcas snaps his gaze to the bound figure on the floor, unable to believe his eyes and demanding explanations for this chaos. Levin steps forward, his voice heavy with feigned grief as he recounts how his own village was recently devastated by a sudden, brutal raid by the royal knights. He holds up his index finger straight, points it at the prisoner, and names the one who conspired this bloody massacre. He spins a story as if the prince took his family hostage and held their lives as leverage to force total submission. Tears gather in his eyes as he describes this ruin. He says the prince did not even wait for a response. He gave the order, trample the fields and burn every house to the ground. The place he once called home, he sighs, admits, only ashes remain. While the king struggles desperately to process this betrayal, Levin adds another layer to his lie. He claims the prince was to deliver a clear message. The king visibly trembles, barely able to find words in response to such a monstrous accusation against his own blood. He boldly asserts that the prince allegedly attributed every brutal slaughter directly to the king's authority, as if gold and the royal treasury could justify such a massacre. This last lie strikes a nerve. The king is overcome by a sudden fit of fierce rage, and he vehemently denies ever giving such a cowardly and shameful order. His face contorts with righteous anger. His voice thunders through the hall as he declares that the people are the true treasure of any kingdom. Shouting, he roars that treating them with such cruelty is an unforgivable act, a senseless folly he will never allow. He listens attentively as the young man lays out the circumstances and confirms, the attack was carried out completely without the crown's knowledge. The monarch roars in agreement. His face burns with a mixture of relief and still burning anger over the perceived betrayal from. Picking up this momentum, the young man speaks of the sanctity of home and family values that, he assures, are dearer than life itself. The king can only sigh in disappointment, lamenting that his own blood is capable of such disgrace, while the disgraced prince lies nearby a mute proof of his alleged crimes. Looking down at the fallen prince, it is easy to understand the mood. Such deeds are beyond forgiveness. The burden of betrayal hangs in the air, casting a dark shadow over the royal lineage. Seizing the moment when the king is vulnerable, the young man humbles himself and says he has only one solemn request. Eager to atone for the guilt he believes his son committed, the ruler allows him to speak, promising to do everything in his power. Standing straight in the center of the grand hall, the young man delivers his terrifying ultimatum. He officially demands the execution of Prince Zek's Noah Elwin. His words echo throughout the hall, the final, devastating blow in this carefully constructed game of deception. The announcement ripples through the room like a wave of shock. The king is suffocating from lack of air, and the royal guard freezes in stunned silence. When the two central figures lock, Icewinner and Broken, the scene becomes the beginning of a bold and dangerous new chapter. Zek stands firm, and his voice echoes through the hall as he officially addresses Levin. He demands the immediate execution of the man standing before him, an order that sends a wave of disbelief among the gathered nobles. The king, bewildered, bursts out in outrage. He orders the prince to retract his contemptuous words and remove him from here immediately. He does not flinch at the king's loud order to seize him. He stands still, and in his eyes is a silent challenge while the guards hesitate. Levin, who was just sentenced to sudden death, watches what unfolds calmly and almost detachedly, feeling that a deeper game is underway on the stage. The king's anger suddenly subsides, and instead comes a terrifyingly calm acceptance of what is happening. Simple consent to the demand leaves those present stunned. Arya and others look in horror, unable to comprehend how the monarch can so easily agree to such a sharp and public condemnation. These stunning news about the prince's demand and the king's first submission spread through the kingdom like a wildfire, igniting a real storm of outrage. Citizens take to the streets in a desperate demonstration of defiance and protests against the tyranny of the crown grow louder by the hour. When the monarch is already threatened by a full-scale uprising, he is finally forced to concede, officially withdrawing the execution order after only a few days. High above the ordinary streets, in the safety of a hidden sanctuary, loud laughter echoes along the rafters. The heavy atmosphere of the palace has vanished. No, it is relief and a hidden victory, for the true purpose of the public spectacle becomes clear. He bursts into loud laughter, and in this devilish delight finds icy satisfaction in how perfectly their plan has come together. Zek notes, although the execution was called off, the king's reputation is shattered to pieces, and the seeds of discontent among the people will continue to smolder. For now, Levin has been placed under the direct supervision of the prince's strategic move that keeps him safe while maintaining the appearance of punishment. So they drink to their victory. The prince contemplates the conclusion of this first phase. He is satisfied with the result, and Levin agrees with him. Everything is going even more smoothly than they dared to hope. Their alliance has been finally strengthened by this joint defeat of the crown's influence. He surveys his gathered allies. The tension of recent days finally begins to ease as they share a meal together. Levin expresses sincere gratitude to everyone for their unwavering support during the dangerous gambit. Someone tries to downplay their contribution, but the shared sense of victory is palpable as they prepare for the trials still ahead. He laughs loudly. The tension of their recent political scheme finally bursts as he recounts how the king looked ridiculous and what funny expressions he uttered. His companions join in this light moment, reviewing how their actions worked and how successfully their plan to humiliate the monarch succeeded. Meanwhile, the mastermind of this conspiracy contemplates the cold truth of his strategy, to corner the king until he makes an unfathomable mistake. He knows that while they profit from the puppet on the throne, the king's incompetence must be made so obvious that even his most loyal allies abandon him, saving themselves. Now he sees the path clearly. The king is all alone, and the moment to take the throne and establish the prince is already near. In the present time, the team finds out that their request to be under the prince's protection was granted with astonishing ease, but as soon as they walk the castle corridors, the burden of public scrutiny falls upon them. He is sitting with the prince. The latter gives a grim warning about the unstable atmosphere prevailing inside the castle walls. The prince is genuinely concerned. Some of his overly impulsive subordinates might take matters into their own hands, but the young man only sighs and says the danger is already here. A few days later, the peace shatters as a knight suddenly stops him in the corridor. The soldier's voice thunders with indignation. He demands an explanation for why a commoner is wandering here and reaches out to grab the youth by the shoulder. He blinks in confusion, looks intently at the aggressive stranger, and meets his gaze with a completely blank expression. He almost freezes when the knight's face flares with rage at being ignored. The grip tightens and he growls about the audacity watching the execution and behaving so indifferently. The soldier seems to take it as a personal insult. His anger boils, overflowing. Soon he realizes this is Dylan, a knight of noble lineage, honored for mercy and devotion to his subordinates. Despite initial hostility, it becomes clear his zeal is fueled by deep loyalty to the prince. Because of this, the boy keeps wondering how far this loyalty goes. He stands as motionless as the knight draws the distance tight. The tension between them is so thick it can be cut. Dylan's aggression is felt on the skin. His posture is a direct challenge to the young man who has the right to be within the walls of this castle. With a sharp, contemptuous gesture, he pushes the knight's hand aside, his face remaining cold and indifferent. But the insolent lack of submission ignites Dylan Hachokes with fierce indignation, for the rude man cannot comprehend such disobedience from someone he considers merely a commoner. The nighttime tirade continues. His voice breaks upward as he accuses the young man of not understanding the full weight of his actions and the contempt that will be poured onto the crown. He does not move from his place. His silence only further fuels the other's outrage. When the clash is about to cross the line and is about to explode, a heavy hand falls on Dylan's shoulder, stopping his movement. The sudden intervention throws everyone off track, and attention involuntarily shifts to the stranger who has slipped into the very thick of it. Drake stands there with a relaxed, almost disdainful smile, advising not to get involved in such petty quarrels in the blessed corridors of King Dorcas's residence. He notes that the master of sacred bonds with the beast seems completely desperate. His presence radiates a dangerous kind of calm. The name sounded suddenly and sharply Drake. The burden of his reputation and the mystery of his motives hung in the air, a reminder of the complex web of power brewing inside the castle. Dylan's rage is not so easily quelled. He growls that the boy is nothing more than a traitor who was allowed to dare to propose punishment to the prince. He demands immediate retribution, his face twisted with the furious rage of fanatics as he tries to break free from Drake's detailed interrogation. Leaning closer, Drake changes his tone to cold authority and reminds the knight. His target is a professional of S rank who enjoys a confidential bond with the prince. He implies that it is Dylan who is unable to comprehend the current political layout. The knight remains stunned, and the young tamer has no idea what the true intentions of his unexpected ally are. He freezes in place as Drake approaches closer, the voice low, dangerous, a hoarse thunder. Drake makes it clear to the current king, the young Tamarach is more valuable than a whole group of knights like Dylan, and interfering against Drake is the same as opposing the king himself. The threat escalates as the man grips the knight's shoulder, his gaze pierces through. He adds a chilling ultimatum. If Dylan does not back down, the consequences will reach even his relatives. Dylan can only stare back and freeze in dead silence. The weight of the threat settles inside. With the last bitter vow to expose the holy beastmaster, the knight abruptly retreats one day. Watching him disappear, the youth remains in complete stupor. Can someone as formidable as Drake really enter his system? As the tension subsides, his gaze stops on a small, fluffy creature nestled in Drake's hands, and then on the silent figure of Arya standing just behind the man. Curiosity overflows. With 11 gestures, he calls the little beast and asks if it might be the legendary carbuncle. Drake confirms with a playful smile and holds the creature in view as if boasting about it. The man says he got the rare creature from a trader from a distant land. Levin leans closer and listens fascinated. He admits he has heard of such phantom beasts, but this is the first time he has seen a living specimen. The creature looks amazingly calm, its eyes closed as if it is deeply relaxed, although it is held by the stranger. Seeing this, the trainer wonders if Drake has some innate trait that itself attracts the beast, a rare sign even among his own. Despite the man's apparent friendliness and shared interest in beasts, the boy remains cautious. He tells himself he cannot afford to lower his guard or truly trust this mysterious figure. Not yet. He feels there is something more in him than meets the eye. His gaze slides again to the blonde and his thoughts race. Why is she standing so devotedly behind Drake's back? Noticing the boy's confusion, Drake quietly snorts, realizes he hasn't introduced his companion yet. He drops a bombshell, introduces the blonde as his official fiancée. The confession hits like a blow, physically stunning. The young man opposite him freezes, stunned into numbness. Next to the dark-haired man, she does not lift her gaze from the floor, her face a mask of deep grief and shame. Noticing the tension, he suggests at midnight that the two childhood friends find time to race and catch up with each other. After all, their previous meeting on the battlefield was too brief. But she remains silent. In her mind, a pleading whisper begs her old friend not to look at her in such a humiliated state. The young man can only emit a suffocating, indistinct sound. His head droops down, the weight of circumstances oppresses the spirit. The lack of response was felt immediately. The nobleman only sighed heavily at the cold meeting until the young man finally found the strength to apologize and leave. Walking away, he feels a burning determination in his heart. As long as the dagger of loyalty holds her, he is powerless, but he swears that one day he will break these chains and free her. Waving a wave of mockery and grimacing with satisfaction, the man watches as his opponent retreats. His victory for today is complete. In the distance, the prince sits in silence and sinks into thoughts. A name, Drake Gramiria Langren, presses heavily on him. He admits, in the future uprising, the ruler of Langren ducal house will become the main obstacle. The family's influence is staggering. They hold the largest lands in the state and possess military power that cannot be ignored. This army, known as the Black Lion Knight Order, is a gathering of elite warriors backed by vast wealth and resources. Allied with the Royal Knights, they make up an impressive 60 of the kingdom's entire military strength, a steel wall almost impossible for any usurper to overcome. He continues to explain and notes that for some reason Drake earned the king's complete trust and laid a political foundation stronger than that of the king's own son. Levin winces at the frankness of these words, unable to digest such harsh truth heard directly from the prince himself. The prince bursts out laughing loudly, mockingly admitting that he has neither military strength, nor power, nor authority, mostly because his own father hates him. Levin, trying to apologize for the awkward topic, shyly shifts the conversation to the legendary divine Dragono in their possession. They speculate that Drake is probably restless and eager for the conflict to finally begin. Zek's muse becomes the thought. A reckless invasion will likely be the last spark for the approaching revolution. And he says with considerable interest that he wants to see Levin's performance at his future debut. Accepting the challenge with cold composure, Levin swears to carry out the prince's order until the tension in the kingdom reaches its limit.